It's time to show them.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have now mastered the basic skills. It's time for your first challenge.
Chat. Shout out to the chat. Happy Sunday, everybody. Happy Sunday to everybody out there. Make sure y'all can hear me. All right, I think we're good there. So take this one off. Happy Sunday to everybody out there. How y'all doing? Y'all know what it is. I'm here. I'm being consistent. Trying to make sure that I'm on time and, you know, showing up every Sunday for y'all with a show prepared. So happy Sunday to everybody out there. Hopefully everybody's having a wonderful start to their day. I see we got Lovelace in the building here early. Shout out to Lovelace. She says peace and blessings. Happy Sunday, everyone. Make it a great day. Please hit the like button on your way in. Yeah, make it a great day on purpose. Shout out to Lovelace in the building, y'all.
Oh, hell is hot. Ain't no water there. Hell is hot. Ain't no water there. No ice, no tea, no lemonade, no Coke, no Sprite, no Gatorade. Hell is hot.
Yeah, shout out to Lovelace in the building. Always reminding y'all that there ain't nothing to drink. If you send your soul to hell, if you believe in that, then there ain't gonna be nothing down that cold for you to drink. So shout out to Lovelace in the building. I appreciate you being here as always. Such a great supporter of the channel, such a great supporter in real life. You know, yes, some of us out there do have what we would consider, yeah, we may not have met in person, but we still consider our relationship, our interaction or whatever to be real life. We treat each other like we would expect to treat each other in real life, you know, and Lovelace is the type of person that I would not actually mind being in the same space as, you know, not that we have anything planned or anything like that. No, but she is someone that for, years I have been in contact with, have been in communication with. I haven't seen her switch up on me ever. Haven't seen her switch up on anybody else either. So shout out to Lovelace. I appreciate you being here. Always such a great supporter of the channel and telling people to hit that like button, y'all. Y'all know, as we always do, we gonna start off the show with celebrations. We like to celebrate people. We like to say congratulations to people. We like to celebrate the happy things in life, man. We don't need to always be focused on all the negativity and all that. There's plenty of it out there, but we choose how much of the negativity we focus on. I'm sorry if I'm looking all over the place. I'm trying to get everything set up. The beginning of a show is a little discombobulated, but we're gonna get everything straight. But yeah, we like to celebrate wins. We're not always focused on the doom and gloom. There's enough people talking about the doom and gloom constantly. We actually like to take some time to celebrate the wins out there. Douglas Alvarenga, what's good, brother? Appreciate you being here. Yeah, we like to take some time to celebrate the wins out there. So as we did last week, we're going to, again, this week, look at the NBA brackets. And as you can see, let me make it where... Let's see here. Try to make it. Let's do it like this so y'all can actually see it. So we got the NBA bracket. And we see a couple things have changed since last week because the Thunder on Monday, that's the last time they played, they end up sweeping the Lakers. We kind of predicted that was going to happen. The Knicks also swept the Sixers. We were kind of predicting that was going to happen as well last Sunday. Looking forward, though, you still have the Knicks waiting for their opponent, Cleveland and the Pistons. They play Game 7 tonight, actually. And then you had the Timberwolves lose to the Spurs the other night. If certain people show up in here, then I may have some more questions for them about that whole Timberwolves and Spurs situation. There's a certain Timberwolves fan out there that likes to talk to me, we communicate. I ain't even gonna say he trolls me because we just have regular communication. But certain Timberwolves fan out there that was saying that they thought the Timberwolves were going to, kind of take it this year or whatever. I don't know why they were thinking that with the injuries they had, but certain situation that popped up in reference to those Timberwolves. So I would like to ask that brother his opinion on that situation if he does show up in the chat here at any point in time today. But yeah, so that's your bracket, your NBA bracket. We don't watch hockey as much over here, but the Carolina Hurricanes, they are waiting on their opponent. The Canadians and Sabres, they're going to have to go to Game 7 to determine who the Hurricanes are going to play in the East finals over there. And then it's Vegas, and I can't remember the other team that's in the West. I can actually look it up, rather than guessing. But yeah, we got playoff basketball, playoff hockey, all going on right now. So if you're into sports, man, this is the time, a whole lot going on. The Avalanche play against the Golden Knights. That's who it is on the west side of the bracket. And the Hurricanes, like I said, they're still waiting on their opponent from the Sabres and the Canadians. So we'll see what happens there. And then they'll be going into the same, basically, round as the basketball bracket that you see there. So shout out to all the teams that are doing big things in the playoffs. Making it happen for their cities and for their organizations, man. Shout out to that. We definitely celebrate that. And in the spirit, talking about basketball, y'all know I like to find little memes. I think they're funny. Some of them are, some of them aren't, right? I saw this one a while ago. I've been meaning to share it with y'all. You see it look like ladies who are a little bit up in age. They're playing basketball. And I mean, this could be AI, but I don't think it is. The way they're dressed, they look like they may be playing in some kind of seniors league or something like that, right? But the caption says, "Keep it up with them hard fouls, Ethel. I'm about to cross you up where Life Alert couldn't save your ass." Yeah, Ethel about to get crossed up. She keep on hard fouling like that. Life Alert ain't even gonna be able to save her. So, y'all know, I like to just share some things I found with y'all, right? Here's another one. For the basketball fans out there, let me take the banner down so you can read that bottom one. For the basketball fans out there, and this is women's basketball, women's college basketball to be specific. Which box score goes the hardest? You got Cheryl Miller back in 82. She had 105 points, 11 assists, 26 rebounds. You got Lisa Leslie back at 90, 101 points. She was 37 of 56 shooting and had, was that 16 rebounds. I don't like that 37 to 56 as much. You know, you took a lot of shots. I don't know how many shots Cheryl Miller took in hers to get to 105, but it's just, you know, 56 shots. You only hit 37. You missed 20 damn shots damn near. What's up with that? But I mean, I guess they ain't had nobody else on the team. You got 2006 Epiphany Prince, 113 points, 54 of 60 shooting. See, that's a score line I like there. 54 of 60. That 37 of 56, that don't look too good. But 54 of 60, that, you know, still, you took 60 shots. That's crazy, but you hit 54 of them, so you was hot. Why not keep shooting the ball, right? Then you got I don't know if it's Kira or Kyra Reynolds here in 2025. 14 points, 18 rebounds, 12 assists, 11 steals, and 10 blocks. So she had the quintuple double, if that's a word. I don't know how you say it. I've heard a quadruple double, but once you get to 5, I know it's quint, but you know, is it a quintuple double? How you say that one there? Which box score hits the hardest, y'all? Shout out to them ladies who doing big things. Shout out to all the women's college and WNBA players that are doing big things out there, finally starting to get a little bit more recognition, more than they've gotten in the past for sure. Like I said, we celebrate the wins around here. We celebrate the wins. So this one here, it's not personal because I don't know the brother at all in any way, shape, or form. However, this is a brother who we all, if you're of my age range, kind of grew up knowing about because he was Bud Kenny on the Cosby Show. Did y'all know that Deion Richmond had colon cancer? He beat colon cancer and male breast cancer. He's 48 now. His birthday is in April, so it just passed recently. But, you know, did y'all realize that he had beat not only colon cancer, but also male breast cancer? I did not realize that about the brother. I mean, this is somebody who, again, if you're of my age range, grow up watching the Cosby Show, is somebody that a boy like me, same age basically as him, seeing him on TV, because there wasn't a whole lot of young black male actors on TV at that time, and especially in roles that played them as wholesome kids, you know. But on the Cosby Show, all of those kids were pretty much played as, you know, and portrayed as wholesome kids. So he's somebody that, again, looked like me on TV at the time. And you didn't have a whole lot of that at the time when it comes to black males, young black male actors on TV. Yeah, Rudy. He was Rudy's friend, Kenny. She called him Bud. But yeah, so yeah, I did not realize that. But shout out to that brother. Again, we celebrate wins over here. Yeah, we absolutely celebrate wins over here. And shout out to that brother for having the strength to beat not only colon cancer, but male breast cancer as well. 421 TV, salute to you, bro. I appreciate that email that you sent me. We're going to definitely check that out here in a little bit. Yeah, that's Bud, Lovelace. That's Bud. His name, Kenny. You know, he tried to stress to her his name is Kenny, not Bud, but she decided she was going to call him Bud. So, yeah, shout out to that brother. Again, we celebrate wins over here. That brother beat not only colon cancer, but male breast cancer, and he's basically the same age as me, you know, a year older, but right around, you know, same age range. And again, this was representation of young black men on TV at the time. There wasn't a whole lot of it, and he was a positive representation of that. So shout out to him. We celebrating that win for sure. Celebrating that win for sure. We don't have we don't have the YNs in here yet. But shout out to everybody. We still celebrating, y'all. We still celebrating. Shout out to everybody who has been marked safe from Drake today. Shout out to everybody who's been marked safe from Drake today. Yeah, I can't tell you the last time that I listened to a damn Drake song. Whenever Drake comes on the radio, the playlist, like it happens to throw a Drake song in there, whatever, it's automatically skip as soon as it starts playing. As soon as it starts playing, because again, there's just different types of people out here in the world. There's people who can see someone as fake as can be, but still support that person. There's people who can see someone that's fake and decide they ain't fucking with the person. 40 to splatter, salute to you. You know, there's different types of people out here in the world. So some people see fakeness in a person, whether it's a rapper or whoever, and they decide that, yeah, I ain't going nowhere. I ain't dealing with that. You said I'm about to wake them ninjas up. They can wake up. I'll tell them directly. I wanted them to be here to hear it. When they show up again, I might have to show this again, because I want them to hear it directly from me. Yeah, shout out to this brother here. We celebrating wins. Shout out to this brother here. It may be a little small for y'all to read the caption, but you see here's a picture of Drake, a picture of Kendrick, and a brother that is kneeled down beside a trash can, right? So what the caption says is, "Thank you, Drake. For years, I've been paralyzed and stuck in a wheelchair. But when my friends started playing your new album, Iceman, I gained the strength to get up and turn that trash music off. Thank you, Mr. Drake, and all you do for the disabled community." Oh my goodness. These people crazy, man. These memes have been off the hook in reference to this album. And maybe it's just the algorithm that I'm in, but all I've heard is that it's trash. All I've heard is that it is trash. This brother said you have cured him from being paralyzed just to get up and throw that shit in the trash. Yeah, I'm saying, man, salute. Yeah. He said you have cured him. Tesh Aziz, blessings to you. Said you have cured him of being paralyzed just to get up and turn that trash off. Yeah. So whenever the YNs show up, if they want to come in here talking that, I will definitely show these again for their sake. Shout out to everybody who had the opportunity to hit that like button. It is greatly appreciated. Again, we're still celebrating the wins, y'all. Only reason I'm going behind the thumbnail is because it looks better to have the meme on the screen without having my background. We'll get into the background and all that stuff. Yeah, I'm saying, man, that's basically been the consensus that I've heard, is that Drake released a 3-pack of ass. 3-pack of trash, just straight garbage. That's been the consensus that I've heard. Again, maybe it's just my algorithm. I don't know. But I have not listened to Drake's song in years. I automatically turn to the next, find the next song, find another station, whatever. Whatever needs to happen in that situation. I ain't got time for that. I don't have time for no TV rappers. I like actual bars. I like, MCs who are saying something, not saying what they saw, right? Not saying what they saw, but actually saying real stuff. So I don't have time for that. But yeah, we're celebrating the wins over here, y'all. Celebrating the wins. Y'all know I got some videos for you too. It's not just memes and things like that. Y'all know I got some videos as well. We got some wins to celebrate. Shout out to this child and whoever his parents are, or whoever his coaches are, whoever the people are that are in this child's life. Because I showed y'all a couple weeks ago a marathon race, where there was one guy that was out in front, and he just kind of strolling and celebrating himself as he's getting ready to run through the finish line. And what happened? He got walked down by somebody, and his ass did not win that race, right? So This baby here, I don't know if he saw that. I don't know what he's been seeing, but somebody been in this baby's head because he's locked in. Take a look.
Go, buddy! Go! Go!
He locked in, y'all. Race is over. Race been over. But what you're not gonna do is beat him. He ain't stopped till he got all the way to the other side of the track. I don't know if that's his mom. I don't know who that is over there that's getting him. Race been over. But he's locked in. He was not about to let any of them fools catch up to him or beat him. Let's take a look at that again, because some of y'all need to have this kind of spirit in your life.
Go, buddy! Go! Go!
Race over right there. He's still gone. You gotta respect it though. Gotta respect it. Again, shout out to whoever are the people in that young man's ear. I don't know whether it's parents, coaches, whoever. Shout out to them for instilling that kind of work ethic, that kind of drive and determination into that baby. Tanya G, grand rising to you. Yeah, shout out to them. We celebrating wins around here. That baby was not about to let anybody beat him. Anybody. I don't give a damn who you are. What you not going to do is finish this race in front of him. I'm going to make sure that everybody understands who won this race. We got another kid to celebrate. Again, we celebrate the wins. Shout out to everybody who hit that like button. It is a greatly appreciated thing. Free way to help the content creator. Again, we celebrating the wins around here. We celebrating the wins. Take a look at this one.
Whoa! Okay, that is it.
Listen to it. What? What in the world? His head's the size of Montana.
Oh
Are
my
you kidding me?
gosh.
Oh my gosh.
That is the biggest. Oh my gosh.
That is my PB. Look at his head. His mouth is so big, Weston. We need to get him. Oh, he's a trophy. He's hanging on the wall. Don't you let him get away.
I know.
Oh,
Don't drop him.
My gosh. I can't even believe this. Your dad's going to flip
An
out.
8-pounder.
Oh, Weston, easy. Oh my gosh. All right. Smile.
Oh, that's a bass, Douglas. That's a bass. That ain't no catfish. That's a bass. And that's one to put on the wall for that young man. That's definitely one if they, want to have it on a plaque or whatever, a mount. That's definitely one for them to put on the wall. I don't know how old that kid is. He can't be any more than 7, 8, maybe, if that, And he got him a nice bass to go on the wall if he wants. I mean, check that out. We celebrating the wins around here, y'all. We celebrate the wins. Everything can't be doom and gloom in your life. Everything can't be doom and gloom in your life. We celebrate the wins. Shout out to Traspectives, Halima, Deja Vu, Leticia. Shout out to all those ladies who put out great content. And basically what you're going to get over there, you're going to learn. That's the way I feel whenever I go to their channels. I go there because I'm going to learn something. I'm trying to find something really quickly. Traspectives posted something I saw over the last couple of days that I wanted to share with y'all. And instead of me actually clipping it myself, I figured I would just go straight to her channel and show it to you if I can find it. But yeah, so shout out to them again. If you're not subscribed to them, you're missing out. You're missing out on free education because they don't have to post this stuff, but they do. And when they post it, it's saying something. Again, they don't post just nonsense that, is not going to teach you anything, not going to make you feel like you learned something. They don't do that. They post stuff that makes you feel like you've learned something. So shout out to Tracepectives. Here's one of the posts that, let me see if I can get it. Where's full screen? I wanted to make it full screen, but it ain't going to do that. So let me just share it like this. The post says, don't underestimate me. I know more than I say, think more than I speak, and notice more than you realize. There's a lot of us out there like that. There's a lot of us out there like that who may not speak on every single thing that we see or notice about a person, a situation, whatever. But that doesn't mean we didn't notice it. That doesn't mean that we're dumb or oblivious to whatever it is. Doesn't mean you're getting away with anything. Just means that we chose not to say anything in that instance, maybe for our own peace. Mojo, Moni Mo in the building. Grand rising to you. Appreciate you being here. You said he fishes better than you, 421. Yeah, he fish better than me too right now. I haven't been fishing in a while, but I definitely look forward to getting back into fishing. But yeah, don't underestimate people because a lot of times they know more than they say, think more than they speak, and notice more than you realize. So the things that you think you may be getting away with, you may just not be getting away with. You may think you are, but that may not be the case. Right? So don't underestimate. You never know who you're dealing with. You never know what background they come from, what knowledge they have, what experiences they've had that make them think the way that they do. And again, I just feel it necessary to shout out those sisters who are have pages that are posting good, positive content. You learn something from it. If you go over to Deja Vu Stay Fit, you're going to learn about health and wellness. Leticia, I'm going to talk about her again here in a minute. She comes from a nursing perspective and is sharing, health tips from that perspective. You got Halima, who is really a wealth of knowledge in a bunch of different areas. A lot of it's wisdom, similar to what you see from Tracepectives. A lot of it is some martial arts things. Principles for martial arts and actual maneuvers and techniques for martial arts that everybody can use. She's not showing this stuff from a quote unquote female point of view. She's sharing this stuff from just a person, a human being, somebody who actually practices and takes part in martial arts and understands the principles and how they apply to all people, regardless of gender. Because once you get in that ring or you have an opponent, gender may not matter. It goes by weight classes. Sure, I'll hide your Sunday blessings to you. It goes by weight classes. Gender may not matter, right? Depending on the martial art that you're performing. So yeah, in boxing and stuff like that, yeah, it's a little different. But once you get into other forms, gender doesn't matter. It's not gender specific. It's weight class specific. So knowing your techniques and being disciplined, basically, that's the goal of pretty much any martial art is teaching you discipline, teaching you how to be disciplined and stay disciplined, even when the situation gets a little, out of whack and makes you want to possibly go in a different direction. Staying disciplined to what you know, stay in the course of what you've been trained in. That's the importance of it, right? So again, shout out to those sisters. We celebrating people over here. And we also going to celebrate some people who played themselves. Let's celebrate this dude here. Now, y'all haven't seen me do much content on him because why should I give him any attention? I'm not every other content creator, and this is not taking a shot at any content creator who is covering this information because it's important. He is finally played himself to the point that now he has a over $1 million bond to get out of jail for the things that he does. And he ended up shooting a black man, a veteran, because he couldn't mind his business. He goes around antagonizing people, calling them the N-word and all types of stuff, showing the gun that he has. And it finally caught up with him. And this meme is just funny because it says they had to have planned an all-brush sheriff detail because we know how he's publicly spoken or how he feels about black people, people of color in general. But he got all black guards watching him in court as he's going to face charges of, I can't even remember what all he's charged with, but, you know, probably assault with a deadly weapon, maybe attempted murder, probably other types of things connected to that same incident because he couldn't mind his business. Always walking up on black people and trying to intimidate them with his gun, feeling like the white court system is going to save him. Well, we'll see what happens. Moni Mo, you said you're on vacation enjoying the mountains at Gatlinburg, sitting on the deck with your coffee, but did not want to miss. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you being here even while on vacation. Hopefully the weather is great there. It's supposed to be about 90 degrees here today. It's crazy. It's supposed to be at about 90 here today. But I know in Gatlinburg up in the mountains, it's probably about perfect. If it's about 90 here, that means it's probably about perfect up there in the mountains. So shout out to you being on vacation and enjoying your coffee on the porch. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to enjoy life. Yeah, he does look bigger in the videos, right? I don't know if he maybe is wearing stuff in the videos that we can't see. Because in most of the videos that I've seen him in, and I don't watch a lot of his videos, because again, I try to watch more positive things than negative things. But in a lot of the videos that I've seen him in, it has on, you know, clothes up top, you know, whether it's a jacket or whatever. So maybe he's wearing a vest, knowing that he's going around antagonizing people who might also just have a gun, because he's doing this in Tennessee. Not only is he doing this in Tennessee, he's doing this in Clarksville, Tennessee. Clarksville, Tennessee is where the location of Fort Campbell, Kentucky is. Fort Campbell, Kentucky straddles the border of Tennessee and Kentucky. Let me take his ass off the screen. Let y'all see me. Clarksville, Tennessee Fort Campbell, Kentucky straddles the border of Tennessee and Kentucky. The majority of the actual real estate of the base is in Tennessee. The post office for the base is in Kentucky. That's why it's Fort Campbell, Kentucky, because the post office, whenever the base was established, is in Kentucky, has a Kentucky zip code. So it's Fort Campbell, Kentucky, not Fort Campbell, Tennessee. However, again, the majority of the real estate of the base, the land of the base, is in Tennessee, Clarksville, Tennessee, to be exact. So this is right outside of a major military installation. I spent 3.5 years there. Things have changed since I was there, obviously, but the racism still hasn't changed very much. Mrs. Baker, grand rising to you. The racism still hasn't changed very much. It's still the South. It's still the good old boys. It's still, obviously, people like this idiot who thinks he can go around antagonizing people. But again, if you're outside of a major military installation, chances are a lot of the people that are there, even the black people, have some association with the military, have been in the military themselves, as family members who've been in the military, something to that effect, right? And another thing that you should know about a high population of military, especially in a state like Tennessee, is that a lot of them probably carry weapons in their off time. While they may not be carrying a gun while they're in uniform, a lot of them in their off time have the right to carry, whether they have concealed carry or whether it's a free carry state, depending on where you're located, right? Or open carry state. So this idiot doesn't even pay attention to his surroundings enough that he got away with it so long and felt empowered and entitled to do it that he didn't realize what he's dealing with. And he messed around and rolled up on the wrong person. I don't know all of the details, but apparently they're saying he shot this black man, and now he's facing the attempted murder charges and all of the other assault type charges that go with a charge like that. Because, as you know, attempted murder, you have to do something, you know, to a person to be considered attempted murder. You got to try to shoot them or strangle them or try to cut them in a vital way, something like that, right? So not only do you get the attempted murder charge, but you also get the assault charge that goes with it. If it's something to deal with a firearm, there may be some firearm charges associated with it. All of those other charges come with it. It's not just the one charge. You'll see a whole list of charges all associated with that one event. Because if for any reason, you know, they go to court and a jury does not want to convict this person of attempted murder, then they may convict them of the lesser charges. You know, the assault with a deadly weapon, you know, all these things, committing a felony with a weapon, all this type of stuff that will still give you a record. It just may not carry the same charge. You know, we saw that in what we're going to get into from the thumbnail a little bit later. We saw that in the Julio Fulio killer's trial, where they just went through their sentencing phase and they were basically looking at two choices because of where they committed the crime in Florida. Either life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. Those basically were the two options they got because of the types of crimes they were convicted of. So, yeah, it's some different people in Tennessee for sure, Moni Mo. It's some different people in Tennessee for sure. Like I said, I spent 3.5 years at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. So again, spent a lot of time in Tennessee because at Fort Campbell at the time, there wasn't shit to go do in Kentucky. We went to Tennessee for everything. So if we went to Clarksville, we went to Nashville, which was about an hour away, you know, stuff like that. Those are the places we went. We weren't going into Kentucky to do much. Hell, it seemed more racist in Kentucky than it did in Tennessee. And it may still be that way. Right around there. You know, Hopkinsville, Kentucky was not really the place to be. Hoptown was not the place to be. And hell, Hoptown had got so bad that a lot of the places in Hoptown were on the banned list for soldiers to go to. Around military installations, they have a list of banned places for soldiers to go. Certain car dealerships, because they do predatory, you know, they'll sell you a damn lemon car, but at some crazy interest rate to a young soldier that don't know no better. Certain lending agencies, those payday loan places and stuff. A lot of that stuff, they have to actually put off limits for soldiers to go to. And there was a lot of places in Hopkinsville, Kentucky, that were off limits because of the trouble that you could kind of get into if you were in those areas, let's say. That's just a nice way of putting it, right? But again, shout out to the idiot for playing himself. And now he gets to sit in a prison or a jail, not a prison, gets to sit in a jail cell and figure it out. Now, because there's a lot of racists in this world, I can see somebody paying his bond or putting up something for his bond. I think it's like 1.25 million. I could see somebody putting up the bond for him to get out. I mean, just because there are that many racists in this world. So I really can see somebody putting up the bond for him to get out. But we'll just have to wait and see. Again, I'm not following it that closely, so I'll see it on the fringes. I'll see people do content on it or whatever, but, you know, that's how I'll kind of keep up with that. I'm not really interested in talking about him too much. Not too interested in talking about him. But yeah, celebrate life, y'all. Celebrate the positive things actually in life. Celebrate people like that getting taken off of the streets. Celebrate the positive things in life, y'all. So let's move on from our celebration. And we're going to listen to a new cut that the homie hooked me up with. And I'm going to need to find some actual graphics to put with this. So it ain't just me putting a thumbnail up or whatever. But check out the new little intermission cut from the homie 421.
Won't stop till the sun comes up. 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 Won't stop till the sun comes up.
This is a 421 production.
IcebergThoughts.
Iceberg.
Iceberg.
Iceberg thoughts. IcebergThoughts.
We just wanna party right now, don't wanna think too much.
Yeah. Shout out to the homie 421 TV. I put the request out there. I think it was just last week, actually. You know, saying that I'm looking for some intro music, some interlude music, some, not intro music, but some interlude, intermission, you know, transition music. And he put together some things really quickly. That's only the first one. We got another one, but we'll listen to that one a little bit later. But again, I got to find me some graphics, you know, some moving graphics and stuff like that to put with it. I just got them here this morning, so I haven't had time to put together anything. But if one of the other drop makers out there or graphics makers out there want to pull some things together and hook a brother up, that would be greatly appreciated too. And 421, I got to hit up your Cashapp, brother. I appreciate that. I appreciate your quick work on that. And hey, we got something to listen to in between, right, y'all? We got something to listen to in between. So as we move on again, found some things, again, just some things make me laugh and I like to share it with y'all, right? Some things, they make me laugh and I like to share them with y'all. Black parents will play old school tunes your whole life and then act surprised when you play them yourself, talking about what you know about this. Why y'all be doing that, man? Why y'all be doing that to the kids? We grew up on all this 70s music and all of that stuff, and now that we grown playing that same stuff, you gonna ask us what we know about that. We know everything about it. We heard it all the time. We only been listening to it our entire lives. What do you mean? What do we know about that? We know everything about it. You've been playing it since we was damn in the womb. Now we just grown and understand what they saying. But that's how they do you. That's how the parents that do you, man. But it's only the black parents that do that, right? Only the black parents that do that. I wish Leticia was in here right now because so I found an old meme. I used to follow this group and they used to just, it's kind of like dark humor, right? Dark humor memes and stuff like that. And this kind of goes hand in hand with Leticia's video last week where she was talking about breast health. She did a whole video. Please, y'all feel free to go over there and watch that because it's great information and needs to be shared with the entire community. It's not being taught in schools. It's not being taught in churches. It's not being taught in all of the places where people are going to get all of this education. So you got women walking around here with unhealthy breasts because they don't know, the people around them don't know, or people just aren't saying anything. So Leticia did a great video. Again, she has a nursing background, so she's coming from a place of reputable sources and things like that. Great video. I'm not going to repeat the stuff she said. That's the place to go and see and get that information. However, I saw this meme and it made me think about the conversation that she was having over there, right? So it says, Patty's left nipple leans sideways like a lazy eye or something. And then you got Skeletor talking about it's called astigmatism. Because if y'all know what an astigmatism is when it comes to your eyes, Skeletor, they called it astigmatism. Team Easy in the building, I see you. Yeah, so make sure that you're taking care of your breasts. Again, there ain't nothing wrong if your breasts happen to be different shapes, different sizes. One has a different angle to it or whatever. That may not necessarily mean there's anything wrong or unhealthy going on there. However, if you don't go get your regular exams, if you don't do at home self-exams, then there's no way for you to know. And just being in the dark and blind about your situation is not the way for you to live the most healthy life. You need to know what's going on. So if your one breast is leaning to the side, one nipple hanging way lower than the other, maybe you know why it's like that, and maybe it's okay and natural and healthy. Or maybe it's something that you need to get addressed. You know, it's just as simple as that. It's all about your own health. It's about protecting your health. Yes, shout out to breast health awareness. Absolutely. Shout out to breast health awareness. Go over there, check out Leticia's video. Lovelace post the link in chat to Leticia's channel. It won't be hard to find the video. Just look at her live streams and you'll see it on there where she goes really in depth. I don't know how long the video is, but it's a good, good amount of time. She reviews other people's videos, doctors, and, all types of people. She talks about what you can do and how you can use your health insurance actually to help you with it if, say, you have oversized breasts and it's causing problems on your back and your spine and your posture and all of that stuff, all of that weight pulling on you. It talks about how you may have to jump through some hoops, but there are people who are getting breast reductions, breast reductions using their health insurance and not having to pay out of pocket like it's some kind of cosmetic surgery. No, it's for your health. Demetri Jones, grand rising to you, fam. Yeah, sometimes it could be bad out of alignment. Absolutely, Moni Mo. It could be out of alignment. It could be a whole bunch of things, but it starts with you doing your own at-home breast exam. And again, watching Leticia's video. She shows videos of doctors who are teaching you how to do that if you don't know how to do that. Hey, men, if you have a woman in your life, you can help her perform her breast exam. If you are touching on her breast all the time because you are interacting with her in that way, then you should be able to notice if something feels not the same. If something feels like it is changing and not in the way that's natural, because again, Leticia's video also talks about the ways that your breasts are going to naturally change as you age. How the density of them reduces and the fatness of them increases, things like that. But again, great video over there. Make sure you check it out if you don't already know this stuff or if you are just interested in understanding a little bit more. You can go watch it. Nobody has to know you're watching, but you can educate yourself, and you never know, that education may help you or may help someone you love. But yeah, if you got a stigma titty, then you might possibly need to have something checked out. Doesn't necessarily, not guaranteed. Might be fine, might be natural. Knowledge is power. TV 1.0. Salute. You said you're doing free exams right now? Knowledge giving out free exams, y'all. I can't confirm that he has any kind of qualifications, but he said he's giving out free exams. Absolutely, man, get breast cancer too. We just talked about it earlier. Matter of fact, I'm gonna have to bring the meme back in. We just talked about it earlier, and I know we got more people coming in. I appreciate y'all coming in. Let me bring it back because we just talked about it earlier during our celebration portion of the show that, yes, men get breast cancer as well. Y'all remember Deion Richmond? He played Kenny, a.k.a. Bud, on The Cosby Show. When we were celebrating people, we celebrated the fact that he not only beat colon cancer, but he also beat male breast cancer. He also beat male breast cancer. So, again, that's a celebration. We're celebrating the win that brother had of beating those two forms of cancer. But again, this informs you that, yes, men too get breast cancer. Got the ambulance pulling up for somebody, or fire truck pulling up for somebody. I don't know what they're here for. I don't see nothing on fire. But yeah, men can get breast cancer as well. So make sure that you are paying attention to what's going on. If you are a man and you notice something going on in your chest region area where breasts are, and it doesn't seem like normal, the normal aging process, let's say, then make sure that you're being seen about it. Because men can get breast cancer just as well as women. So, yes, it is very much not a gender-specific form of cancer. You know, men can't get ovarian cancer because you don't have ovaries, but men do have breasts. So you can get breast cancer, absolutely. Ambulance. Nah, we don't do that, Lovelace. You can't say those types of words, then no, we ain't doing that. We are not at all letting nobody get away with saying ambulance and all that type of nonsense. No. No. But while y'all are here, and it got 33 of y'all here, I appreciate y'all. Shout out to everybody who hit that like button. I just want to say good morning to all you crazy son bitches. Good morning. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to all you crazy son bitches. Good morning to y'all. Good morning to y'all. Yeah, no scrimping and getting for lunch. No. We are grown adults. Letting people get away with speaking like that is part of the problem we dealing with in this world today. That's how we end up with fools like this. Is allowing people to get away with speaking like that, acting like it's cute, acting like it's okay for them to not be able to understand and comprehend and say these regular, simple words. That's how we end up with fools like that. And we don't need any more of that in our life. We don't need any more of that in this world. We need a lot less of that, actually. We need a whole lot less of that. Yeah. Good morning, all you crazy son bitches. Good morning to all of y'all. You said it's YouTube free speech. What? GWB, salute. You already learned something new. It's only 9 a.m. Hey, I appreciate that. That's the type of stuff right there that makes me continue to do these types of live streams, knowing that people are actually learning something, actually picking something up out of it. What are you referencing, Team Easy? It's YouTube free speech. I don't know what you're referencing. I don't know what you're referencing there. You talking about me talking about people and their inability to speak? Is that what you're talking about? I don't exactly know what you're referencing. But shout out to everybody who hit that like button. It is greatly appreciated. I saw this one here. It made me laugh. They said, somebody said Soul for Real looked like a pack of Craig Max. Yeah, Soul for Real looked like a whole bunch of Craig Max. Every one of them looked like a different shade of Craig Mack. Y'all see it? Do y'all see it? People speak how they want. Yeah, people can speak how they want. That's fine. But they're also going to be looked at a certain way if they speak in a certain way. Yeah, they're also going to be looked at a certain way if they speak a certain way. So if you're 30 and 40 years old out here unable to say simple words, then people are going to look at you like you may have the IQ of a toddler. Because we have children who can say these words, but you as an adult cannot. So what are we doing? What are we doing here? Hold on, y'all. I got to look and see what the heck going on with all these sirens. They're not at my house, so I ain't worried about it, but they going by. Fuck them, you grown. All right, well, if that's the response that you have as a 30, 40, 50-year-old who can't say words correctly that you grown, all right, then continue to get the rewards that your inability to speak grown behind gets. That ain't none of my business. It's not my job to teach you or, make you a welfare case or anything like that. So if you want to be grown with the inability to speak, then have at it. Nick Lee, grand rising to you, brother. Salute. Have fun with that. Keeping on the hip hop tip or, musical scene. So, of course, we know Boyz II Men, right? And we know Boyz II Men started with 4 and then went down to 3 at a point in time. And I never really knew the inside scoop story of what happened, why the brother Mike from Boyz II Men ended up no longer being a part of the group. Now, back in the day when it happened, people started saying stuff about maybe him having health issues or something like that. That's kind of the story that came out because we know in them old videos, he used to have that cane. He used to have a cane in the old videos, right? When they first came out, he had that cane. So people, started saying stuff that maybe, he had some health issues that he had to tend to. Maybe that's why he dropped out of the group or, whatever, right? But I just saw a video just yesterday. I don't know how old this video is, but you have Sean Stockman, member of Boyz II Men and one of the founding members, one of the decision makers in the group. He tells a story of what actually happened and how it all went down. He's talking to Belle Biv DeVoe. They're, having a conversation. So here's a little short. If y'all saw it, then, I apologize for you hearing it again, but there's a little short that just kind of breaks down what happened there because I didn't know. I didn't know this story. So let's take a look.
I'm done with Mike, man. I'm done. The straw that broke the camel's back was we had a show in Romania. We were all at the airport. Mike's limo driver comes to the airport with no mic. What's going on? His wife at the time waved the car away. Mike had a really bad back issue, but there were things that just weren't adding up. Now, mind you, Nate was tired of his shit. Wanye was tired of his shit. That moment, I was done. I was like, okay, this is just disrespectful. We get home. This is when my wife was pregnant with my twins.
Have y'all heard this? I hadn't heard this. So you're talking about, they supposed to be going, on a show or whatever. The car limo pulls up. His wife waves the car off. Car shows up to the airport and he ain't there. So I hadn't heard this. Let's continue.
He knocks on my door. I acted like I wasn't home. I was like, I'm not trying to do this one. So I just kind of kept it quiet. Wanye literally lived 2 minutes from me, around the corner. Mm-hmm. He calls me 10 minutes later. Yo, man, Mike's here. It's like, all right, I'll be over. Drive over. Mike's sitting on the couch with a smile on his face. I'm pissed. Right. So I'm sitting across from him. What's up, Slim? I was like, what's up, man? Because he heard about this big gig that we was about to do in Japan for big money.
Not worth it. Salute. So as you see, they go on the show, they come back, they over at one of the houses and stuff like that. And now he find out they about to do a big show for some big money. So now he want to show up again. OG. Oh, hold up. Hold up. Hold up, y'all. Y'all trolling is wild. OG Mucus Talk. Salute. Oh my goodness. So let's continue the video.
Money.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So he was like, when we going to Japan? I said, we ain't going nowhere. So we joined a little bit back and forth. He walks up to me, grabs me by my shirt, picks me up and slams me on Wanye's kitchen table. Wow. Just a bad back dude. Right. So I'm thinking of all of this while all of this is happening. My back is sore. You know what I'm saying? I'm blocking punches. You know what I'm saying? The whole thing. Right.
Wow.
So Wanye gets him off. And I say, yo, bro, you out the group. That was it. I'm done with Mike, man.
So he's saying it's basically, that's how it went down. That's how he's saying it went down. Is that, Mike didn't show up to one show, basically an empty limo. Come back. He's saying, or they saying he got back issues or whatever. Come back. A week later, he is strong enough in his back to slam old boy on the table and all of that stuff. And he said that was kind of the end of it. He out the group. I did not know that. I did not know that. Tanya G, you said you had to look it up. Hold on, let me pull that comment up on the screen, actually. You said you had to look it up and educate yourself because you know males do not have breasts. However, it's called male breast cancer because males have breast tissue, and that's why it's called that. Yes. So the breast is a tissue. Males don't have mammary glands. You know, they don't produce milk through their breasts. You know, they don't have the same glands that women have. But all of this is still considered the breast up here. You know, this chest area is still considered the breast, muscle, tissue. Yeah, they call them pecs, you know, whenever a man is in the gym and stuff like that. But that's still the breast tissue that is, you know, has the muscle there. So, yeah, all of that is it's the same, whether you're a man or a woman, it's the breast tissue there. Absolutely. Absolutely. Knowledge, you said, but we still got titties. I don't want to see mine for an example. Yeah. Gotta educate ourselves. We have to educate ourselves because, again, it's not being done in the schools. It's not being done in the churches. It's not being done in a lot of places that people are getting their information and relying on the information to be taught to them. It's not being done there. So we have to educate ourselves. We have to find outside sources that are maybe educated in those areas and start to listen to other opinions rather than just the opinion that you've been indoctrinated to listen to. I mean, what a lot of people fail to realize is that school, church, a lot of these other places are indoctrination processes. They're places for you to hear the same message preached to you, taught to you by the same people to keep you in the same place, not to actually educate you and grow you beyond where, let's say, the previous generation was. It's made to keep you in the exact same place. You know, so you have people who talk about the pipeline to prison and things like that. Well, if we keep on sending our kids to the same schools, getting the same exact education, not changing anything about what they're learning, saying go to church and lean on God and God's got you and all this other stuff, rather than actually teaching them what they need to know to make better and different decisions, we can't blame it on what the society has basically set up to be, because nothing about the process of going to school, going to college, listening to all of the indoctrination that society puts out there is intended to make anybody rich. It's intended to help you maybe get a job and maybe be the next person in the cog in the wheel. But you have to be listening to sources who think outside of that box. Sources who dare to educate themselves with other information and share that information with you, you know? That's why I listen to a Patrice Washington. That's why I listen to an Alexia Moss. That's why I listen to a John Maxwell. That's why I listen to so many of these people. Mindset, the book back here. Your success is not built through going to school, going to college, and thinking that that's going to make you rich. Not very many people get rich that way. It's the other endeavors that that person may be doing at the same time that you don't know about that gets them rich. As we see, a lot of people make a whole bunch of money off of their physical talent and ability, right? Whether it's playing sports or anything of that nature. But do they know what to do with that money? Are they educated enough to actually make that money make money for them? Or are they just going to live off of it, take care of other people and let other people pull from it, and then end up right back in the same situation they just left without the same physical talents and abilities anymore, and not the ability to go back and get that money again, right? So it's all about us educating ourselves. We have to educate ourselves. But still talking about the music. Y'all know we're going to be all over the place. Still talking about the music. Saw another meme, and It is a lot. There's a post that goes with it, and I'm going to read the post to y'all. And as you think about it, it's true, but it's like heartbreaking and true at the same time, right? So here it is. Picture Busta Rhymes. Shout out to Busta Rhymes. Dope MC. Going back to the early days, leaders of the new school. It says, every group Busta Rhymes ever joined ended the same way. Now, what do they mean by that? Well, the post says, Busta Rhymes walked into every room and made everyone else invisible. His own group fell apart live on camera. Charlie Brown looked into the camera on Yo MTV Raps and said he didn't want to be in the group anymore because standing next to Busta had become too much to take. So that's how leaders of the new school ended up breaking up, right? Because Busta was just too big of a presence for some of the other people to be able to take, right? Before that moment, he had already stolen a Tribe Called Quest scenario with a verse nobody saw coming. Busta Rhymes' verse on Scenario is legendary. Shotty Yachty, salute, what it do? Busta Rhymes' verse on Scenario is legendary. That's a Tribe Called Quest song. But Busta Rhymes' verse on it is legendary, right? He jumped on Craig Mack's remix alongside Biggie and LL Cool J and delivered the only verse anyone still quotes. Hey, huh? Huh? Busta jumped on that, and all you think you remember from that song is, hey, you better believe it's Busta Rhymes, huh? The way we about to rip the tri-state and go, hey, huh? I'm telling you. Let's keep it going, right? Rah, like a dungeon dragon. Yeah, see you lit the draws because your pants are sagging. Try to step the diss up. What? Busta Rhymes. I'm telling you, that Flavor in Your Ear remix. Flavor in Your Ear remix. Dope, right? So it keeps on going. He appeared on records with Boyz II Men, Mary J. Blige, and TLC before he even had a solo deal. So you think about this stuff. He's doing all these legendary verses and stuff. He ain't even got his own solo deal yet. He's still part of the group. He built the Flip Mode Squad from scratch. Rod Digger, Rampage, Spliff Star, Lord Have Mercy, real talent. But when Lord Have Mercy left in 2000, he said Busta was holding him down. Not because of anything Busta did wrong, just because being in his shadow was its own kind of ceiling. He's just too big of a presence. Right? So, he's been ranked among the 50 greatest rappers of all time by Billboard and Vibe. The source listed him among the top 50 lyricists of all time. Busta never meant to do it. That's what makes it heavy. When he went solo in 1996, Woo-Ha Got You All in Check hit the top 10 immediately. 9 studio albums followed, 5 platinum. The Big Bang debuted at #1 on the Billboard 200 in 2006. I Know What You Want with Mariah Carey became his biggest single. Look at Me Now with Chris Brown introduced him to a generation that had no idea who he was. 12 Grammy nominations. Some people are just built different. Shout out to Busta Rhymes. Heck Money, Harlem in the building. What's the deal? What's the deal, Heck Money? Yeah, so like I said, I feel like this statement is true. It's heavy. It's kind of sad. But that just shows you the presence that Busta Rhymes holds in a room. That just shows you the presence that the space that he takes up in a room whenever he steps into the room, whenever he drops a verse on the track. Again, Scenario remix with Busta Rhymes on there was my first time hearing them, right? And then I went back and listened to Leaders of the New School stuff. But I was introduced to him through Tribe. And then just everything blew up from there. Everything blew up from there. Uncle L in the building. Salute, OG. Yeah. I mean, real hip hop, real MCs. Like I said, the statement is to me, it rings true. It's just it's heavy to think about. Because Busta didn't mean to do it. He's just that big of a presence, that big of a lyricist, you know. So when he steps into a room, whenever he dares to drop a verse on a track, it may just outshine everybody else. Yeah, Touch It went crazy. Busta has had so many bangers, and all of his stuff, you know, he's bringing that energy. He's bringing that energy, goes all the way back to scenario stuff and the leaders of the new school and all that. He's bringing that same energy today when he gets on a track. Yeah, he tried to get in this little suave stuff for a moment, but he brings that energy whenever he is really ripping the mic, right? You know? So shout out to Busta, man. One of the OGs, definitely a lyricist. Definitely one of my favorites. Yeah, you remember PTA, leaders of the new school? It's just a little case of that old PTA. People saying chat PTA and all that stuff. Yeah. Shout out to the old school MCs that's still doing things today that might just be a little bit too big for the room sometimes. You know, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. Shout out to Busta Rhymes, man. Shout out to Busta. Where are we going, y'all? Where are we going? Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's go here. I found a video. So I got another video. And again, it's kind of on this subject because we know we got some YNs who are hanging around the sector, you know, and that's cool. Because how do you get educated unless you get around some people who have been there, right? But say la, grand rising to you, salute. You said the story behind how Busta Bus collab with Janet Jackson is amazing. Is that on YouTube? Where is that? Because I'm a Busta fan, I'm a Janet fan, obviously. I know the song you're talking about, but I don't know the story behind how that collab came to be. It had something to do with Jermaine Dupri. Was Janet messing with Jermaine Dupri at that time? I don't remember exactly the year of that song. But this is for all my OGs out there, for all my old heads, my old school hip hop heads, the ones that, you know, came up in the era of oh, you said Busta told a story, okay. Came up in the era of, you know, the birth of hip hop, and you still are with real MCs, real bars, stuff like that. You ain't got time for, like I said, like I shared earlier, and I share it again. Shout out to everybody that's marked safe from Drake today. Shout out to everybody that's marked safe from Drake today. We don't do that bullshit around here. We don't do that trash shit around here. But shout out to this brother who had to basically keep it real with his nephew.
40 years ago, we done with 90s hip hop, let it go. That's when I end the FaceTime call with my nephew. I'm having a great day, cleaning the crib, listening to Wu-Tang. I'm never discussing DMX, Tupac, or Mobb Deep with anyone who can't read and write cursive. Never. My name is Ray. I'm an 80s baby from the Bronx, New York, and I wanted to create a community of people whose lives were also shaped by 90s rap, 80s, and the early 2000s as well. Let's roll with the name We Miss Those Raps, because low-key, it hurts my heart to be reminded of how old albums like Illmatic and Liquid Swords are. I don't want to refer to it as old school hip-hop. Let's call it the era where lyrics mattered.
That's called motherfucking bars. You know nothing about that.
The era where it wasn't just 808s. We had elements of jazz, funk, soul. And when you heard the boom, bap, you just knew amazing horns and instrumentation was following. I want to celebrate songs we love and maybe forgot about, share knowledge darts, and relive moments that made us cut up magazines and decorate our entire walls with our favorite rappers. And I won't stop posting until it's a gang of us sharing our favorite rap songs we love to clean the house to on Sundays. So I guess I made this page to find you.
Yeah. Shout out to everybody who not about to have no conversation with people who can't read and write in cursive. Shout out to that. Shout out to the people who can't, or who are not about to have a conversation with people who cannot read or write in cursive. I mean, I told y'all a long time ago, if you can't drive manual, lower your voice when you talk to me. If you can't drive manual, lower your voice when you talk to me. Shotty Yachty, you said I'm more like LL Cool J and KRS-One. What do you mean I'm more like them? What does that mean? D Grant, I can't remember if I spoke to you, but salute to you, grand rising to you. What does that actually even mean, Shotty Yachty? I mean, I know you're just here to troll, but what I want to understand what the hell you even mean by what you're saying. You still listen to Illmatic? It was written? Shit. I mean, y'all know I got that. Oh, I got that. It was written right there on vinyl. That's custom vinyl. Where's the other one? Illmatic in here somewhere. Here you go. Yeah, you know we got them. We got classics, of course. Hemi McFly, that guy, salute. Of course we got the classics. Got the Illmatic on the custom vinyl. Yeah. Of course we got stuff like that in the collection. That ain't even a question. It's not even a question. I ain't gonna pull out the It Was Written because it's all wrapped in plastic and everything. But yeah, that's custom vinyl as well. I think that's all gold. Yeah. So absolutely. I mean, I've shown y'all many of the albums that I got, and I got a whole new stash. A whole new stash of custom vinyl. Just came in. Y'all see the Erykah Badu back there on the wall. Shout out to Queen Badu. Shout out to Queen Badu. Y'all see the Erykah Badu back there on the wall. I mean, what you want? What you want? Outkast? What you want? Yeah, custom vinyl, of course. Southern playlist, the Cadillac music. We can get smooth on you. Rest in peace. D'Angelo, Brown Sugar. Rest in peace to D'Angelo. You know, we don't play. We don't play. We get custom around here. We don't play with them. Do I remember the group, the Boogie Monsters? What'd you say? Song, Recognize, Threshold of Negative Streets. I don't remember that off the top of my head. If I heard it, I might recognize, but I don't remember that off the top of my head. Yeah. You know, I'm into the classics, you know. I'm into the old school stuff. I grew up on the old school. Like I said, I shared the thing earlier. I think I might have took it down already. You got your black parents out there that be playing music all your life. You grew up on this music. Now you become an adult and they asking you what you know about that. Like, what the hell you mean? What do I know about that? I've been hearing it since I was in the womb. Now you asking me what I know about it? You know, shout out to Brandy, the early joint. The early Brandy joint. All custom vinyl around here. Early music, Soul Child. See, we got some stuff around here that some of these youngins might not even understand because some of this stuff came out before they was born. Some of this stuff came out before they was born. You was about to ask, do I got Brandy's first album? Well, look, ask some more questions. Y'all can ask. I got a whole stack right here that I haven't shown y'all. Y'all make some guesses of what y'all think I got here. It's all gonna be classic stuff. Ain't none of this stuff come out before probably 90. All this stuff is pre-2000. Let's put it like that. This next one, look like it said 96. I think this next one says 96 on it. Huh? See the spotted? See the spotted? The blue? What y'all think that is? Redman and Method Man. Redman and Method Man. That's my favorite duo. That's my favorite duo. I haven't found the custom print that I want of the blackout and all of their stuff yet. I got individuals of Redman and Method Man. I got the Method Man, the first joint on I got it looks like blown smoke because you know they talk about smoking all the time. So it's green. Vinyl looks like blown smoke. I don't have the Aaliyah yet because again, I'm looking for that one on a specific custom vinyl as well. What y'all know about that brown fox? I'm telling you, man, some of this came out before some of these youngsters was born. Before some of these youngsters was born. Got the brown fox, Rachel Banks, grand rising to you. What y'all know about Foxy Brown, huh? And you know, if I got Foxy Brown, what else do I have if I got Foxy Brown? Come on now. You know, heck money, you know it. If I got Foxy Brown, you know that I can't get the Foxy Brown album without getting the one that was right there with it. You know, but we don't do things regular around here. Yeah. See, we got some people in the chat who know what's going on. They automatically say it because you just put the two together. You get Foxy, you got to have hardcore. You got to have Kim. If you get Foxy, you got to got Kim. You said, you bet I don't have Gil Scott-Heron? I do not have Gil Scott-Heron right now, no. But yeah, if you get the Foxy, you got to get the Kim. No, I don't have Missy Super Duper Fly. No. I don't have that. Huh? Let's take it out west. I'm trying to get it where y'all can see. You know, the customness of the vinyl. This one is like red with blowing smoke in it, right? The Method Man one is green with the blowing smoke in it. So, of course, we got to get, again, I'm getting custom vinyl that I see of classics. Gotta have Doggy Style in the collection. OG Snoop with the Jerry curl. Gotta have Doggy Style in the collection. Do I have No Limit? Nick Lee, I will never have No Limit on vinyl. I will never have any No Limit on vinyl unless somebody gives that shit to me. I will not spend my money getting No Limit on vinyl. Ever. Ever. This one here is one that I wore this album out. I ain't even had no business listening to this album on CD. I got it on CD, right? Matter of fact, it's the first CD that I ever got. Ain't had no business listening to it. But, hey, I got the CD. My parents didn't necessarily restrict me from getting things, right? In terms of that. They didn't restrict me from hearing words. I heard curse words all my life. They're words, right? That Onyx, back the fuck up. What y'all know about that Onyx? That first Onyx album. I wore that damn CD out. Shifty, low down, gritty, and grimy, huh? What y'all know about that Onyx? Back the fuck up. Yeah. That was my shit back then, man. That was my shit back then. That was definitely my shit. Yeah, Slam, all of that. This one here, again, it's just because it's a classic, man. Just because it's a classic, and I like the custom vinyl that I could get it in as well. This is like a clear vinyl with the splatter pattern all over it. See, y'all know them Onyx songs, Slam, Throw Your Guns, all that. You said, what's the group that sound like Onyx? What's the group that sounds like Onyx? I don't know specifically who you might be referencing right now. Group that sounds like Onyx. I ain't got that Belle Biv DeVoe. Nah, I ain't got the Belle Biv DeVoe. Y'all know about that Junior Mafia when Kim and all of them was young. Kim and all of them look like damn near kids in this picture. Them suits look too big for them and shit. It's when Big was putting them on. The old Junior Mafia joint. Conspiracy, huh? Yeah, I'm not sure what group you talking about, Shotty Yachty. This one here, this one really for the old heads. This one ain't even hip hop. You say you're probably talking about DOS Effects. DOS Effects didn't sound like Onyx to me. What I know about Gravediggers, Uncle L, I almost got Gravediggers on vinyl. I wore that CD out too. I wore that one out too, Uncle L. I almost got that on vinyl, but after I had got all this stuff, I had already spent more money than I wanted to. So I went ahead and cut myself off. This one here is just red vinyl, but it's a classic, as it's a classic artist, you know, and a classic album. I can get the damn thing back in the sleeve. Y'all know about that Marvin Gaye, Let's Get It On. What the hell's going on here? I want to cooperate. There we go. Y'all know about that Marvin Gaye, Let's Get It On. Old school, old school. When they put all the pictures in the album and all types of stuff. Couple more. I ain't even gonna open this one for y'all because y'all ain't even ready for it. What do you know about Bob James? See, a lot of these hip hop songs and stuff we be hearing, they be sampling this old stuff. This Bob James came out in 1975. This is before I was born. Yeah, we digging in the crates, you know what I'm saying, man? We digging in the crates. And like I said, once we move, I got so much more vinyl. I just don't have any place here to put it all. Yeah, Nautilus is another great one, Uncle L. Uncle L know about that Bob James. We got the yellow De La Soul. We got the yellow vinyl. De La Soul. 3 Feet High and Rising. Yeah. So, again, I appreciate, not only do I appreciate music, instrumental stuff like that, but if I'm going to pick up some, you know, rappers or whatever, they got to be saying something. They got to be saying something in it. And, you know, again, we got the Queen Badu on display back here today. Baduism. One and only Erykah Badu. The one and only. And you open it up and you get all the pictures and stuff. You know, they did it. They used to do whole photo shoots for the whole inside of the album cover. We got the Erykah Badu on the kind of yellowish green vinyl. So again, we about the classics over here. We like the listen to people who are actually talking about something and not just putting out a whole bunch of music for the sake of trying to meet a contract or something like that. I mean, Andre 3000 don't even damn rap no more. He said he ain't got nothing to rap about anymore. He be sitting around playing the flute. You said, if I'm talking old school, I got Cameo, Ohio Players and Temptations. So yes, I do have all of that, just not here because, again, I don't have my entire vinyl collection here right now where I can have it on display and just go grab it. But to answer your question, yes, I do have all of that. Cameo, Ohio Players, and the Temptations, and the etc. that goes along with it. Yeah. Yeah, the Fat Boys, they could flow. They did the silly stuff and all of that, but they actually could say stuff in their rhymes. You said it got that Kraftwerk home computer album, Kraftwerk. No, I don't think I have Kraftwerk. Who is this? Time 18188. He said, morning blessings. Have a zen and peaceful Sunday today and stay consistent and healthy. Hey, I support that message. 100%. Salute to you. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, I definitely support that message. But yeah, man, make sure you're educating some of the. Oh, Crush Groove was the shit. Crush Groove, I watched that because, of course, my dad was early on getting, VCR and all of that stuff. So we had a collection of VHS, with movies that you used to be able to record off of HBO and stuff like that back in the day. So I wore out that Crush Groove tape too. Crush Groove, Beat Street, Break In 1 and 2, Do the Right Thing. I wore all of those out. I definitely wore out all of those. Wild Style. Yeah. It's a classic as well. Absolutely. You said once you heard De La Soul, what I know about the Poor Righteous Teachers, female rap artists like MC Light. Yeah. I'm gonna give me some MC Light. Again, I'm waiting for the right vinyl to show up because I like buying custom vinyl. Miss Eve, Grand Rising to you, Miss Eve. I'm waiting for the right vinyl to show up for certain artists, right? Because I like buying classic vinyl, not just, regular black vinyl. I got plenty of the black vinyl of like all that classic stuff that I think it was Shoddy Oddie somebody was asking about earlier. Yeah, that type of stuff. I got all of that on regular, black vinyl. Tougher than leather. Yeah. But yeah, shout out to everybody who is in touch with the old school, man. Understanding where this stuff came from and people who respect bars, man. Shout out to people who respect MCs with bars, not just letting them get away with putting out any just random stuff and saying, oh, that's fire just because that person put it out. No. We ain't doing that around here. We're not doing that around here. Not at all. So salute to that. And while Mother's Day specifically, because people like to let somebody else tell them what day that they need to celebrate somebody or show appreciation to somebody. So while the specific day that people tend to put emphasis on was last Sunday, any of us who really understand the meaning, we went over the definition and meaning of what it means to be a mother last week. Anybody who understands that really understands that Mother's Day is every day that you got a motherly figure in your world, a nurturer in your life. Mother's Day is any day that you have that nurturing figure in your life. Shout out to this mother who her and her son use hip hop to connect from one age to like current age. Check this out.
Yeah, Papa was a player.
What?
Was a Rolling Stone.
Okay.
Player was your baby's father, left you all alone.
Yeah.
Teaching and providing, not a queen of your throne. Raise your son to be the man of your dreams. Gotta show him how to cook, how to clean, how to tie a shoe, how to treat a queen, and how to ride a bike too. How to bounce, how to bop, fix a chain with a pop. How to tie and how to shoot a jump shot. Yeah, that's what I do for mine.
Okay.
Work around the clock, everyday grind. A single parent mom up at 6, making breakfast, school clothes on. Lining up his head, teach him how to make a bed. Monitor his movies and the music that he sings.
Making sure that he mimics the mannerisms of a king.
Reward and punish him for what he does and doesn't do. I know it's difficult for women raising sons. I salute you. Ooh. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there.
Happy Mother's Day, y'all. Y'all know we had to run it back.
Oh, my bad. So it's Mother's Day every day. Every day is Mother's Day if you decided to be so. It's totally up to you whether or not you decide to celebrate that woman who has been the nurturer, the caregiver, and all those things in your life or not. If you decide to do it today, then today's Mother's Day. If you did it yesterday was Mother's Day. Every day that you decide to celebrate those nurturers and caregivers in your life is Mother's Day. Don't wait for some specific day in May that some white lady told you or however many years ago that you needed to celebrate your mom on this day. Any day that you are showing love to the ones who are bringing the caregiving and nurturing in this world can be seen as Mother's Day. You decide that. Don't let somebody else tell you that you got to wait a certain day to do it. When everything is marked up, they want more for flowers. Every restaurant is packed and they want more for the meals. They marked up prices specifically knowing that y'all coming in there to spend the money. No. Don't do that. Don't fall into that indoctrination. Don't fall into that indoctrination at all. It's totally up to you. Totally up to you. Shout out to nature, man. It's a weird shout out, right? But I love being in tune with nature. That's, one of the main things that we cannot wait to get out to our new property, our new house, and be able to just walk outside and experience. I mean, I see them on the cameras all the time, all of the different animals, whether it's deer, possum, raccoon, rabbit, all of the different animals I see on the camera. Well, once we move to our new house, we'll be able to just walk outside and be right there in nature. Just step right into the grass, just hear the sounds, But shout out to nature for some of the crazier things that it actually produces and has, right? So I don't know what y'all know about snow leopards, but they some crazy motherfuckers. If you have never seen a crazy ass animal before, a snow leopard is a crazy motherfucker. Take a look at this shit. So if you don't know what's happening here, what you saw in the beginning was a snow leopard darting across the screen. And what they're doing is taking out a goat. You might not have saw it, but there was a goat up there on that ledge. And that snow leopard latched onto that goat, knocked it off the cliff, and now they're rumbling. Now they're tumbling down the hill. Steady grinding. Salute to you, bro. Still has not let go. Still falling down the mountain. Mad Ha, salute to you. So that snow leopard, the way that it took out its prey was to basically lunge at it, latch onto it, knock it off the cliff, and then allow them falling down the mountain to basically kill the animal. So now all he has to do is feed. All he has to do is eat its prey now. That's some crazy shit, y'all. Shout out to nature. Let's watch that again. Yep, it just lets gravity handle the process for it. It latches on, knocks it off the cliff, and lets gravity take care of the rest. Them snow leopards are crazy, man. Nature has some wild stuff going on out there that you may not even know exists. Shout out to SGA. It sounds like SGA won MVP in the NBA for a second year in a row. Shout out to SGA for that. We celebrate wins around here. We celebrate the accomplishments and achievements of people. Shea Gilders-Alexander, your 25, 26 NBA MVP for the second year in a row. So shout out to SGA, man. Doing his thing, still young in his career. This team is looking good in the playoffs. They done swept series, all that stuff. So they sitting around. They've been sitting around for a while waiting. Now they get to go up against San Antonio. Wemby, that freak of nature out there. Today's your birthday. Well, happy birthday to you, fellow Taurus. Happy birthday to you, fellow Taurus. I don't know if you're anything like me, the kind of Taurus that I am. This is the kind of Taurus that I am. I'm an April Taurus. I know May Tauruses are a little different sometimes. And not all of this applies to your sign, so to speak. It's just a personality thing. These just happen to fit me, and I just happen to be a Taurus, right? But Taurus be wanting to tell people mid-convo, I don't give a fuck so bad. So bad. Time, you said, let's not forget they lost 3 out of the 4 games they played against San Antonio this year, but you believe SGA missed one of those games? Hey, I'm not saying that they're going to have it easy against San Antonio. I'm not saying that by any means. Yeah, they had it pretty easy against the Suns. They had it pretty easy against the Lakers. But that San Antonio series, that may go 7. I really don't know. Because Wemby is just something you got to deal with. How Chet and Chet and what's the other dudes? Harkenstein and all of them deal with Wemby. That's going to be the kind of tail of the tape when it comes to that. That's going to be the tail of the tape when it comes to that. The Knicks still sitting around waiting to see what's going to happen with the Pistons and the Cavs. They go to game 7 tonight. The Knicks still sitting around waiting to see what's going to happen there. Pistons, Cavs, game 7. There's the NBA bracket for you. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Your best friend in the world's a Taurus. He's definitely about his business. He likes to be around people who are about their business. Absolutely. Most of the Taurus that I know, including myself, don't have a whole lot of time for the nonsense. So we definitely be wanting to tell people mid-convo, I don't give a fuck, and just walk away. Also, would do something like this. Tell somebody I'll be right back and then go the fuck home. And just don't show up again. Yeah. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm going. In my head, that I'll be right back is just so I can get the hell away from you. I'm going home. No explanation, no nothing. Yeah, I mean, I am. I don't run away from that. I'm direct. I'm straight with people. I'm direct. Kiss my cheeks in the building. Salute to you. Appreciate you being here. Shout out to everybody who hit that like button. Yeah. I'm direct with people. It is what it is. Because I don't sit around worried about their feelings at all. I don't sit around worried about their feelings. Yeah, let me take this call. I'll hit you back. Never call again. You might not ever hear from me again. And you call me again, I might hit decline. Whatever. Because I'm not worried about your feelings. I'm going to do what I feel like is right for me rather than bend to make you feel a certain kind of way. That's just the way I am, the type of person that I am. It is what it is. My family knows this about me. Yeah, you can't be nice to everybody. It turns you into the asshole. Because as soon as you try to stand up for yourself, as soon as you tell somebody no that you've been nice to all this time, now they want to act like you're the problem. But you got to do like Lovelace says and protect your peace at all times. You need to be making decisions that are about your peace, not about how that other person is going to feel about your decision. It's just the way that I am. Some people can take it, others can't. The ones who can't, I'm not concerned with them. They'll naturally just weed themselves away from my life because they won't like it the way that I'm, talking to them, right? So you said you was about to say that he'll be at a party with your friends, be like, hey, where's your man? Oh, he had to go. He's leaving. No questions asked. Absolutely. Don't owe anybody no explanation. I'm 47 years old. I'm not living in anybody else's house, nothing like that. So I don't owe anybody an explanation to decide to leave someplace to go home or go wherever the hell I decide. I don't owe anybody that explanation. And if you feel like you're giving an explanation to people that you don't necessarily owe that explanation, you're doing yourself a disservice. Stop doing that to yourself. Don't blame it on somebody else. Just stop doing it to yourself. You're doing it to yourself. They're not doing it to you. They can only do to you what you allow them to do. A person can only get away with you around you the things you allow them to get away with. So it's up to you to protect your peace and control who's around you, essentially. Or you can remove yourself from the situation. Because my chick, you said we've spoke, you think I'm sensible and respectful while in conversation. I try to be. But I'll also let a person know that I'm not interested in having a conversation with them at the same time. Yep. Learn when I was a teenager. Absolutely. You can't worry about what other people think because when you make the mistake, you can't blame them or go look you got to go look at the person in the mirror. Absolutely. Absolutely. No, I have plenty of friends in real life. Shoddy Yaddy, I have plenty of friends in real life. That's why you don't see me on here all the time. You don't see me doing things that makes it look like I'm begging for friends or begging for people to be around me or begging for people to come watch me or anything like that. Because I have friends in real life. But my friends in real life keep it real with me and I keep it real with them. We can have these kind of conversations and not get offended by it. I can tell my friends that they want some bullshit, explain to them what I mean, and they can accept it, move differently, or not accept it. It's up to them. Doesn't mean we're not friends anymore either. So yes, I have plenty of friends in real life, but I only consider the people in real life my friends, the people who actually will keep it real with me and can accept me keeping it real with them. They want to be fake. They want me to be fake around them. We're not friends at all because I'm not going to be fake around you. I'm not going to bend and compromise who I am just to make you happy or just to continue to call you a friend. That's not the way that I roll. I understand concepts like courage is contagious, but so is cowardice. So what you model when someone takes a risk determines which one spreads. I understand that it takes courage to actually tell somebody directly to their face how you feel about the way they're moving or the actions that they're taking. It takes cowardice to remain quiet and let that person get away with their nonsense, even to your own detriment. You know, so I understand these concepts and I live my life in such a way that the only people I attract are the people who can understand me the way that I am, not expecting me to be different, not expecting me to change for their sake, because I'm not going to. Simple as that. I'm not going to change just to be around somebody, just to make somebody else happy. It's just not the way I roll. And I'm not about to start being that way at this age. Not at all. You know, that weakness that comes in that is it's just weakness to me. That comes in a person compromising who they are for the sake of somebody else's happiness, essentially. You can't compromise your integrity and who you are as a person just because you're afraid that this person is no longer going to be your friend. And if I see you doing that, I'm going to treat you just like that. You know, if I see you compromising your integrity and who you are just so you can remain friends with somebody or remain in somebody's company, then I'm going to treat you as a person who does that. And therefore, I'm going to disassociate myself from you. I'm going to separate myself from you because I know that's how you move. And you'll jump on the next thing that you think looks good. But again, I can't operate like that. My integrity doesn't allow me to operate like that. Hey, yo, Coach Split in the building. Salute. Yeah. My integrity does not allow me to operate like that. You go ahead and do this because I've definitely forgotten to do it, and I'll continue to forget to do it if I don't do it now. Muso Bronze in the building. What up? Salute. Y'all know we got Muso in the building. We got to represent Jersey. We always got to represent Jersey when Muso come in the building. Shout out to Muso.
Now listen, man, we all know West Side High School is where all the fugitives went. All the rebels. All the motherfuckers that rob shit. All the hoes. Like, let's just keep it real, man. West Side had the hoes, man. All the jump offs, the sluts, the skeezers, the scallywags, the trampolines, the diving boards, man. Man, everybody that went to arts, they feel like they was better than everybody. And you grew up to not be shit. Let's just keep it real, man. You know what I'm saying? All y'all got is Michael B. Jordan, man. This is the legendary Barringer High School. And the only reason it's legendary is because y'all had the bitches, man. I'm not going to lie. Y'all had all the Spanish mommies. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing y'all was winning in. Y'all wasn't winning in nothing else. Basketball, football. Y'all was trash at that shit. You feel what I'm saying? Most of the Spanish dudes that moved on from here, they became the plug in Mexico. What killed me about science, man, is that y'all never did nothing scientifical here. You never cut a frog open. Y'all never created nothing. Like, what's the point of calling this shit science if y'all don't even do shit here? I'm saying, you know, we all know Malcolm X Shabazz is the best high school in Newark. That might be the best high school in Jersey. We ain't even going to disrespect, but one thing I would say about Shabazz, niggas was a little zesty. Like, when I went to Shabazz, it was motherfuckers that was zesty as hell, bro. It was a nigga 6'8", extra zesty. Like, he was running the band and everything. Like, I'm talking about, bro, you didn't want to play basketball? You didn't want to play. I'm in front of Weekway. I gotta say, man, y'all stepped y'all game up to the max, man. You know what I'm saying? Academics, sports. You know what I'm saying? This is the only school right now that get good grades and they will whoop your ass. Like, they'll beat your ass outside the school and go back and finish doing their homework and shit like that, schoolwork and shit. So, you know what I'm saying? Big ups to Weekway. Y'all really stepped y'all game up. I would say y'all the #1 high school in Newark right now. Y'all got it. Newark Tech.
Yeah, shout out to Musa Bronze in the building. Shout out to Jersey. Jersey, stand up. Jersey, stand up. Salute, Tom 18188. Appreciate you being in here. Appreciate you being in here. Take your family out to brunch. Enjoy y'all family time. I appreciate you coming through. Hopefully everybody had the opportunity to hit that like button that's come through. Yeah. I mean, just a lot on my mind, y'all. A lot on my mind. I got a lot prepared for the show. Got a whole lot written down. And we probably get to most of it. Still got to mess with the YNs because they don't know nothing about field day. They don't know how serious field day was back in elementary school. They know how serious it was to have your name on them ribbons because you was better than all the other kids in elementary school. They don't understand the struggles of how this was our iPhone 17 back in the day. This was our equivalent of an iPhone 17 back in the day. The pen that had all the different colors on it. The pen that had all the different colors on it. This was about as close as we could get to having an iPhone 17 back when we was in damn middle school, elementary school, stuff like that. Right? They don't understand that we had to entertain ourselves. We didn't have all of these different PlayStations and all that shit. Yeah, we had the original Nintendo, but that's at the house. When you at school, what the hell you gonna entertain yourself with? This was our version of a fidget spinner. A wooden #2 pencil and spinning that motherfucking ruler on that bitch. This was our version of a fidget spinner back then. Now kids got all types of little knickknacks and shit like that they be carrying to school with them. We had to make up our own toys in school just not to be bored. So you put the damn ruler on top of a pencil and you spinning that shit around. In class, bored than the motherfucker listening to the teacher. You know, these kids, they don't have to struggle for nothing these days. It's an old pandemic joke. Y'all remember back during the pandemic, whenever we were starting to come out of it, and they opened the malls and the stores and stuff before they opened the schools? Yeah, pencil fighting and all that stuff, Hammy McFly. All of these things and stuff we had to do to entertain ourselves on the back of the damn bus, pencil fighting. On the back of the school bus, pencil fighting. Them motherfuckers tried to act like they was outlawing it because we was breaking the hell out of all the pencils. But yeah, back during the pandemic, they opened the malls and the stores before they opened the schools. And that's why these kids think their favorite color is 5 now. Because y'all got to remember, the pandemic and coming out of it, that was a good 4 or 5 years ago now at this point. So these kids that was going from middle school to high school, they spent their whole high school career post-pandemic. We have people graduating from high school now that spent their entire high school career after COVID. So they done had all the fucked up halfway in school part of the days and you at home these other days and all of that stuff. And I know as kids, a lot of them, because there's adults that aren't even keeping up with their whole telework schedule. But the damn kids, come on now. That's why they asses think their favorite color is 5, because you open in stores before you open in schools. I mean, little silly stuff like that. Silly stuff. That's why they dressing like this now. It ain't got nothing to do with the school, but it's just a whole mentality and mindset. They had a problem with AI wearing baggy sweatsuits, baggy jeans. But they ain't got no problem with this dude dressing like this. Yeah. But here's a video of a teacher. She's teaching a young class. I don't know whether they're kindergarten, first grade. I'm not exactly sure the level of school that these kids are in. However, she's using a very unique way to teach these kids how to count, money, math, that type of stuff, right? And they are looking to fire this teacher because of her unorthodox teaching styles. Let's take a look.
Teacher cracked the code, found the way how to teach these kids. But since it ain't the textbook way, they're trying to find a reason to fire her. Look at this.
Count it out. Hey! Count it out. Hey! Count it out. Hey! Count it out. Hey! Do it how you do it. Okay, count it out. Hey! Do it how you do it. Okay, count it out. That's a quarter. 25. And a nickel. That's 5. And a penny. 1 cent. And 10 cents is a dime. Do it how you do it. Okay, count it out. Hey! Do it how you do it. Okay, count it out.
Did y'all find anything wrong here for this teacher to get fired? Phone calls is growing to get this woman out the school. It's creative. She got the whole class engaged in learning. She cooking. She found a way to reach the kids. I feel like these kids will remember this way because it just aligns. Like, you feel me? They got music around them. They mom probably dropping them off, to school or at home cleaning up. So if you can put a little math in there, oh, come on. This is genius. Not only that, she probably know they love this type of song. They love math, right? So either she can get it out the way in the morning, she can get it at the end of the classroom. But she know whatever else that she want to get hit in between, she gonna get them to learn, sit down, pay attention. They want to go hit this math performance. But no, they might do this at the talent show. And as you can see, nothing she have on is inappropriate. She dressed well. Skirt is great length. What is it? I can see why they trying to fire her. Because ain't no rainbows or no genders in the lesson. Fill this blank in. Duh.
So, Knowledge, I see your comment in the chat. Why would she not be teaching your kids anything? Because she put it to a beat? And that's what kids understand? Those kids go to school before they get to that school. They can sing every lyric to some of the most ratchet-ass Cardi B song that there is. So because she decided to put counting and being able to count money and math to a beat, so those kids would actually remember it as a song the same way we learn our ABCs, most of us learn the alphabet song. Most of us learned the alphabet song growing up. Before we got to school, we learned our ABCs from an alphabet song, right? They put it to a melody so you can remember it. So I don't see the problem with her putting counting money to a beat and making a song out of it so these kids can remember it. These are young kids. So if they're learning that certain numbers mean how many cents and putting that together makes this through a song, I don't understand the issue. If we can learn the alphabet through song, why can't we learn numbers through song? We learned them through song growing up. I know I watched, Sesame Street and all of that stuff. And they had the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You know what I'm saying? All of that type of stuff. It's just her song choice that ain't slick. What about her song choice? It's a beat that the kids recognize and understand. What's wrong with that? If she put it to some whack-ass beat that the kids didn't like, would they actually gravitate towards it? Or if you put it to a beat that the kids actually like? They can dance to that and all of that, but they'd actually be learning what they are singing about. They would know what they're talking about because she made it a lesson. She's pointing on the screen at the lesson plan. It's showing a dime, that's 10, a quarter, 25, all of that stuff. She's pointing to it on the lesson plan. The kids are singing along and learning what it is that is being said. I'm still looking for the issue. I don't give a fuck what beat she used. It's a beat that the kids like. Shadi Yadi, you said they lucky you had an African math teacher and couldn't understand a damn thing he said. Yeah, that might be a problem. If the accent is getting in your way, that might be a problem. That might be a problem if you can't understand through the accent. Schoolhouse Rock. Yeah, Tanya G. Schoolhouse Rock. All of that stuff. We learn a lot of this stuff, our alphabet, math, and all these things through song, through melody. Because we as human beings tend to hold on to things through song and melody. That's why I can tell you a whole bunch of lyrics from songs that I haven't heard in years right now if you played the song. But you asked me what I had for dinner 2 days ago, I couldn't tell you probably. Julio Don, you said they're going to put them boys to work in the field. That's a fact. We're going to get into that a little bit later. That's a fact. They definitely going to put them boys to work. They are definitely going to put them boys to work. But I'm looking for the issue in the teacher song. I don't see it. I don't see what the big uproar would be for people trying to get her fired. It doesn't make much sense to me. Maybe I just don't understand. Maybe I just don't understand. But it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me to want to get a teacher fired unless you are trying to keep those kids from retaining this education. Unless you're trying to keep them kids from actually being educated, taking that information and being able to go out here in the world and use it. Because I understand that the brain and the way it works, that putting that to a melody is a way to get those kids not only interested, but also teach them. But you got to get them interested first. Putting it to a melody, something they can dance to and bob to and sing along to, gets them interested. Now they're interested. Now let's put the lesson into this interesting thing. The same way that all these other people that are making music, whether it's a rapper, a country artist, whatever, they put messages in their music. And people just be singing along to it, not even knowing what the hell they're saying half the time because they're not listening to lyrics. Again, I like to listen to lyrics. I want to know what you're saying. So if you can put a lesson to a melody, to a beat, and it gets kids interested in it and encourages them to want to continue to participate in it, I don't see how that is seen as a negative. But again, maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. As we continue to talk about, again, things that I just see. Y'all may say I'm wrong. Everybody has their own opinion on this. Things that I see, things that I feel like could help benefit somebody else if shared more, right? There's ways to set healthy boundaries when you're dealing with a child, because the way you speak to them, the way you treat them is going to go on in their life. It's going to either leave some unhealed wounds that they may or may not deal with through therapy later, or they're going to go out and just act upon things based off of the way they feel they've been treated, right? So here's an example of a gentleman talking about 2 ways that he could deal with his daughter who is coming up to him asking him for something, and how he can set a healthy boundary as opposed to a toxic one. Let's take a look.
Dad. Bruh. This like my second or third time telling you. I'm trying to study. I got a board exam coming up. What do you want?
Can I have some ice cream?
No! This like my second or third time telling you, bruh. No!
But why?
Because I said so. I'm not going to give you no more explanations. Go. Get to stepping.
But it's
what
not
are you back
fair.
for? I don't care if it's fair or not.
But in the Bible,
you know what's not fair? Is I'm sitting here studying for hours on end so that we straight. Get out of my face. What's up, baby girl?
Can I have some ice cream?
No, baby. No, I'm sorry. You cannot have no ice cream.
But why?
Because dinner is in 30 minutes, and we could talk about dessert afterwards, okay?
Okay.
I appreciate you understanding. Go finish your homework. Boundaries are healthy, but the way we deliver them, especially to children, will determine whether or not we're safe to approach. If you learn something, share this with another parent. I love you. I'm praying for you. and I'm going to see you next time.
Again, if you learn something, share it with another parent. Boundaries. Healthy boundaries are important. How you talk to your children is important because it's going to, again, it's either going to create a healthy boundary or it may create a wound that goes unhealed. It may create a wound that sits deep-seated in them for however long, right? Shadi, via she, grand rising to you. Shadi Adi. Clarence Banks Jr., salute. Shadi Adi, you said it might be a black beat. What's the definition of a black beat, Shadi Adi? That's my question to you. What is a black beat? Shout out to Thick Cut. Thick Cut makes beats, dope ass beats. But what is a black beat? Thick Cut's a white guy. What is a black beat? What is the definition of a black beat? I'm curious what you have to say on that subject. And while I'm waiting for you to answer, again, I want to show another example of a parent who is doing things kind of, the way that we would like to see all parents do things, right?
Baby boy had a little hard time sitting still today while I was in the chair, but it's all good. It's a part of the game. We got to discipline him, man. But I just want to show y'all how discipline looks in my household. It's not always resort to hitting. That is the last resort I try to go to. I'm not judging anybody that do. I'm not saying I don't, but just make sure they understand why and you reassure them with love. Come. Do you know why you were squatting? Why were you squatting? And then listen to what? What were you told that you didn't do?
I got to sit down.
Where? When we were inside the barbershop, right? And not only did I have to say something to you, the barber had to say something to you too, right? You know how to sit down, correct? So let's make sure the next time we won't have to go through this and you sit down. I didn't do it because it's out of anger or that I'm mad at you, but you will learn the importance of listening, especially when it's for your benefit. You understand that, right? I'm not mad at you. Your workout was done and over. Give me a hug. No, I'm good. Handshake.
So again, the brother, he had his son doing squats. Rather than whooping his ass, he had him over there doing squats. Kid's distraught, But then, once he finished, he brought him over and had a conversation with him. He made sure that he understood why he was being punished, why he was forced to do those squats. His feelings were hurt more than anything, right? He explained to him. He made sure he understood that he could kind of repeat it back to him why he was in that situation and position. And that he is not going to allow or tolerate that. Why? Because he's communicating with this child. He's talking to him. He's explaining things to him, not just whooping his ass and telling him because I said so. Like Via She and Lovelace are saying, effective communication matters. Effective communication matters. So there's different ways to discipline. And like he said in the beginning, he's not saying he does not believe in whooping the child's ass if it becomes necessary. What he is saying is there's different ways to get the point across, to get the message across. At the end, what did he do? He hugged him, told him he's not mad at him, he loves him. They did their little special handshake and all of that stuff. And the kid, hopefully, is taking that message and understanding that if I do that again, I may have even more harsh consequences, right? I can't just do whatever I want and think that it's just going to fly. We have a lot of parents who are letting their children just get away with doing whatever the hell they want and letting it fly. And then the rest of us in the world have to deal with that unruly, bad child who doesn't know how to act. Why should all of us have to deal with a child like that who grows up to be a teenager, an adolescent teenager, an adult who has never been punished, never had consequences for their actions? Again, it doesn't always have to be an ass whooping, because an ass whooping doesn't necessarily teach a lesson in all cases. Because if you whoop that kid's ass and then they go do the same thing over again, that means that ass whooping didn't teach them anything. That's just you taking out your frustration on them. So you might need to find a different method. Because the ass whooping ain't working. If they go do the same thing over again after you just whooped their ass for it, the message wasn't communicated. You just took out frustration on them. It's important to be present in the young people's lives. It's important to be supportive of the other people who are also supporting them. Take a look.
Let me hold your hand. Hey, Mama's talking to you. Let me see. Can I hold your... Hey, running for.
Tighten up. Your mama say hold her hand, hold her hand. Not my hand, your mama. Go hold her hand. Now. Go hold her hand. Hold it. Hold it. Hey. Hold her hand. Hold her hand. Thank you.
You know, guys, I say this all the time. You as an adult, you as a family need to decide how you're going to discipline your children, whatever that is at the end of the day. But here's the thing that I love about this. Number one is that you had a mother that was trying to correct, that was trying to discipline. And when the child was not listening, he runs to dad. And what does dad do? He reinforces what his mother was saying, right? So many times you have parents that are in conflict where one is the disciplinarian and one isn't. And I tell you what, when you have a together relationship where you're all on the same page as it relates to how you're going to raise your kids and how you're going to discipline your kids, it just creates such a unity in the family, right? There's no questions. There's no fighting in between each other, right? And I absolutely love this. And here's the other thing. It was a nappy pat. That's all it was, guys. You know what? We've all done it. And when I say a nappy pad, the boy's got a diaper on, right? Didn't feel anything. And at the end of the day, he understood that, yeah, I shouldn't run out in the parking lot or whatever that is. And I should listen to mommy because daddy's going to support mommy at the end of the day. And it doesn't matter the age that you start this, guys. We need to start it from the beginning. When you have a behavior and activity that needs to be corrected, it's amazing to see a family that comes together and corrects it together. Love this.
Yeah, so shout out to all the parents out there who are working together, supporting one another, not undermining one another when it comes to the raising and the disciplining of a child. Shout out to the mothers that are supporting the fathers. Shout out to the fathers that are supporting the mothers whenever one is telling this child something that the child needs to know, needs to hear. Shout out to all the co-parents out there. Whether you're living in under the same roof or not, shout out to everybody who is being a supportive co-parent. Adam Hurley, salute. Shout out to Via She for reminding everyone that, yes, this is National Suicide, this is Mental Health Awareness Month. May is Mental Health Awareness Month. However, just like Mother's Day, mental health awareness needs to be an everyday thing. Just like Mother's Day, mental health awareness needs to be an everyday thing that we are basically giving credit to, because there are people out here every single day dealing with mental health issues. Some of them are dealing with it quietly and alone. But you, whoever you are, that feels like you're dealing with it quietly and alone, you're not alone. There's other people out there going through a very similar struggle as you. You're not the only person in the world who has had the type of experiences that you've had. And there's places that you can go. 988 is available, similar to 911 that we call for emergencies. 988 is available, suicide and crisis prevention line. Whether you're a veteran, whether you're never served in any form of military, 988 is available for you. Now, if you're a veteran, there are also other resources available to you for your mental health, just mental health overall, whether it's talking to counselors, whether you need medication, whether you just need therapy, whatever it is you need, mental health awareness. Make sure that you are doing the things necessary to, as Lovelace says very frequently, protect your peace. If that means you need to go to a counselor and talk about your mental health, get some tools to help you be able to address whatever is going on in your head that makes you feel like sometimes, you're out of control or whatever. Make sure you're doing what's necessary to protect your own peace. Daughter of Zion, Grand Rising to you. I appreciate you being here. Shout out to everybody who hit that like button. Check on your people, man. If you got people out there who, whether it's a constant that they have a mental health issue or whether it's just certain times a year because certain events trigger things for them, make sure you're checking on your people. Make sure that if they need the help, that they know that the resources are available for them. Whether you have a job or not, whether you have insurance or not, that 988 crisis line is available for you. That ain't about you having insurance, having a job, anything like that. There's somebody that's going to pick up that phone and answer whenever you dial that number and listen to what you have to say and maybe put you in touch with some local people who can actually give you some closer to home resources, because I don't know where that person that's going to pick up the phone is located. They may not be local to you, but they have access and can give you the names and numbers, contact information to some of the resources in your local area so you can continue to get the assistance that you need through your mental health journey. Because all of us, no matter who you are, have experienced some things that may have fucked you up a little bit. I talked to y'all about the life-saving incident that I had with the homie in the Air Force. And I still think about that very vividly. That happened over 10 years ago. But I still have very vivid thoughts of him cutting his radial artery, walking across the floor with blood squirting out of his arm like it's in a damn movie, and the actions that me and other people had to take in order to make sure he didn't bleed out. And he's still alive and well today, doing great. But I still think about that. It had an impact on my mental, right? There's other things in life going back to childhood that you think about. So take care of your mental health. There are resources out there. There's a lot of people that we see on these YouTube streets that seem like they need a friend because they will hit a link and talk for hours on end to somebody that they don't know. They'll go through spells of seemingly way off the rocker, and then they come back to reality and apologize, and then in the same live stream they get back out off the rocker. They're self-medicating with alcohol and who knows what else. Maybe overindulging in some cases. But they really have unaddressed mental things that they're dealing with. And so they're dealing with them themselves, rather than reaching out to the resources that are available. So again, Mental Health Awareness Month, that 988 number is available to everybody at all times, the same way 911 is available, right? Make sure you take advantage of these resources out there. If you need a friend or somebody to talk to, I'm not the one to come to for it because I'm going to give it to you straight, no chaser. Ears, the Wabbit God in the building. Salute to the homie Ears.
Y'all wanna listen to this Ears to the Street. Take it back, Bud Light.
Shout out to Ears in the building. Yeah. Mental Health Awareness Month. Make sure that you're taking care of your mental health. Make sure that if you got somebody in your life who may be struggling, on their mental health journey, make sure you're helping them locate some of the resources that's available to them. Make sure you're helping them locate the resources that's available to them, because there's a lot of people that are struggling with mental health. We see a lot of them on these YouTube streets, and they're obviously not going and seeking these sources of counseling, therapy. Again, some of them may need medication. I'm not telling you that. I'm not a doctor. I'm not in a position to prescribe you anything. I'm not here to be your therapist. But there's people out there who can provide you that type of support that you need. So shout out to Via She. I appreciate you for mentioning that again. I definitely plan to mention it, and I'll probably mention it again throughout the show. But But shout out to you for mentioning that, and we'll continue to mention that because it is Mental Health Awareness Month. There are a lot of people who are dealing with struggles in their mental health journey, and I'm here to let you know that resources are available for you out there. Before you go do something harmful to yourself or somebody else, see if some of these resources may help be able to get you back to a place where you feel a more clear mental state. Shout out to that. Getting back to talking about these kids and how a lot of this mental health stuff starts when you're a kid. If your parent is not disciplining you properly, like we saw some of those last couple videos, then you may end up an unruly kid like this.
Hey, yo, shout out to this gentleman for taking matters into his own hands. Because if it's one thing that tightens my sack, it's these parents with these badass kids who don't know how to behave in public. They just be terrorizing everything around them. And the parents don't even acknowledge the shit because they've become so immune to it back at the house, it don't even bother them. They don't even see it. Meanwhile, all the other adults and the other well-behaved children, they looking like, yo, get your child. Your child just knocking shit off the shelf or throwing objects or jumping up and down in a restaurant booth, kicking the back of your seat. Hey, get your badass kids, man, or just stay in the house. Don't bring, you know your child has behavior problems. You know you have a problem child. You know you raising a little Chucky doll. If that's the case, if that is your life, your situation, stay your ass at home. Don't you bring that little menace to society outside so they could just run amok and disturb everyone else's day and good time. Shout out to this man for the quick thinking. He hit her with that old, hey, what's that over there? She go, huh? And clunked the shit out of her. And I'm here for it. So salute to you, homeboy.
Yeah. Shout out to the people who are not here for letting a kid just run amok, do whatever the hell they want, disrespect you, throw stuff at you and all of that stuff. Nah, absolutely not. Yeah, you ran up on badass kids. Absolutely. And see, the thing for me is I ain't gonna run up on the kid so much. I'm running up on the parent. If the parent is sitting right there allowing it to happen, my conversation is with the parent. Fuck the kid. You are allowing this. You're the one allowing this type of behavior. There's no telling what they're like at home if they're like this in public. But you allow this because you refuse to discipline them. Let's take a look at another one.
So y'all just gonna sit there and let Tommy just knock all the cakes off and just go through the whole store and just run amok and act crazy. If you don't grab that little boy by his book bag and yank his little ass up. Now look, I get that you can't touch these kids, but sometimes you just gotta shake them. You gotta shake these kids sometimes. He has no regard. The police are in there. He is just knocking cakes on the floor, walking on, going by his day. Let me tell y'all something, man. These kids are out of control, and I blame the parents. I blame that cop for not being a cop. He had no fear. He was like, I'm going to do what I want to do. And that starts at home. You got to get a hold of your children. You got to teach your children right from wrong. That's all right. Because somebody going to teach them one day. Either let it be the streets, let it be the world, let it be society. Somebody's going to teach them because you as the parent didn't do what you were supposed to do when he was a baby. I mentor kids. I talk to kids. DM me. Book a session. But hell, I could be crazy. I could be crazy. Tell me what you think.
Nah, I don't think you're crazy, brother. I don't think you're crazy at all. I think, like he said, those parents are crazy as hell. That cop is crazy as hell. Everybody in that situation is crazy as hell for allowing that kid to do what he was doing. But definitely, I'm blaming the parents. And that's who I want to have a conversation with if I'm present in that situation that's happening. Yeah, somebody need to snatch a knot in that kid, but parent, where are you? Why aren't you the first one there? Why doesn't that kid know before they even leave the house that that kind of behavior won't be tolerated under any circumstance? It's because you've allowed them to get away with it. So that's why we got to blame the parent, because you're the one responsible for raising that kid. You're the one responsible for teaching that kid what it means to be responsible. And if you don't do that, they're just going to grow up to be little hellions like that one. So yeah, definitely it's going to the parents on it. Now, I ain't just going to show a whole bunch of negative videos about it. You know, it ain't all about negativity, of course. Let's look at something kind of on the other side of things where a kid is being educated on what it means to be responsible, what it means for them to take certain actions and how it has impact on their parents. Let's take a look.
Push-up position. Get on top of your father. You're a lot heavier than you were at 9 years old, but he still has to push you now because you're not doing your part. Zeus! So he's doing good now, right, Kev?
Yes, sir.
How long you think a father can keep doing it with all his responsibilities? Let's put life in this picture. He works, married. You're making his life a lot harder because he's worried about you because you're acting silly in school, getting suspended. Keep going, Kev. Try to fight through it. This is what he does for you. But he can only do so much. It's crushing your father. The way you can help, live up to your potential. When I say Zeus, your father's going to push up, but you already know he's weak. You're going to have to push up at the same time to help him. Zeus! See how you helping? Zeus! Zeus! Down.
Guys, I don't think there's a better video on social media right now that depicts the interconnection between a father and a son. And it's amazing the journey that you go through, right? Those first couple of years, your son looks at you as their hero, right? Then they start getting into those teenage years and they're like, they're starting to question you as a dad, right? You don't know everything. I'm a kid, I know it all, right? And then you start having those battles, through the teenage years into the early 20s, right? And then it's amazing how it comes full circle. And, my relationship with my dad, I love every minute of it. And I'm just blessed to have him in his 80s, right? But what a fantastic video to share with your son. What a fantastic video to watch together and talk about together in terms of just your interactions, how one, if things aren't on a positive, or if there's constant conflict, how that can impact both a father and a son in such a dramatic way. But man, I tell you what, shout out to this man for just demonstrating something so easy and so, easy to comprehend for this young man and for a lot of young men that are out there. I love this.
It's a simple concept, right? Simple message, but put in a way that the young man can understand. Translate it to him, communicate it to him in a way that he can understand. You said you need to have women do that exercise also? Oh, absolutely. And really, that may even be more powerful, especially if it's, for example, a single mom. Like, Ears, I think you may be talking about it from a different perspective, but I want to talk about it from, okay, that's the young man with his dad. Let's think about a single mom that's raising a son. Put her on the floor to do the push-ups and put her teenage son on her back. See how far she can get. The pressure is still the same. Right? The amount of pressure that she has in that situation is very similar. Viashi, you said this is something to hyper focus on close to Father's Day as well. Yeah. And I'm transitioning in a sense, because again, Mother's Day, Father's Day, all of these quote unquote days that somebody so many years ago told us we're supposed to wait until this day to celebrate. I don't agree with that. I think Any day that we are celebrating the nurturers in our life, the providers in our life, should be Mother's Day, Father's Day. We shouldn't have to wait to a certain day in May or June to show appreciation to our mother or our father. Shouldn't have to wait till their birthday, any of those things, to show appreciation to our mother and our father, the nurturers and the providers in our lives. So this message is something that we have to continue to communicate year round, because if we just wait for that one day, then they think, hey, I just got to show appreciation to her this day. I just got to show appreciation to him this day, as opposed to it being a constant. Because the mothers and the fathers' stress and the pressure that is put on them by the child acting up doesn't just all come to a head on this one day. It's every single day of their life that they're going through, that they are dealing with those stresses. So Mother's Day, someday in May, every day is Mother's Day. Celebrate your mother. Father's Day, someday in June, every day is Father's Day. Celebrate your father. We got to push the message harder all the time. Fuck near the holiday. Fuck near the holiday. Push the message all the time. That's why I'm pushing these fathers' messages right now in May, alongside the mothers' messages. I'll continue to push both mothers and fathers going into June, celebrating the successes that they're having. Fuck whatever day that's on a calendar. Fuck that calendar altogether. It ain't accurate anyways. Push the messages constantly. Fuck May, fuck June. Push the messages constantly of strong, what it looks like to be proper in parenting, proper in mothering, proper in fathering.
When you touch me in my body, I need you to go through my stomach, through my motherfucking spine. You understand me? That means you gotta take what with you? Your body, right? Come on. Yes, that's it right there. That's it right there. Take my front foot with me. I'm stabbing. Yep. There you go. Drop down a little more. Come on. Drop down on it. Drop down on it. That was a good one. Come here. Attention all you lazy ass motherfucking kids. Where's it right now? Spring break, right? Spring break right now, right? Get your lazy ass up. Put down the fucking Fortnite. Put down the fucking Roblox. Put down the motherfucking Takis and hot chips. Get your lazy ass up, get the fuck outside, and go do something productive. Get your ass moving. Then one step, let's go. One step back. Drop in his body, stab him. There you go. Stab him. Yes. Yep. Look at that. There's a prime example right there. That's why we want to take our head off the line, right? Look at that. Good job. Good job. Good break.
So again, it's summertime for kids. Graduations have happened or they're happening now. People talk about me and whether or not I have kids. Whether I have kids or not biologically is not important. Do I have influence in kids' life? Yes, every day. What are you teaching your kids? What are you going to be doing with your kids this summer? Spring break is past. They're going into summer break. What are they going to be doing? Are they going to be getting good at the new GTA that's coming out for the summer? Are they going to be the best GTA player? Or are they going to be doing something productive? Are they going to be learning something that's going to be teaching them lessons? Are you going to be actively with them if you are a person who has the freedom and flexibility to do that? If you're retired, not having to go to a 9-to-5 every day, are you going to be active in your child's life? Are they going to be working right alongside you, learning whatever it is that you're doing to grow and build your family's fortune? Or are they going to be, again, inside playing Grand Theft Auto with their friends online while you're out doing stuff that they should be right beside you learning, so they don't have to necessarily go through the same struggles that you went through? They don't have to necessarily go to the same colleges and stuff, because you can go ahead and educate them with that knowledge. Carlos Franklin, salute. You can go ahead and educate them with that knowledge. Carlos Franklin, what do you think now that you're here? Salute to you. I appreciate you being here. We talked about the NBA playoffs. We talked about, the Timberwolves, how they got eliminated. We didn't harp on that or anything. But what do you think about Anthony Edwards going and shaking the hands of all of the Spurs with 8 minutes left to go in the game? What do you think about that? That's been a topic here lately. That's been a topic. You know, Dirk had something to say about it. A couple of other people had some things to say about it. What do you think about that? With 8 minutes left in the game, Anthony Edwards going and shaking the hands of basically everybody on the Spurs team and coaching staff and all of that. How does that make you feel? You were confused? Okay. I can accept that response. It's confusing to me too. It's a different generation out here of young people, whether they're ball players or whatever. It's just a different generation. Game wasn't over, wasn't close to over. Yeah, they were getting blown out. They were on their way to losing. But 8 minutes left. When the horn blows, you can shake all of it. Everybody going to dap up after the game. Whenever the series ends, pretty much everybody daps up after the game, coaches, all of that. It's 8 minutes left on the clock, and you're doing that. Very confusing. Very, very confusing. So, okay. All right. I was wondering what you have to say about that. I know you're a fan. Right, Shadi Yadi. When the game is over, then shake hands. Right, when it's all zeros on the clock. It definitely looked like he gave up. And that is something that other people see. That speaks to the type of leader you are. Because there's way too much time left on the clock. Now, there's only 12 minutes in the quarter, so you mean only 4 minutes of the fourth quarter had gone by and you've already given up? That speaks to the kind of leader that you are. And some people are not going to respect that type of leadership, so they're not going to be able to follow you in the battle. That's going to linger on. There are going to be people who look at you in a negative way. You think that was him trying to let Minnesota know that he wants out? That could be possible, Ears, but I still think that even another team, if he were to say move from Minnesota to another team, players on that team are going to look at him coming in like, you can't lead me. You can get in line. You can be another player on the team, but you can't lead me into anything. So you don't get to demand the ball come to you when it's crunch time. You don't get to do certain things because you gave up. Because that's some shit that Kobe never would have done. MJ never would have done. Larry Bird never would have done. You know, the people who we look at as some of the GOATs now, we got a whole new generation that thinks LeBron is the GOAT because longevity and shit like that. But it tells you, again, what kind of leaders that these people are willing to follow. Because, again, that's not something that's going to be respected by certain people cut from a certain cloth. Are not going to respect that. They're not going to be able to see you as a leader and follow you in the battle and have you talking crazy to them, trying to demand the ball late in the game and stuff like that. There's just people cut of a certain cloth that's not going to be able to follow that. Right. Detroit didn't shake hands. You got certain players, you know, Kenya Martin, he's on Gil's Arena. He'd talk about, you know, we ain't even shaking their hands. We leaving. When the horn go off, we go into the locker room. Fuck shaking their hand. Yeah, Rudy is trash. I agree with that. But, hey, you gave up with 8 minutes left in the game. That puts a bad look on you. Fuck anybody else on the team. He got up and did that. He got up and went down there and did that. That ain't got nothing to do with Rudy. Rudy didn't do that. Yeah, Larry would have stole off on you. Larry Bird would have stole off on you if you tried to do something like that. Charles Barkley would have swung on you. Dennis Rodman would have swung on you if you tried something like that back in the day. Imagine Michael Jordan getting up if they losing and going down there and shaking the hands of the other team. Dennis Rodman would have stole off on him. I mean, real talk. What happened to sportsmanship? Sportsmanship is after the game, kiss my cheeks. I don't have any problem with any players shaking hands after the game, dapping up, saying, good series, all that stuff. I don't have no problem with any of that. When there's still 8 minutes left on the clock, that ain't sportsmanship. That's quitting. That's called being a quitter. Quitting on your team. When the game is over and there's zeros on the clock, that's when sportsmanship can come in. Not while there's still 8 minutes left on the clock in the game. We saw Tracy McGrady score how many points in how many seconds? I don't care. They weren't losing by 50. They might have been losing by 30, but you can score 30 points in 8 minutes and play some lockdown defense. It don't work like that. Yeah, the Detroit team didn't shake hands because that was the Detroit team. That was their attitude. Rasheed Wallace and them weren't shaking hands. Fuck y'all. And I respect that too. Because fuck your sportsmanship. I played like a good sport during the game. Sportsmanship is for during the game. The fact that I didn't punch you in your face when you fouled me hard was me being a good sport during the game. When the clock goes to zeros, if I decide to carry my ass to the locker room and say, fuck y'all, it is what it is. If I decide to go dap everybody up, it is what it is. But what I'm not going to do is quit on my team with 8 minutes left on the clock and then expect them to still look at me as the leader of this team moving forward. That's what is unacceptable. Okay, so Isaiah and them, Toby, whoever, the Bad Boys Pistons, whether it's the Bad Boys Pistons with Isaiah and them, whether it's the Pistons with Rasheed and them, it don't matter. After the game, whatever you decide to do as a player, if you decide to shake hands, great. If you decide to say fuck that other team, good on you. Either way, I'm good with it. What I'm not good with is 8 minutes left in the game and you going down there and quitting on your team and giving up. I'm not okay with that. Yeah, 8 minutes is way too long to quit. Absolutely, Toby. See, I think most of us are in agreement with it. 8 minutes left in the game is way too early in the game to be quitting on your team and expect to be seen as a leader by that team or anybody else going forward. You're willing to quit at 8 minutes. How I know you didn't quit at 12 minutes? How I know you didn't quit in the third quarter? Because you definitely gave up at 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter. So how I know you didn't quit in the third quarter? Hell, how I know you didn't quit before this game even started? We losing. How I know you didn't quit already? Why'd you even come back? You're dealing with an injury. You could have just stayed out and let the team play. But you come back to show that it's a bad look, in my opinion. Just my opinion, though. Again, we all got them, right? I can't see it. Yeah, Reggie Miller made 3 threes in less than a minute versus the Knicks. Exactly, Toby. We've seen Reggie Miller. We've seen Tracy McGrady. We've seen a whole bunch of players score double-digit points in less than a minute. With 8 minutes left, again, get to scoring, play some lockdown defense. You never know what could happen in 8 minutes. Hell, Wemby could have had something happen to him in them 8 minutes and not been on the court anymore. But y'all are playing lockdown defense and scoring the ball. We got the Knicks fans in here, Toby. You might want to be careful talking about them Knicks. Them Knicks fans feeling good about themselves right now. Again, y'all, we're talking about what people are teaching their children, how it's changing generations, how generations are growing up with different thoughts, mindsets because of what they're being taught or not taught. So we got a video that I just saw yesterday, and I've been following this channel for a long time. It's an off-grid channel. And I just want to play a little part of it because, again, it's what I see. Let's talk about a Roll Rich Capo in the building. Shout out to Roll Rich in the building, y'all. We got Capo in the building.
C is for chopper, it clear out of set. A is for ammo, I keep it on deck. P is for pole, what I tuck in my sweats. O is for ops that get pressed and get left.
Slim, Big Hen, Fats TV, Iceberg Thoughts, Lester, the YouTube God, and Roll Rich. These are your clout apprehension professional originals, also known as Cap-O.
C is for chopper, it clear out of set. A is for ammo, I keep it on deck. P is for pole, what I tuck in my sweats. O is for ops that get pressed and get left.
Capo, ya bitch.
Shout out to Roll Rich and them Capo boys. Shout out to that $5 super chat. Doing what needs to be done. Shout out to them Capo boys. Thaddeus, shout out to you. Salute, salute. Appreciate y'all being here. Shout out to everybody hitting that like button on the way in. It is greatly appreciated. But yeah, so shout out to all the people who are out there active in young people's lives, whether it's your child, whether it's just another young person, but you're being active in young people's life and understanding that it starts at the very youngest of ages, right? Again, video I found. Y'all feel free to go over to the channel and support it. It's called, the channel is called Off Grid with Jake and Nicole. They got over 2.5 million subscribers. I've been following this channel for a while, learning, you know, some different off-grid techniques and things like that. They're building their house off-grid, you know, basically making themselves a full off-grid, sustainable, you know, self-sustainable family, right? Growing their food, all of those different things. So let's take a look at this really quickly. I just want to share a brief part of this stream that he did, and it's some of his interaction with him and his son. Let's take a look.
All right, so I'll show you. Hey, buddy. Hey, I'm recording on video. Do you wanna be in it or no? Yeah. Okay. Well, people are gonna see it. There's a lot of people. They're gonna see. You have to come in if you want to be in. You have to come in and say hi first. Come. Hi. Okay. And you have a fox on your shirt. Show. Yeah. You want to say hi to them? Hi. What's this right here? Compost? Yeah. What's that smell? Yeah. Now, is that smell coming from there, or is that smell coming from the buckets? Yeah. It's coming from the buckets. Right here. This bucket, these need to go in there.
Hold up, y'all. Hold up. But you see what he's doing. He's got his son out there. He's working in his compost bins. He has his son out there with him. His son is smelling the different food scraps and things like that that they have in the buckets that they collect to throw into the compost bin. And so he's explaining to the child what is going on.
You have a fox on your
while
shirt.
At the same time, you know, recording content. So, you know, he's doing two things at once. He's making content, spending time with his child, and educating his child. This little boy, I don't know how old he is. What is he, 3, maybe 4 years old? Who knows? Prior to school age, more than likely. But he's learning out there on their homestead.
Yeah. You want to say hi to them? Hi. What's this right here? Compost? Yeah. What's that smell? Yeah. Now, is that smell coming from there, or is that smell coming from the buckets? Yeah. It's coming from the buckets. Right here. This bucket, these need to go in there. Yeah. Now, how do we make the smell go away? Don't know. I'll tell you. Come here. We make the smell go away with the wood shavings and the ash. So if you smell that right now, go over and smell that. Does that smell like nothing? Yeah, it smells like fishy. But what if you smell this bucket? Ew. That's the gross one. So we're gonna put this stuff. This is called our food scraps. There's an egg there. We're gonna keep the egg safe. You saw it in here? Yeah, I saw it in there. So let's make it smell like nothing. Okay, here we go. All right. Thank you.
So As you see, he's pouring his compost products into the compost bin. Kiss my cheeks. She said, you're trying to learn how to not run from bugs? Well, you can probably help yourself by educating yourself on what those bugs are. What is their purpose? Because all bugs have a purpose. And if you understand the purpose of that bug, you may understand why it is wherever it is that causes you to run from it. Yeah, Selah, he also gave him a choice. He's giving the kid a choice. If you gonna, be here, then this is what you need to do. Or you can go over there. He gives his son choices all throughout this video. But yeah, if you learn what those bugs are, the purpose of them, the purpose they serve, it might help you in not running from them. I can't say. Maybe you will continue to run from them. I don't know. That's totally up to you. You said it doesn't matter if it's worms, but you need them. Yeah, we need the worms. We need a lot of these bugs. You hate bees. If we didn't have bees, then you wouldn't have 99% of the food that we have. The bees are the pollinators that are spreading the pollen from one to the next. A lot of the things that we have out here need cross-pollination. And unless you're going to get out there with a Q-tip and do it yourself, you need the bees to do it. The bees are one of the most important ones out here. Honey has so many great effects to it. It's a natural sweetener, obviously. The bees make the honey. Yeah, if we didn't have bees, we wouldn't be alive. They're one of the most important ones that we need out there. Yeah, bees are probably one of the most important one out there. And they ain't looking to mess with you. They're looking to go pollinate things and all of that, for sure.
That compost is ready to be washed now. Well, that's one thing that's really important. This is some of the fish from dinner. So this one too, we can like take this wood shavings. Don't smell that one. But now I put the wood shavings in there, and now it's better. Is Fox enhancing my life or not? Bucket cleaning, very important. If you have buckets or totes you're going to use as compost, I would recommend dedicating them to compost, so they're always compost buckets or totes. And then, like right now, what I'll do is let's do that one next. All these buckets, once I empty them, I got vinegar. You can make your own vinegar, or you can just buy vinegar for $3 or $4. And I would put vinegar in there, and then wash it out and let it dry in the intense sun, or take it to the ocean and wash it out in the ocean. So vinegar, salt water, and sun, those are important. That is, yeah. That one's empty one. That one closed.
So as you see, the little boy is around this process. He is learning. The gentleman Jake is teaching. While he's teaching us, the people on YouTube, the little boy is also learning as well. Do you think there's a species that serves no purpose? Do I think there's a species, you're saying like of any like animal or insect that serves no purpose? Is that what you're asking? I'm not exactly sure if that's what you're asking. Do I think there's a species of, like, say, insect that serves no purpose, or a species of bee that serves no purpose? I'm not exact. So is there a species of insect that serves no purpose? I'm sure, probably. There's probably a species of insects that serves no purpose. I can't tell you what specific one that is. Like I don't understand the benefit to humans for mosquitoes, but birds and other things feed off of mosquitoes. So they are food for other animals. Mosquitoes, flies, roaches, rats are food for other animals. So while they may not serve what we see as a beneficial purpose directly for humans, they do serve a purpose for other animals. Roy Lee, salute. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, they do serve a purpose for other animals in the kingdom. We saw that video earlier with the snow leopard and how it took that goat out. That goat serves a whole lot of purposes, but in that instance, it's serving the purpose as food for that snow leopard. And there's a lot of other insects and things out there that maybe their main purpose is to feed other animals, like birds, for example. Spiders. Spiders serve a purpose, right? But what do they also eat? The insects that get caught in their web. You know what I'm saying? So if there's an insect that does not serve a purpose, I don't know. But I think they probably all serve some type of purpose, even if it is just for the sake of feeding another animal, right? So I'm gonna move ahead in this video a little bit because I just want to continue to show you the interaction that Jake is having with his son and how he talks to him, how he educates him, how he speaks to him, how he gives him choices and options.
Can I talk to you really quick about one thing? Let me tell you one thing on camera. Let me tell you one thing first before you grab the camera. Come here. When I first got a cell phone, I was 21 years old. And when I first uploaded my own video to the internet for the first time, I was 26 years old, okay? 26 years old. I have several billion views on YouTube and other platforms and over 10 million followers on YouTube and other platforms. And listen to me, let me tell you, I'm telling this for you, not for the people. And I didn't upload that first video, and I didn't even know what a camera phone was till I was 26 years old, okay? So if you do not, and let me say more thing, there's nobody out there that knows how to do social media and how to do video like your dad. I have to stop doing it because I don't want to do it anymore, okay? So in my opinion, I have reinvented myself several times on these social media platforms, and I have succeeded each time. You do not need to do any of this until you're in your late 20s, okay?
So listen to him. He's talking to his son. His son is, again, I don't know how old he is, maybe 3, 4 years old, something like that. Old enough to comprehend, because he speaks to his son in multiple languages as well. Old enough to comprehend things. And he's telling them that he does not even need to think about doing any type of social media stuff or anything like that until he's in his late 20s or so. Because he said he didn't even pick up that type of stuff until he was in his late 20s. And what he's trying to explain to his son is that you don't have to be like every other kid or a lot of other kids out there who desires to have a cell phone at a young age and desires to have all these other electronic devices at young ages. They have them, they're raising their family off grid for a reason. They're teaching their kids different lessons and life skills. This kid, that young man, that young boy will know probably multiple trades before he even enters school. If he even goes to a regular school, they may homeschool their children. But that young boy will probably actually know multiple trades before he's school age.
You don't need a cell phone. You don't need to have the internet. You don't need to have any kind of social media or video in your life until you're in your late 20s. Do you hear me? Because Dada didn't, and you're going to be just like Dada, all right? It is not necessary to train them young when it comes to video, social media. I actually find that you saw right now, when the camera turns on, I do these lives. Fox can definitely tell a difference in my personality when I'm talking to you versus talking in real life. And it very much so changes his emotional state to have this camera on, especially live. Because when he hears me...
JT Moneyman 410, what's good? Now, this stuff he's saying right now is really the crux of the reason why I wanted to play this video. The message that he's saying right now, because some of the people that we encounter on these YouTube streets that are in their 30s, their 40s, their 50s, I believe this message is for them as well. He's teaching this message to his young son, but I believe they need to hear and understand and comprehend this message as well, because they are coming to YouTube looking for something that they're not going to find here. And it's just really showing a sickness that they have in themselves. So let's listen to that closely.
A difference in my personality when I'm talking to you versus talking in real life. And it very much so changes his emotional state to have this camera on, especially live. Because when he hears me going like, hey, everybody, we're doing the compost, he tends to want to mimic me. And having the camera in our life greatly changes his emotional state. And I'm just discovering this, and it actually is a big turnoff. Seeing how you act, even though you're cute and you're smart. Let me tell you one more thing. Seeing how you act on camera with me makes me want to turn the camera off altogether, to be honest with you. Does that make sense how I explain that? I see a lot of people saying you got to teach your kids how to do that. You do not. I was in my late 20s when I started doing these videos, and I've had a lot of success with them. It's not necessary to start young. And if you see shakiness, that's my son trying to get the camera. It's highly addictive. So let me have this really quick, and you're gonna come with Dad. Dad's gonna hold this, and you're gonna come help me.
No, I want Dad.
Well, I'll give you a choice. You can come help me, or you can go hang with Mama right now.
No, I want Dad.
The camera?
Yeah.
Not this time.
No, I want Dad.
Let's go over here.
No, please.
We're gonna go this way, and you're gonna help me gather up some wood shavings.
Listen to how he's communicating with them. He's giving them choices, giving them options, not giving them what he wants. The kid wants to hold the camera. He has the camera. I don't know if he has it on a tripod, a gimbal. I'm not sure what he's using, but he's holding the camera, walking with it. The kid wants the camera. He wants to hold the camera and do all of the things with the camera. And he's telling them, no, we're going to go do this. You have the option. You can come with me, or you can go with Mama. Wherever Mom is right now. You can either come with me or you can go with Mom. He said that he notices how his kid changes whenever that camera's on. Whenever the kid knows that he's talking to the YouTube live audience, for example, or just making a video that's recorded, but he's still talking to an audience that's going to be, say, a YouTube audience. The kid notices the change. He notices the change in the kid. He doesn't like it. But he's giving him options. You tell him what the options are. You can let him choose. But these are your two options. You can come with me, or you can go with Mama. Those are the two options. Holding the camera right now is not an option for you. I'm not even putting that option on the table as something for you.
Let's see. All right. Let's show you guys how this works here, okay?
So
you gonna rake that up?
He has a mill on his property. He's setting up the camera to show the mill, show how the mill works, show how the mill creates wood shavings. The son is right there with him, helping him rake and shovel up the wood shavings.
Hey, 你的三角形，这是一个，这是三角形还是一个帆船？帆船 sailboat 帆船的。对。
You see, speaking to him in multiple languages, he's crossing them, mixing them up, all that. The kid understands what he's saying. The kid is helping him. He's learning.
Also, 三角形 triangle.
Yeah, I'm
帆船。
Today with the printer. Yesterday with the printer, I bought a sailboat.
You did?
Yeah.
You bought one, or you were painting one?
No, I was sailing.
Oh, you were sailing?
No, I put it out with
Oh.
Mama to hit.
I see. Oh, you put it out?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
And Mama was the hit.
Wow. Why don't we go to our sailboat and sail today?
Yeah.
It's on the ocean right now. Ready? It's a good day for sailing today. It's sunny. It's a little windy.
Yep. It's sunny, no wind.
Yeah.
It's good to win.
Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
For 1 minute, can you go to Mama?
Okay, so again, another important part. He's communicating with the kid. He's getting ready to work on turning on this mill. This is something that can be dangerous, especially for a little kid to be around, because he has to operate the mill. He can't actually be keeping an eye on the kid and operating the mill at the same time and all that. So he's going to ask the kid, can you, for a minute, go to your mom? Mom's probably over at the house right there in the background, right?
I'm going to turn the mill on, then you come back.
No.
Yeah, because the blade is here. I want you to go behind the blade for 1 minute. And then you, fine, and then you come back. I hang this bucket on there, and then when all the sawdust shoots out, I just kind of fill up buckets, but also the earth. And I put the mill here on purpose because now the mill is at the foot of the house and the greenhouse, so that when the house is done and we're done building it, then we can do landscaping and we can make everything look really beautiful. And this sawdust sitting there is good, you know, good for this part of the landscape. All right, it's gonna be a bit noisy, bro, so get way far back, okay?
So everything intentional. His mill's in the place that it is for a reason, because it's creating the soil conditions there for him to later come back with the landscaping that he wants. He's, again, communicating with his son. Multiple languages. The boy's back behind the blade now. you get to a point where he's ready to turn on the mill. The boy's not fully listening, so he's going to take him over to his mother, you know, while he makes this dangerous cut. Again, communicating the entire time. The communication is what's important. The communication is what is important. Because the kid is old enough to understand what he's saying. So I'm not going to take y'all through the noise of him cutting the board or anything. But the point that I played the video to make is showing that he is taking the time out to communicate with his son, to explain things to him. Yeah, he's giving him options in some instances, but the options are very deliberate, very chosen options, not just whatever you want. The kid wants to do this. The kid wants to mess with the camera. He wants to go over here, go over there. No, that's not an option for you right now. Your options are this or this. You can come with me and listen, or you can go over there with mom. You know, those are your options. Those are the only options that you're getting. So, as we were talking about earlier with Vigashi in reference to continuing to spread these messages, Mother's Day, Father's Day, all of that good stuff. Just a little joke for y'all. Oh, hold up. Where is it? Where is it? I ain't even got it ready. There we go. It's just, I don't know who needs to hear this. I'm not taking any shots. Not taking any shots. I don't know who needs to hear this. But Walmart sells Father's Day cards in packs of 5. You got 5 baby daddies, you might need to hear that. But don't forget him on Father's Day, because you didn't want him to forget you on Mother's Day. And don't forget that he's a father every day. If he's a good, supportive father out there, then don't forget, you know, some of y'all might have 5 baby daddies. I don't know. I'm not judging you. This is not judgment. It just is what it is. But just don't you forget, you might not be able to afford to get each one of them a $4-5 Hallmark card, but you can get you a full pack, a 5-pack. You said report to the office, Lovelace. Nah, I ain't reporting to no office. Hey, I'm educating the people, man. You got to educate the people. Everybody didn't know that they can get them a 5-pack of Mother's Day or Father's Day cards. Everybody don't know that. Just like everybody doesn't know that life is a crossroads. Those of us who are fortunate enough make it to the older picture. But life is a crossroads. We start out on a walker, and you may get old enough that you need a walker in your elderly age. It's a crossroads. So all the young people who think it's all great and, oh, y'all old and y'all blah, blah, blah. Well, yeah, you just need to hope that you get to being old. You just need to hope that being old is something that you get to see in your life. Because not everybody gets to make it to being old. So it's all a crossroads. It's a process. Whether or not you make it to the second half of it or not, maybe depending upon what you listen to in your younger age. If you're not listening to all these people that you're calling old, then you might not make it to be old. Especially now with the freedom, you know, like we see from these fools here. They might get old, but it ain't going to be free. They're not going to be active fathers in their children's lives. They're going to be slaves to the city of Florida, or to the state of Florida, for the rest of their lives. In their 20s now, and they're going to be slaves to the state of Florida for the rest of their lives. Maybe because they said, oh, that's old people. Oh, the old people think that way. Only old people do that. Well, look where it got them. Worried about what old people think. Look where it got them. So let's transition, y'all. Let's transition a little bit. Shout out to 421 TV. I appreciate you on the music.
IcebergThoughts, what up, man?
This is a 421 production.
Iceberg.
IcebergThoughts, what up, man?
Iceberg. Thoughts.
If you don't agree with them, you better learn how to agree to disagree and move the fuck on.
Hey, shout out to 421 TV. I appreciate you pulling that together for me, bro. Like I said, I'm working on getting some graphics and stuff to put with it. So we, don't have to just put the thumbnail up there. So when we have our little intermissions, our interludes, as we're kind of shifting topics a little bit, we'll know what's going on. I agree with you, Selah. You said times change, but what's right and wrong doesn't change. I agree. Right and wrong doesn't change. Your integrity shouldn't change just because the times change or just because a different person shows up or any of that. That shouldn't change your integrity. That's just my opinion, though. Just my opinion. So as we're moving on, again, I got a bunch of stuff down here to share, to talk about. Just real quick, let's look at some of these videos because, again, just information sharing, right? Mainly for information sharing purposes. People know that I used to be a police officer. It was only for 2 years. I moved on to bigger and better things, safer things, things that are less stressful on the mind of the wife of a young couple. I became a police officer about 2 years after we got married. And it's stressful on the wife that's at home or the spouse that's at home, if you're a female police officer, when you're out there random hours of the night, doing your job. And, for example, when I was a police officer, we worked a rotating schedule. We rotated through 4 different shifts. So that would mean and that rotation happened every 2 weeks. So that would mean for approximately a month, I basically would only see my wife in passing because she worked during the day and I'll be working night shifts. So I'm sleeping during the day while she's at work. I'm going to work maybe before she even gets off work. I'm coming back home as she's leaving out to go to work. That's stressful in a young relationship. So I found better employment that's less stressful, doesn't have me working rotating shifts, doesn't have my wife concerned about whether or not I'm the one that's involved in that police shooting or anything like that. I found different line of work. But shout out to this officer here who understood how to not get himself caught up in some nonsense because of a person that he had in custody. Take a look.
Alright, so I need my dress suit now.
I'm not touching you.
So walk like this?
I'm not touching you.
Walk like this.
I'm not touching you because then you're going to be like, oh, this officer did this camera's rolling. I'm not touching you. Turn around and walk. Turn around and walk. I'm not touching you. You understand? I'm not looking at you. I'm not touching you. Fix yourself. That's fine. Camera's rolling.
It's okay. I'll walk with my feet out. Y'all want to see my feet? Y'all want to see my feet? Y'all want to see my feet?
This way.
So, as you can see, he, is opening the back door to take the suspect or whoever she is out of the vehicle. She's in handcuffs. She's wearing a dress. I don't know what happened during her ride that would make her dress get hiked up the way that it was, apparently, where her front was exposed in her private parts, you know? But when she's wearing handcuffs, and that dress was one that, you know, wasn't very stiff or whatever, so she was able to use her hands. She was moving it in the back. She could have pulled it down in the front as well with her handcuffs on. She wasn't having an issue doing any of that, but she's trying to get him, the officer, to help her do it. Nah, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. Now, as you said, just a thought, but I do notice that it's usually the first job veterans get when they first leave the service, either security or with the police academy. It just depends. Things are changing now. A lot of veterans that are getting out now, if they have gone through certain programs and stuff like that, they're getting out in a better position to not necessarily have to go into law enforcement if that's not their desire. Now, I got out in the early 2000s, so things were much different than they are now. Hell, we didn't have body cameras back then or none of that. It wasn't a thing, you know, but now veterans are getting out with a lot more knowledge about what their options are, and they have different opportunities available. Now, yeah, it is easy to go get a job in law enforcement because you already know how to handle weapons and all of that type of stuff. Getting through the police academy is not a hard thing. You know, if you have the mental knowledge to learn the laws and the policies and procedures and stuff like that, the physical aspect of it, just getting out of the military is nothing. So, you know, it is an easy job for a veteran to get if they're still in shape. But yeah, he was not about to get himself caught up. On camera, everything's on camera. I'm not touching you. Your dress is pulled up. I didn't pull your dress up. You apparently pulled your dress up while you were in the back of that vehicle. So you can pull your dress down by yourself. You don't need me to touch you to pull your dress down. So then you can say, officer such and such touched me here. My private parts were exposed and he touched me and all that. Nah. You weren't about to play him like that. He was not having it. And hey, I salute him for that. And following up on the story, what he ended up doing is getting a female officer once they got inside to assist her. Because she can't try to pull that same shit on a female officer that she could try to pull on him. So he won't having that. And I salute him for that. Shout out to him for knowing the position that she was trying to put him in and for not taking the bait. Not falling for it. Because it's up to him to take the bait or not. Since Knowledge is talking about, I kind of link them together in my head because whenever I was in the police department, I was also practicing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu because we learned a lot of takedown tactics and stuff like that. I was learning Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu tactics and techniques. This is not specific to that, but again, education, because this is something that you can use as a man or a woman. Just pay attention.
All right, so we dealing with this handshake, right? So of course, you know what I'm saying, we dapper Dan, suited and booted, and this is the normal handshake that you have when you're dealing with a person. Of course, gentleman, man to man, but you may have a situation where you feel aggressed by this person and they may be thinking about going to something else. Of course, you can strike, but just control is one thing. This thumb that's exposed, just grabbing it, locking up here, and you're just squeezing the thumb this way and locking up. It's not a good feeling, right? See, 1, 2. That headbutt that's going to the nose, pow. You're locking up. 1, elbow to the body, pop, pop. Locking up. 1. You can go this way, elbow. This lock here, this finger lock, is gonna drop his weight down. And if I just turn my elbow over, boom, and follow through, he sleep for sure. So I'm gonna give you 4 variations that you can go off of when you're dealing with this finger lock. You can go 1, just to the bridge of the nose. 2, you can let go and pop right up. 2, 3, remember this elbow. Think about lifting up and then going across. Pow. 4, you can lock up. Watch how I transition. 1, take this thumb and now drop down. Yeah. You got the lock with the left hand, pushing in. Now when I take my right thumb and press down on that joint, sending his thumb up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, gender is not relevant in this. A thumb lock will work the same whether you're a female performing it on a male or whatever. It'll work the same. It'll work the same. But you just have to know how you are handling yourself in the situation that you're being presented, right? It's all about how you handle yourself, what you're prepared to do, how your mind is thinking about the situation and how you approach it. Say, like you said, your dad had y'all in the backyard shooting at bottles and cans. Yeah, teaching them daughters how to shoot. It's important. It's important to teach your daughters how to shoot at a young age. Teach them young. It's easier to teach somebody something when they're younger than it is once they've gotten older. It's a whole lot easier to teach them something when they're younger. Teach people how to have fun, man. Yeah, man. Teach people how to have fun. Shout out to having fun, man. Shout out to not making everything about life about misery and doom and gloom. For real, man. I just can't do it. I can't keep that in my life, you know. Sometimes my wife, she might be watching a drama series on TV or something like that, right? I don't be interested. I can go in a different room and watch something totally different. You know, because they're not going to be telling any jokes, not going to be ever laughing. Nobody ever smiles on the show, anything like that. It's not something I'm very interested in seeing for a long time. I'm not interested in seeing that for a very long time. You know, for a short period, I can tolerate it, but I'm going to get tired of it very quickly and want to see something different. Yeah, so, yeah. Shout out to people who are willing to have fun. And you know that I couldn't do a show without talking about some of the relationship things. You know, we talked about relationships that parents have with their kids, you know, the different levels and areas of ways of disciplining, having the communication and the conversation. Well, let's talk about actual male, female, you know, loving relationships, right? See, a lot of the problem that may be out there for some people who feel like they can't find the right companion, the right person to settle down with, is that a lot of people are looking for unconditional love, carrying a bag full of conditions. You want unconditional love from someone, and then you put a but on there. But you got to do this. You got to be able to do that. You gotta. So what about all the conditions that they want to put on you? How does that make it unconditional love? You can't go into a situation carrying all these conditions thinking that all women are this way or all men are that way. That's a condition that you're carrying into it. Because you're going into it expecting that person to be that way. You're actually promoting them to be that way because you're probably treating them in a way that's going to make them want to be that way because of the conditions that you're carrying into the situation. So make sure that you're not looking for unconditional love, but still carrying a bag full of conditions. We talked about earlier it being Mental Health Awareness Month. Dial 988 if you need to speak to somebody. If you need to speak to a mental health counselor, you just need somebody to listen to what you're saying, dial 988 if you don't already have your own therapist or counselor. Because you may be holding on to some conditions from your youth or from a previous relationship that you're taking into that new relationship and wondering why you're getting the same results. You can't expect unconditional love from someone when you're still holding on to a whole bunch of conditions. I mean, I know I'm fortunate. I know I'm very fortunate because my wife is not a 1 in a million kind of girl. Because if she was a 1 in a million kind of girl, there are how many people on this planet? There are billions of people on this planet, right? If she was a 1 in a million kind of girl, that means there's a whole bunch of them out there just like her. But no, she's a once in a lifetime kind of woman. And I know that I have that in her. Once in a lifetime. A once in a lifetime kind of woman. I know that I have that in her. Make sure that you have somebody in your life that makes you want to do things for them, regardless of how you may have felt about some little situation or whatever that y'all have gotten past. Make sure you are building with that person in your life that makes you want to do the things for them that makes them feel the way these next 2 videos are going to go. Lovelace, these are for you. Shout out to these videos here. I found one, Lovelace. I found one with the man, but we're going to start with the woman again. So shout out to everybody who has someone in their life that makes them feel a way that makes them want to do things like this for them. You notice she over there, she got her little flossing device. She over there flossing her teeth. She ain't think about it. She here, she vibing, you know, but she over there flossing her teeth.
Yeah. Sweet 16 in that backyard. You said we'd be forever. I laughed it off, but girl, you knew better.
She caught on already.
At 23, I finally asked. We eloped against the grain. 15 years of you and me, through sunshine and through rain. Crazy of the heartbeat of our home. Through every storm, God made sure we weren't alone. My best friend, my everything, the greatest love.
Yeah, make her make faces like that.
I know you're beautiful inside and out. How much we've grown. 10 years of waiting, then Emmanuel came my way. A miracle at 4 years old. He brightens every.
You start talking about the babies in the song, that really break her down.
Yeah, your wisdom when I'm lost, your laughter when it's tough. Great mother, perfect wife. I can't love you enough. Crazy on the heartbeat of our home. We've traveled the world together, make it our own. I see your strength and grace and everything you've shown. My queen, my partner, you never left me alone. Yeah. So keep pushing, keep going. I'm right here by your side. I appreciate everything. You're my joy and my pride. I listen
shout out to Sayla. Appreciate you on that $9.99 super chat. She said, salute Iceberg and chat and Lovelace. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for donating to the show. Shout out to everybody who hit that like button as well. Yeah, Lovelace, nothing like having a special one by your side to celebrate and enjoy life with. We only get one. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, y'all know I've been playing those videos here the last couple of weeks. They come in my algorithm, right? Taran, salute to you. So I finally found one. Lovelace was like, have you seen the one where the wife did it for the husband? You know, and I had not previously, but one finally came through my algorithm this week. So let's take a look at this one here. Go ahead and cry, Lovelace. It's okay.
No friends in common, just a screen between two different states, an unlikely dream. You drove to Atlanta, took a chance on me. Something in my spirit said this love was meant to be. April 12th, 2018, you made it real. Asked me to be yours, and I knew how love should feel. Sean, you're my peace when the world gets loud. Sean, you're the joy that I'm grateful for now. From Instagram strangers to building this life, thank God every day that I'm your wife. 2020, you got down on me. 2021, you stood and married me. Bought our first home, said our baby's on the way. 3 dreams come true, all in one single day. 4 kids, blended hearts, passports almost full. Light brown eyes that make my whole world beautiful. Sean, you're my peace when the world gets loud. Sean, you're the joy that I'm grateful for now. From Instagram strangers to building this life, thank God every day that I'm your wife. 8 years of obstacles, we made it through. Every challenge only brought me closer to you. Honey bun, you make my life complete. My one and only Valentine, my heart's steady beat. Oh, 2026, look how far we've come from a simple DM to raising daughters and a son. You gave me strength when I needed it most. Of all the blessings in my life, you're what I treasure close. From Instagram strangers to building this life, thank God every day that I'm your wife. 4/12/18 anniversary, forever my Valentine, eternally.
Man, shout out to the awesome couples out there, man. We celebrate wins over here. Shout out to all the awesome couples, all the people who have someone like that in their life, whether you're a husband, whether you're a wife, whatever you want to call yourself, whatever title you decide to go by. Shout out to all the people out there who know and understand having that real one in their life. You know, real talk. I'm always going to continue to promote that. I'm blessed. I'm fortunate to have that in my life. I'm blessed and fortunate to be surrounded by people who have that in their lives. And I'm going to continue to promote that. Even to the people who feel like currently they feel like it may not be out there for them, you know. I'm going to continue to promote it. I'm definitely going to continue to promote it. So shout out to everybody who shed a tear, whatever it is that you felt by hearing that, you know. Continuing on. Shout out to all the people who have an awesome wife out there, man. Shout out to all the people who have an awesome wife. Let me find my video. Yeah, shout out to all the people who have an awesome wife, man. Even when she doesn't know it, even when she may be supposed to be helping you or whatever, right? She just has her own way of being awesome, right? Y'all are awesome. Even when you don't understand, even when you don't give us exactly what it is we're looking for, y'all are still awesome, man. Shout out to all the awesome wives out there. I'm looking for you to hand me a tool. You putting your boob in my hand or holding my hand or something like that, you know. I need you to stand right here with a tape measure. I'll walk away. You following me. No, I need you to stand down there. Shout out to all the awesome wives, man. Shout out to all the awesome wives. And don't be afraid to be a little weird. My wife is weird, man. My wife is very weird. And I wouldn't want her to change it at all. I would never want her to change being weird. She is very weird. She does weird things all the time. I encourage it. Because that's the most comfortable version of herself. And I don't want her to be changing herself for anybody. So being a little weird is just a natural side effect of being totally awesome. Can't be always afraid or concerned with what the outside is going to think about what you're doing. If you're not hurting anybody, ain't nothing wrong with being weird. And let's listen to somebody who actually works with couples and what she has to say about being weird.
One of the number one indicators that your relationship is actually going to last, and not only that, but you're going to be happy in it for the long term, is not how well you communicate. It's not how well you repair after you've had conflict, although these are two very important things, skills you should have. It is actually how weird you are together. Yes, how weird. I have been a relationship coach for nearly 10 years, and I have seen all sorts of things. And the thing that I see in the couples that genuinely last and feel happy, no matter what hard shit life throws at them, are the couples that are a bunch of freaking weirdos. Like they're just weird. They have weird inside jokes together. They make weird sounds. They do things that they would never do with anybody else. And because of that, there is this bond that is deeper than words can even describe. This might be things like, I'll give you examples from my life. I love smelling my husband's armpits. I will lift his arm. I will position myself in his armpit and I will just sniff it in. Sometimes I'll even try to lick it. It drives him crazy. It's weird. I would never do this to another person. I wouldn't even dream of it. It's disgusting. With him, it's not. I love it. I love it. This is what I'm talking about. When two people share this bond that is unexplainable, that they would never dream to share with anyone else, there is just something that in that is just like longevity. And not only longevity in their relationship, but joy, play, adventure, inside jokes. And it feels like they are two little kids having a slumber party every single day. And they're like, how are we even allowed to do this? Like, when's mom and dad going to come in and break up the party? Is this real life? Should this be illegal? And when a couple shares that together, I know they're making it for the long haul. So when a couple comes to me, even if they are walking a rocky road and they're having challenges at that point, I will observe their relationship. And if they do weird shit together, I'm like, okay, there is not only a solid chance, but we're going to figure this out. We're going to help you guys get through this so you can get back to being weird. So how weird can you get? How weird can you be? That is one of the most unexpected, under the radar indicators of long-term relationship health and joy.
So again, you can't be afraid to be a little weird, especially with that person that you're building with, that you're comfortable and safe with. Because if you can't be yourself with that person, then who can you be yourself around? Who can you be yourself around? Yeah, I'm not suggesting that anybody go out here and start sniffing their spouse's armpits. I'm not saying that at all. She said that's her thing. She admits that it's totally weird, you know, but that's her thing between her and her husband. Pretty much all of us who have had any long-term relationship with somebody have little weird quirks that we have with one another. Like she said, the inside jokes, all that stuff. My wife and I have so many. We have like a whole nother language, essentially, that we say things to each other that other people wouldn't even understand what we're talking about. But it has a meaning to us. And that's what's important. It has a meaning to us. Now, understanding that once you have that weird one, especially for the guys out there, if you got your weird lady, you may be in a situation like this.
Decisions. I get informed about them. Real question for the husbands that have been in this game for a while. Do you guys actually get to veto a plan and watch it work? Like, can you guys actually say no and it means something? Because in my house, I can be like, no, we are not going to turn the guest room into a live-in Highland cow sanctuary. But I'm buying hay by the bolt. She smiles and nods and looks at me like I just read her the weather. And she just looks at me all calm and continues to walk through Tractor Supply like, we're going to need this as well. Just smiling at me like, oh, did you say no? Oh, that was cute. Over here talking to her friends like, he said no. It was really adorable. However, they're getting delivered on Tuesday. That's the part of marriage I live. Like, at this point in time, I am basically there to hold things and assemble things from IKEA. Read the instructions, build a barndominium, and pretend that I was consoled upon this decision making. I am not running this operation, no. I'm in charge of shipping and receiving, and I'm getting forwarded emails. Are there married guys who can actually say no? Like, what's that mean? Like, what's it like to be God's favorite? Because I can have what most people would consider common sense and say no to the idea of, I don't really think we need cows. But that holds no weight, merit, or value in our relationship. She doesn't tell me things to ask my opinion. She tells me things because those things are fixing to happen.
So yeah, you know, when you have that one, oftentimes it ends up like that. You know, she's not asking for your permission on this. No, she doesn't need your permission. She's a grown ass woman. She's letting you know this is what's happening. This is what's going on. You don't get to veto it. You just got to start putting the stuff together as it shows up. It is what it is, right? And we love it. We love it. Wouldn't have it any other way. Now, there are people, we understand, that don't understand and appreciate what they have. When they have a person who is like that, who has them in a position to not be concerned with things, there are some people out there who don't understand it. I found a video of a woman getting checked for that very thing. After I play this video, I want to hear what y'all's opinion is. Y'all take a listen.
Who is willing to take care of you, the kids, and the household, but has no ambition worth staying with.
When you say take care of, what do you mean?
He pays all the bills. He take care of the kids. He step in.
How he do that with no ambition?
No, he got money. I want more.
You know what?
And he's complacent.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the year when the job market is cooked, when the housing market is cooked, when people are walking away from their children, you got somebody at home that is paying your bills. He is taking care of you, and he is taking care of your kids, and you are figuring out, should I leave him? Are you cool?
Unfortunately, for a lot of men, there are so many women telling them you have to be more ambitious. And it's because they want the ambition to look like what they want it to look like. But his ambition is waking up every day and going to work. Waking up every day and showing up for my children. Showing up for my home. Like, that's just as ambitious. You know how ambitious you have to be when you are going through depression? Your girl is telling you you need to do more, and then you don't feel like you're good enough. But she don't know the mental and emotional and spiritual battles that you have and how you still trying to show up for your home. That's ambition, baby. Take a moment, read, I think it's 1 Timothy 5:8. Because what it talks about is a man who neglects his home is the same as a man who denies his faith. This man is taking care of his home. There is faith and grace in that. He is being provisional. He's still leading. So we have to acknowledge that, because if not, you're going to lose that. Like, that's a gem, baby.
I make my own money. I make more than him.
Ooh.
Right?
And you said he pays all the bills?
Yeah.
And you make more money?
Yeah.
You mentioned that you make more money than him, and I want you to know that was not done by mistake. That was a systemic thing that was put into place so that the black woman can be elevated to start looking at their men like they're not doing enough.
No.
It is very intentional, the fact that you make more money, and even though your man is showing up for you, you start looking at him for like, why can't you do more?
The fact that this man is covering the bills, even though he knows you make more, let me tell you what he's doing. This man is willing to maybe put things on pause so that you can elevate. Think about it. What you make becomes almost just yours. What you choose to do, you have the freedom to pivot and pivot and pivot. Try this, go to school, because this man is saying, I'm going to sacrifice and take care of the foundational things so that you can have a choice whether or not you want to work or not. And so when you saying that man lacked ambition, I just think it's ambition in a direction you can't recognize.
What y'all think? What y'all think? I mean, I think they did a good job of breaking her down and explaining to her the error of the statements that she's making, talking about she wants more. He's already paying for everything for you and the kids. He takes care of everything. You not having to spend your money that you, again, like she said, makes more than him. And the lady on the stage checked her and said, that was intentional that you said that. It's intentional that you said that you make more than him. So he's making less than you and paying all the bills, taking care of the kids and all of that stuff. And you're saying you want more from him? Yet you can take the money that you make and go do whatever you want. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. I just thought that was a good video to share, because I know we've had conversations, along the way on all sides of relationship. And there's been some people who have stated things that kind of reference a woman like that one there, and the attitude that she has about things. So yes, those women do exist in the world. She shows a lot of lack of gratefulness for the blessed situation that she's in to have a man who loves her enough to take care of the bills, the kids, all of that stuff, not complaining about it more than likely. And she's able to make however much money she makes that she says is more than him. And he's not asking her to split the bills in half or spend some of that money on this or that. She goes and does what she wants with it, but she's ungrateful. Like Kiss My Cheeks said, she's ungrateful for the situation that she's in. She is ungrateful. She doesn't understand what she has in that man outside of the money aspect of it. The fact that he's willing to stay with her through all of that, and that attitude that she has, that she is bold enough to say in a public forum. She is bold enough to say in a public forum that she wants more from that man. So imagine what she is doing and saying at home, how she's carrying herself at home, the lack of appreciation that she's showing for him at home. When she feels comfortable in a public forum saying that she wants more from him, on top of all that he's doing, saying that she wants more. That's not somebody that's building with him. That's somebody that's expecting of him. That's somebody that's feeling entitled. Because she is the wife, she's feeling entitled in that instance. That's my opinion on the subject. Again, I don't know what y'all think about it. I just felt like it was important to share because, again, I've had some brothers come in my chat and say things that, in a sense, reference women kind of like that one. You know? Kiss My Cheeks, you said, can we stop saying baby mamas and daddies, please? It's the father of your children or the mother of your children. Okay, I can agree with that. You know, if you feel like baby mama or baby daddy has a negative connotation to it, you know, puts a person in a place that is less than the mother or father of the child, then I can agree with that. I can, you know, jump on board with that statement because the term baby daddy and baby mama has been given a negative connotation. It has been looked at as basically a baby daddy being a sperm donor or a baby mama just being basically the person who carried the child, you know, but nothing beyond that. You know, so I can understand you saying that if people put a negative connotation on those terms. I can definitely understand and support that type of change in verbiage, in lingo, because words have meaning. We know words have meaning. And if the meaning of baby daddy or baby mama is negative, then you calling that person that, especially around your children, your family, whatever, is going to make that connotation rub off on that person, you know? So your child is going to look at that person as just a baby mama, not a mother, a nurturer, you know, because a baby mama and a mother is two different things. We defined mother last week, you know, the nurturer, the caregiver, all of that. Baby mama may not be that. Baby mama might just be the person who carried the seed to birth, you know, because if they're not in the life of the child, are they really a mother? Same thing for a father. Just because you were the sperm donor, if you're not in the life of that child, are you a father? Or are you just the sperm donor who made that child appear? You know, so there is a difference. So I agree with you. If you have a father, a mother that you are working with, y'all are co-parenting together to raise this child, then refer to them as the father, the mother, whatever. That's not a baby mama or baby daddy because of the semantics in the term, like Yam Sandman said. You not on child support, shoddy yaddy, support to you. Hopefully, or salute to you. Hopefully you are supporting your child, though, in all of the ways that matter beyond money, having the government involved to take money out of your paycheck. Hopefully you are involved in your children's lives as a full father. not a baby daddy. You know, hopefully you are co-parenting with the mother of your children. Now, Shadi Adi, earlier you said whenever I played that video of the teacher teaching the kids math and money using that beat, you said something about it being a black beat, and I questioned, you may have left, I questioned, what is a black beat? What does that mean? Because we got the homie Thick Cut out here, who is a white guy who makes dope beats. I don't consider them black beats or white beats or anything. I consider them dope beats. Right? So shout out to all my white people who are dope. I never let a racist white person make me forget about the dope white people that I know exist. I love all y'all. I still hate the racists though. Shout out to all the dope white people out there. Y'all are out there. I know y'all exist, and salute to y'all. I love y'all just like I love my black people. Fuck the racist ones. Shout out to all the dope ones. But I didn't know the definition of a black beat, right? But when you said that, I already had this video ready and queued up for you in response, because there's people who talk about the way that I speak, the way that I look. I got freckles on my face. I don't care. Oh, you said it was a black, you guess it was a black beat, so the school didn't like it? Well, if that's the case, then those are some of the racist people. Because what is a black beat? Does Eminem rap the black beats? He's a white guy. Did Limp Bizkit rap the black beats? Did any of the white people, Vanilla Ice, is that a black beat? I don't know. It's a beat. But when you said that, it made me think about this video that I already had. Again, I speak a certain way. People want to say, have an opinion about the way I speak. Fine. I look a certain way. I got freckles. It is what it is. I don't care. But you saying that, it made me think about this video. Take a listen.
From the chick that looks white and talks white. See, I always find comments like this hilarious because I really don't understand what talking white means. Do you mean talking like this? Is this speaking white to you?
Yeah, less than 48 hours ago.
Or how about this?
They'll make jokes like, what are you doing in Scotland?
Or maybe talking like this is talking white.
It's raining like pouring piss out of a boot. It's raining like a cow pissing on a flat rock. It's coming a toad choker out there.
So please explain to me how speaking English equates to speaking white.
I just, you know, I don't get that. That's just ignorance. If you think that I talk white, if that's the way that someone wants to characterize the way that I speak as talking white, then that's your own ignorance for thinking that. Because what the hell does it mean to talk white? What does that mean? Because I know the meaning of words, because I can enunciate and pronounce words properly, does that mean I talk white? Because I use proper English, does that mean I talk white in any way? I guess most blacks speak with slang. No. Most blacks don't speak with slang. Now, yes, I can use slang terms. White people use slang terms. What does it mean to talk white? What does it mean a black beat? What do any of these things mean? Right. Kiss my cheeks. I can adapt. I can speak slang, but I can turn that right off too. Absolutely. I can go around the neighborhood boys and speak all the street slang that they speak. I can go into a boardroom and speak proper English. What does it mean? The boardroom may be full of black people. I'm still going to speak proper English in that boardroom. I mean, not talking about white, but the beat was like hip hop. A beat being hip hop doesn't make it black or white. I understand what you're getting at when you're talking about that beat with that teacher. But again, if the people who are complaining about that teacher have a problem with that beat, those people are racist. If they're saying that that beat's a hip hop beat or a black beat or whatever, little white kids are into hip hop, just like black kids are into hip hop. So if it's a hip hop beat that the kids are into that's going to help them remember how to count numbers and math and stuff like that, who gives a damn? It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. But we gotta keep on educating the people, man, because things are happening all around us and people are ignoring it. People are ignoring the things that are happening all around us. People are getting away with it. We talked about that chud idiot earlier. And Tennessee is definitely doing its best to go as far back in history as they can with their policies. They're doing their best. The book Roots by Alex Haley has been added to the list of banned books in Knox County, Tennessee. This is a Pulitzer Prize winning novel and is added to the list of banned books in a county in Tennessee. How long until that spreads across the entire state of Tennessee? And how long before this MAGA government we have tries to adopt it? How long? They're trying to ban the history of people. Just like I talked about in the religious books that people like to listen to that are written by white men, translated by white men, but these people here swear by it. It's missing chapters. It's missing stories about conquerors that look more like us than they do like that whitewashed version of Jesus that they like to parade in front of you. There was a video I saw, and I can't remember which video it is because I wanted to play it for y'all, but there's a lady in the video and she's talking about things and talking about how she gives all of the honor, glory, and all of that stuff to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. But you're a woman and you're giving all of the credit for everything that's good in your life to the Father, which is a male, the Son, which is a male, and the Holy Ghost, which is a mystical spirit. Where's the woman in that? Shout out to Letitia, Third Eye POV, for being a member for a month. I appreciate you, Letitia. Thank you so much for being a member. We were definitely talking about you earlier, and once I finish this right here, I'm going to talk about you again. I'm going to show what I showed a little bit earlier. But where's the woman in that? If you're giving all of the credit in the world to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, where do women come in? Women, the creators of life. But they're nowhere to be found in all of this praise that you're giving to these mystical beings that you're told to follow by a white man's translation. A white man's translation of that book. A white man's translation of that book. You're giving all of the honor and credit to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. All male figures and one that's mythical. No woman to be found. How? That's why I've been saying, question the sources that you're getting your information from. Question them. Who are they getting their information from? Do you value the sources that they're getting their information from? If they can't tell you who they're getting their information from, then you might want to question why you're taking the information from them. I'm making no secret. Patrice Washington is a mentor in my life. She's younger than I am, but she's a mentor in my life. But what I also know is who she gets her information from because she doesn't keep it a secret from me. She actually connects us with the people who she's getting her information from, so we can get it direct from those sources as well. And we don't have to get it third party from her. So the people who you are getting your information from, you need to question, who are they getting their information from? Who are the mentors in their life? Who are they being educated by? If they don't want to tell you, that's a red flag, because it shouldn't be a secret. If they can't tell you, do they even have reputable sources that they're getting their information from? These are the questions that you got to ask yourself before you put yourself in a position to follow the words or teachings of somebody. I don't care if it's a teacher, a pastor, or somebody on YouTube. Anybody in between. Shout out to Letitia's Third Eye POV, y'all. Like I said earlier, if you have not already subscribed to her channel, you're missing out on education. She did a wonderful video last week about breast health, about the importance of you doing self-breast exams, about you going to the doctor to have the necessary exams performed if you notice something changing in your breast that is not just a regular age-related change, right? And I joked about it. I found a little meme and I joked about it. Letitia. But this thing says, Patty's left nipple leans sideways like a lazy eye or something. Skeletor comes up and says it's called a stigmatity. Because Patty's left nipple was down a whole lot farther than the right nipple. Now, not saying that there's necessarily anything unhealthy about her or her breasts, but this could be a sign of something unhealthy potentially. She got to get checked out to know, right? She has to do her own breast exam. Maybe go see a doctor about a breast exam, because why is one leaning so far to the left and the other one is sitting up more perky? Maybe a sign of something, maybe not. The importance is you educating yourself so you can do the proper exams on yourself. And then if you need to seek help, you go seek that help. But yeah, we call it a stigmatity. When you got one that's leaning to the side and the other one looking straight, you know. We call it a stigmatity. Shout out to Letitia, y'all. Y'all make sure that y'all are subbed up and get educated by these people who are dropping knowledge on these YouTube streets. Not just the people who are dropping bullshit. Make sure you're getting educated by the people who are dropping knowledge. Again, I ain't got no problem. If your things lean different ways and stuff like that, that ain't none of my business. They all good with me. Long as they healthy, they good with me. This is all about your breast health. Not about how far they go, how far they lean, whatever that. It's all about them being healthy at the end of the day. Men and women, because like we said, men can get breast cancer as well. So it's all about the health of them. All about the health. But getting back into what we were kind of just discussing there before that, talking about the what does it look like to look white, to talk white? What does it mean you talk white? What does that actually even mean? Well, here's a lady, a white lady, who has a message to the racist white men out there.
Men have showed up in my comments. Let me just make this clear. We all know you guys have most of your jobs because of white supremacy DEI, because you're a white man. We know that. White women, we benefited really well from actual DEI, for sure, and from our proximity to white supremacists. Men, of course. That's why you guys get so mad when I talk about this stuff, because you see me and you're like, wow, I know, isn't that a bitch? Either way, we all know you guys are underqualified. So you can say racist stuff like it's okay for the NFL to have a majority black workforce and labor force, but not have equivalent representation in coaching and front offices and ownership. You could say that, but what we actually know is going on is that you are terrified of the idea of actually needing to be qualified, the most qualified person in a room, in a league, in a company. All you have is the lore passed down to you by your shitty racist families that you are entitled to something. And so when the Attorney General of Florida who spent the better part of the last decade licking the bottom of the stiletto boots that Ron DeSantis wears. When he sees an opportunity, he's going to grab it. He's going to grasp at that. Because you guys are the most insecure losers on the planet. The only way you stay on top is by making sure other people don't have a shot at it. But we all know it. There's no turning back. There's no way for you to make us unknow that you are very often the least intelligent people in rooms, very often the most entitled, right? And sometimes you guys don't even know that because you think you've done so much work to get where you got. It's actually like watching a little kid, like so proud of building a fucking sandcastle. Like they are architects of a real home because that's the only thing they have to compare it to. They don't know what it takes to actually build a house. The sandcastle is the closest thing they've ever come. So I get why you think you're all so fucking qualified. No one's ever told you you're not, and you've never actually had to fucking work your way through a system twice, 3 times, 10 times as hard. So of course you fucking feel oppressed by any idea of equality. And I know every time you hear a white person, a white man or woman say something like this, call us out on our own bullshit, on our own white bullshit, you think that there's been some sort of mystical spell cast upon me, because that's the only way you would ever betray your own whiteness. You would only ever betray your own whiteness because of sex, attraction, power, right? That's the only way you would ever consider not leaning into your perceived white supremacy. No matter what the NFL does, no matter what these industries do, no matter how many times you try to stack the deck even more, it's not going to change the fact that we know you guys are fucking losers.
Losers, and afraid to face themselves in the mirror. I mean, a racist is just a loser. And again, shout out to all my dope white people. As I said earlier, shout out to all the dope white people out there. This is about the racist white people. The ones who won't even admit to themselves how they got to where they got. And it's basically about holding somebody else down. Leticia, I don't know if you were in here earlier when I played this one. Yeah, talking white is supposed to be an insult. Yeah, the game is rigged. Absolutely, Selah, the game is rigged. And they don't want to admit that. And when somebody of their same race calls them out on it, they get even more hurt by it. So seeing that blonde hair, blue-eyed white woman say this stuff pisses them off. They assume that she's got to be getting fucked by a black guy because she's saying stuff like that. I don't know her. I don't know who she's sexually involved with. It doesn't matter. What she's saying is true, regardless of who she's involved with. Regardless of who she's involved with, what she is saying is true. Leticia, this video right here I'm about to play, I don't know if you saw earlier, but this is how I got on the looks white and talks white subject.
From the chick that looks white and talks white. See, I always find comments like this hilarious because I really don't understand what talking white means. Do you mean talking like this? Is this speaking white to you?
Yeah, less than 48 hours ago.
Or how about this?
They'll make jokes like, what are you doing in Scotland?
Or maybe talking like this is talking white.
It's raining like pouring piss out of a boot. It's raining like a cow pissing on a flat rock. It's coming a toad choker out there.
So please explain to me how speaking English equates to speaking white.
Exactly. I mean, again, for all the ignorant people out there who want to think that telling someone like me that I talk white is an insult, what does that mean? What does it mean to talk white? Because I can speak proper English, I can enunciate words, I know how to use words correctly in a sentence. Does that mean I'm talking white? What does it actually mean? The people of color who say that type of stuff, you've got to be one of the most ignorant people in the world to say something like that. Right. English isn't our native language. Right. Well, that means we're all talking white. All of us speaking English, that means we're all talking white, if that's the case. No matter how you put accents on it or slang to it or any of that, if that's the case. But they want somebody like me to see it as an insult. No, I won't do that. Let's look at what white privilege looks like.
See, this is what black people mean when they say white privilege. This is just one example of it. I dare say, and black people don't jump down my throat, but I dare say that this lady might not even be racist at all. She's just being an idiot. But this is what white privilege does. You get to move like a bull in a china shop. Black people, especially of a certain age, we know what that feels like. And I'm not discrediting no black people from no other part of the United States, but if you are from the South, we can smell that shit a mile away. We know exactly what that is.
So, if y'all didn't see it in the beginning, in the bottom corner, there's a black lady sitting there trying to eat her food, and she has a white lady that is right brushed up against her to take a picture. Like, trying to take a selfie of herself brushing up against this lady as she's trying to eat her food. Where in the hell do you think that's okay? They look like they was on a cruise or something, I don't know. But where in the hell do you get it in your brain to think that it is okay to be brushed up against somebody that is trying to eat their food? And you just trying to take a selfie of yourself, flipping your hair all over the place and all of that stuff. Let's see how you handle racists.
Like the prettiest fucking girl in the world, okay?
No, please, tell me. How do you really feel about black women?
You guys are not the hottest bitches alive.
Do you mean this woman? Or how about this lady? Oh, sorry. That was a video of me. Oops.
We don't want to be like you.
Statistically, white women in this country has the highest rate of procedures done. But no, please, continue.
I'm a stay-at-home mom, so I cook every single meal we eat. Put a whole bunch of seasonings in it. You should come over and eat some with us. You might even like it.
So tell me you're racist without saying the word racist.
I can make some real good fried chicken. But you guys go to the steakhouse because y'all can't make your own steak. Make that make sense.
First of all, we know how to throw down in the kitchen, okay? We don't have to go to a steakhouse to make a good steak. We also can make things like this dish. That's lamb, honey. And it's made from scratch with rosemary, garlic, and a bunch of other herbs that I use to season it as well. How about Erica Roby? She's an expert pit master and grill master who won Food Network's Barbecue Brawl. So honey, boo-boo, we know how to make a steak. We don't have to go to a steakhouse. We own the steakhouses, baby.
I mean, they exist in all different ways, shapes, and forms, y'all. They exist out there still.
You know, one thing that I've always maintained is that just because a white woman has sex with black men or has black children doesn't mean that she isn't a fucking racist. And case in point is the Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett, who was one of the deciding votes in gutting the Voters' Rights Act after adopting 2 black fucking children. Do you guys know that there are a wide variety of countries who have made it illegal for Americans to adopt children from their country? Ethiopia, Cambodia, Vietnam, Russia, the Democratic Republic of Congo, China. All of them refuse to let, more specifically, white people from the United States of America adopt their children, primarily because they're worried about the child's welfare. Putin years ago said that the United States of America was a bunch of fucking pedophiles. He put a halt on that shit a long fucking time ago. So did China, right? People will actually not allow. They will let parentless children live in a fucking orphanage before they'll send them to the homes of white Americans. And somebody had asked me in my comment the other day, they're like, why is it always white people in America? Because it's always white people in America. It's not all white people, but it's always fucking white people. And you, like, statistically speaking, majority of domestic terrorism, right, that we're talking about when it comes to mass shootings, school shootings, serial killers and serial rapists are white men. Then when you talk about crime inside the home, women being murdered by their husbands or little girls getting molested by their father, that majority falls on white men. When you're talking about white collar crime, tax evasion, corporate espionage, majority of that is white men. And I know what you guys are going to say. That's because majority of the population in the United States is white men. No, it's not. No, it's not. And even if we boil it down to crimes per capita, there is still an overwhelming amount of statistical data that proves majority of crime that happens in the United States happens because of white men. So when you're asking me, why are you always lashing out at white people? As a white person, it is my job to publicly hold them accountable for their fucking behavior, because silence is compliance. I'm not going to be quiet about the people who ruin the nation that I leave behind and my fucking children simply because we share the same fucking skin color. Fuck that, and fuck you. You want to know what's wrong with the United States of America? White privilege, white pride, white supremacy. White, white, white. That's the fucking problem. That's where all these problems come from. It all boils down to one common denominator, the white supremacist movement. It is terrorizing the United States and the entire fucking world.
So, Shadi Yadi, again, you said you wouldn't have taken that one lady serious. Well, silence, that's complacency. If you're silent about it, then you're basically saying that you're okay with it happening. Arabia, shout out to Arabia. Yeah, if you're silent about it, that's basically saying that you're okay with whatever it is, because you won't even speak up about the situation. That just means it's allowed to continue because you're just going to be quiet about it. And again, this is not all white people. Shout out to the dope ass white people out there. I love y'all. We talking about the racist white people right now. But if you're going to be silent, that means you're condoning it. You're okay with it. You're allowing it. Are you in a cult? You afraid to speak up? Are you afraid to speak up? What is it? Because silence is allowing the stuff to continue. Yeah. Racists love non-whites just like PDFs love children for all the wrong reasons. Absolutely. And staying silent about it is basically allowing it to continue on. You said you're not surprised, Shadi Yadi, he encouraged Biz Kelly to go darker. Yeah, that sounds about right. Pay attention to what's going on. Pay attention to the people who are being promoted, being pushed as this great thing, even though we know there are multiple other people who have already put their blood, sweat, and tears on the line to make things what they are and are better than some other people. But pay attention to what's being pushed and who's being pushed out there in front of you.
I did to try to whitewash the WNBA by propping Caitlin Clark up as the greatest thing to ever happen to women's basketball. They decided they were betting on the right horse. Caitlin Clark was the great white hope. That's what they wanted. They wanted a straight white woman to be the face of a league that was built by black women. And the reality is a lot of us have clocked Caitlin Clark from the beginning. She's just unlikable. She's pouty. She has an attitude problem. She's not super likable, and that's okay. There are a lot of superstars who are unlikable, but the media they tried to turn her into something she's not. This is a choice. It is a choice that she made to go out there with Morgan Wallen, to align her fan bases with Morgan Wallen's. They both tried to sort of walk back their more MAGA entrenched branding. They've tried that. Their fans make sure that everybody knows where they stand. And when you don't repeatedly state where you stand and you allow people to assume, then we're going to assume. And this is a statement about being white middle America. I'm seeing people all over the internet try to tell me that this is just extraordinary flopping. You think that's egregious flopping? That was slight embellishment on a clear shoulder check. She's entitled, she's pouty, she gives Karen vibes, and no matter how much anybody in the media or anybody in the sort of casual fandom tries to make us believe that this is not the case, the only reason she was ever pushed as this type of face of the WNBA was to undermine the black women and the queer women who built it and who still sustain it and who are still the real stars of it. And Caitlin Clark knows it now. She knows it and she has known it. She's seen her fans. She's seen how the media talks. She's seen her name be put above people she has no business being put above. She's seen her name in conversations with people she has no business being in conversations with. She has zero fucking self-awareness or she knows exactly what she's doing. You either get some self-awareness, grow some balls, and tell your fans and the media exactly who you are, if it's not who we think you are, or you do what she's been doing and double and triple down on your entitlement. The media wanted their Larry Bird, but what they forgot was there was no Larry Bird without Magic Johnson. There was no Larry Bird without Larry Bird understanding who built that league into what it was. There was no Larry Bird without Larry Bird understanding that he wanted to be compared to the black players. He wanted to rise to the level of his black peers. My favorite thing about Caitlin Clark is the beautiful irony that the media propping her up to be this white savior of the WNBA only made those black women, those queer women more famous, made them more money. That's what the media did. The media really thought they could play that game and undermine a whole league of women who were always eventually going to outshine her, who were always eventually going to rise above everything that everybody was saying about the league. Yes, thank you for the attention, Caitlin Clark. I love that. Now, a bunch of these women got paid. The women who actually deserve their attention are getting their attention. And you're still trying to sell us that Caitlin Clark is somebody that she's not.
I mean, where's the lies? Again, where are the lies? They want her to be, like Leticia said, the great white hope, and she's just not. There's other white ladies in the league that are much greater than Caitlin Clark. There's plenty of black women in the league who are much greater than Caitlin Clark as a basketball player and have put more into making that league what it is. But they want to try to put her face on it and act like she's the reason why anything is happening when we all know that's not the case. Kelsey Plum's better. Paige Beckers is better. There's a whole bunch of them out there. Some of the ones that played in the past are better. Diana Taurasi's better. Whole bunch of them are better. I'm going to take a note on that, Sailor. I'm going to take a note on that. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of people out there who are much better than Caitlin Clark as a basketball player, as a face for the league. But they want to push her as the face. Sue Bird, yeah. They're trying to push her as the face. So, again, understand the people who you are following, giving credit to, because Caitlin Clark has a lot of people who are fans of hers, who follow her. What does she stand for? If she's not willing to be clear with you about what she stands for, and I'm not saying she has to tell you who she votes for or anything like that, but if she is associating herself with MAGA people and not with other people who are talking about equality, then what are you to think of her? That she probably supports that MAGA message. So if that's not a message that actually benefits you, why would you be putting her out there as the front face of something that you are supportive of? You have to question these people, who they're listening to, who they're getting their information from, who they're being influenced by, who they're being mentored by. Caitlin Clark is showing that she's being mentored by MAGA minds. Do you want to continue to be a fan of somebody like that? That's your choice to decide. But make sure you are educated and clear about who these people are that you are continuing to, quote unquote, follow. Listen to their words. Follow their algorithms and the messages that they're putting out. I mean, some people get the message. At that Kevin Hart roast, some people get the message. Regina Hall gets the message. Sometimes you decide to stop all that fake laughing when they're making clearly derogatory jokes about you or about your people. Sometimes you decide to stop all that fake laughing. Yeah, there may be a white person or a person of another gender, culture, whatever, sitting right beside you, laughing their ass off. Fake as hell. But sometimes you decide to stop all that fake laughing and you just hit them with the straight face. I'm not laughing at that. That's not funny. Jokes about George Floyd are not funny. Jokes about Breonna Taylor are not funny. If you want to laugh beside me about it like this, that just lets me know who you are as a person. If it makes you feel uncomfortable to hear those types of jokes, that lets me know what kind of person you are. But if you just want to accept it and laugh about it, don't expect that I'm going to do it as well. You said when Dr. Biden invited those losers to the White House, I knew then the Euro colonizers were butthurt about that girl failing them. Tanya G, you say, what is the black lady they kept comparing Caitlyn to? Angel Reese. Angel Reese. She's down in Atlanta now, doing big things, big brand. Atlanta's the type of city for Angel Reese, right? To expand in. But that's who they kept trying to compare her to, Angel Reese. And she's down playing for the Atlanta team now, doing big things. I saw, her teammates apparently love her. They love her vibe on the team and all of that. But they want to push Caitlyn as this great thing. And I'm not hating on her, but if she's not going to tell you where she stands, then she's not somebody that you should be listening to for any kind of advice. Because you don't even know where she stands. She'll shift from one day to the next. She would shift from one day to the next. Just to give y'all some humor. Just to give y'all some humor, because there's some people out there that's sleeping on pillows that look like this. But they walking around worried about these new viruses and stuff they hearing about on ships. No. If you sleeping on a pillow that look like that, you need to be worried about other things in your life. You need to be worried about other things in your life if you sleeping on a pillow that looks like that. Yeah. You need to be worried about a whole lot of other things. And for all of the people who want to make excuses about these young people who are dropping out of high school or getting pushed through high school, whatever the case may be. All right, so let's say you dropped out of high school, but now you're 40. What stopped you from continuing to learn and grow? Let's say you got pushed through high school, didn't really learn a whole lot, but now you're 40 plus. What's keeping you from continuing to learn and grow your brain? Making excuses for yourself, playing a victim? Because the Jizza from Wu-Tang Clan, dope producer, he just got an expansive mind. He dropped out in the 10th grade. And now he lectures at Harvard and MIT on quantum physics. So that indoctrinated education that we all get, going and graduating from 12th grade, all of that stuff, that's indoctrination to put you into the workforce, to be a pawn for somebody else. Some people that drop out from the indoctrination of school go on to educate themselves in other ways that goes way beyond what that school could have taught them. Like Kiss My Cheek said, the brain is a muscle. Exercise it. You have to choose to exercise your brain muscle. You can continue to just fall into the traps and indoctrination of what is being told to you, or you can go out and learn on your own. To the point that having that high school diploma don't mean anything because you know way more than those high school teachers are teaching. Jizza teaches quantum physics at Harvard and MIT, two schools that are seen as some of the most reputable colleges in the nation. He's instructing quantum physics there. Dropped out in the 10th grade. What's your excuse? What is your excuse? We got people out here who say that they use ChatGPT to teach them things. They don't even understand what Chat GPT is. They don't understand what AI is. They don't understand the source and purpose of AI and how it works. Chat GPT is scouring the internet for information, compiling all of that into a summary and spitting out an answer to you. People are taking that and running with it. I saw Sis over on WebTube Network or WebTube Clips, one of the channels here recently. He had played a video of a lady in court. She works for the DA's office, and she used Chat GPT or some form of AI to write like her court briefing. And the Supreme Court, one of the Supreme Court justices had to reprimand her because what she was filing was referencing cases that didn't exist or didn't apply to what she was talking about. ChatGPT, all it is doing is scouring the internet. It'll find articles, whether they're legit or not, and it's putting that together in a summary. So, like that clown, I heard him say that he used ChatGPT to teach him something about YouTube, stuff that you can just go on YouTube and read their actual policies and learn yourself. But see, here is an example of what you not validating and verifying your sources does to you. Because I know, again, Sis was talking about it on his stream. Whenever we wrote book reports back in school, I don't know if they write book reports now the same, but we had to put a bibliography. We had to cite our sources. They had to be reputable sources. We didn't have the internet readily available for us to go out and search for stuff. We had to actually go look in a book, an encyclopedia or some book of some sort, and cite the source. Put it in a bibliography. Right? Here's what not understanding and not citing your sources and just going and doing some random internet search, taking the story that is pops up, whether you verified it as a reputable source or not, and then trying to use that as your argument does to you. It makes you look stupid because you can't read.
Can't even read them.
Listen, my thing is, here's my thing.
Read.
I'm not. What you say, welfare was detrimental to the black community?
No, I won't.
Why is that? Why?
Because why would I?
Do you know how? Do you know the qualifications for a black woman to even be on welfare?
Brother, let me make myself very clear here. I support, first off, what I call welfare to work. I believe that people should be able to go and get welfare and go to work and become self-sufficient. But I am not more focused on a mom getting $6 a day in food stamps than the billionaire that's getting trillions of dollars from our government.
With the Democratic Party, that the Republican Party ain't doing is they brought in welfare and they destroyed the black home.
That's
because
not
a black woman could not be on welfare if she had the black man in the house. Say I'm lying.
First, no, that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. That is just dumb.
If welfare is to benefit black people, then it shouldn't be contingent on the black man not being in the house.
That's not the case.
That is the case. Look it up.
That's not the case.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm lying.
Yes. Or you're just misinformed.
So what's that say? Mothers and children were prohibited from receiving benefits if any man was in the home.
In the bad old days, welfare had that. What is this talking about? That me. Click on that. Click on the welfare balloon. So this is from 1995. 1995 is what you're reading this from. A Washington Post article. Go to a little provision in the Senate Republican welfare bill. The bill coming to a vote earlier this week inadvertently creates a financial incentive for children and welfare mothers place of the relatives. So this is talking about the Republicans trying to put a piece of legislation in the bill that does the very thing that you're blaming Democrats for doing. This literally, the article that you're citing tells you that the Republicans are the ones that are putting the policy that you claim to be against. Make this make sense.
But
I
who
mean,
pushed it on?
this is what I'm talking about when I say that people cannot fucking read. This is what I'm talking about. You go and you read an article and you don't even click on it because the second you do, it literally proves my point that the Republicans are the ones that are pushing the very policy that you claim to be against. I mean, come on, bro. This is read.
No,
God,
wait, hold on.
You know what? Somebody smart once said that books can be the downfall of a goddamn civilization, and you can't even read them.
Listen, my thing is here's my thing.
Read.
Okay, listen. I'm not saying the Republican Party didn't have a hand in the downfall of the black community, but I am saying this,
brother. You just tried to cite that. You just tried to cite that as something that you said the Democrats did that took the black father out of the home, and the thing that you literally cited said that the Republicans were the ones trying to put the legislation.
They're the ones that gave it to the community.
The Republicans were the ones trying to put that. Yeah, what are you talking about?
Okay, look, I'm not saying the Republican Party's innocent. What I'm saying is the Democratic
They're the ones that put the peace in place.
Okay, they put the peace in place, right? But who still gave it to the black community?
Oh my gosh, bro. At this point, you have to be better. Don't get duped by these people. Look, I appreciate you for being interested in politics. I appreciate you for caring about politics. But to do that, don't embarrass our people. Don't embarrass our country. Don't embarrass any of that by coming on a live with 2,000 and something people on here when you literally don't even read the article that you are trying to cite.
So again, this is the problem that we're experiencing with the inability to read by so many people. They will type something into a Google search. The first article that comes up, they're taking it and running with it, whether or not it's a reputable source or not. They haven't even clicked on the article. They'll go with the headline. The headline says this. And then they'll come and want to have a conversation with you and try to talk to you like you don't know what you're talking about. Only thing they've read is the headline of an article. They haven't actually read what the article says, but they're using that as their facts and their basis for why they're having the argument that they're having with you. Like, people gotta do better than that. You gotta do better than just going on a Chat GPT, typing something in, and then whatever Chat GPT tells you, you come out here and you recite that like it's fact in the basis of your argument in a conversation with somebody. You gotta know how to read. You got to know how to read. It starts with knowing how to read. If you don't know how to read, then anything can be pulled on you because you're not going to know shit to contradict it. Anything can be pulled on you if you don't know how to read. I mean, the fact that people can't read lets stuff like this happen. And has black people supporting the people who are hiding behind this stuff. If the Epstein files was full of black people, they would have released that shit in theaters. That shit would have been a #1 chart topper. If it was about black people and full of black people in there, they would have released that shit in theaters. It would have been a rolling credits and everybody would have went to see that shit. Everybody would have went to see that shit. They would have released it in theaters. It would have been a #1 bestseller. It would have outsold the Michael Jackson movie and all of that shit. But people don't want to read. And then you got black people supporting the very pedophiles that are caught up in these Epstein files that are hiding it from the public. I mean, here's another one. Y'all have more smoke for Michael Vick than y'all do to people in the Epstein files. Y'all sent Michael Vick to jail for an alleged dogfighting ring, but y'all don't give a fuck about none of the victims of these Epstein files and all of the politicians, businessmen, and other white people whose names are all throughout those Epstein files. Make the shit make sense. And you got black people supporting this bullshit. Supporting the very people caught up in there. Y'all got to educate your damn selves. You make yourself and everybody else look bad just because you're not educated. It's the saddest shit in the world, but it's the way the system is designed. And you choose to participate in it, not fight it, not go against it, anything like that. You just choose to be a part of it, participate in it. See, I understand some of these people on YouTube are not very educated. That's fine. They're not willing to state who their sources are of information. That's fine for some people. I don't accept it. I mean, I really understand that some of these people we're dealing with is, the problem is they be getting in people's business and they won't even get in the bathtub and wash their ass. They walking around looking for the next person's business to get into. Looking for the next person's business to get into. They won't even get in the damn tub and wash their ass. They just looking for the next person's business to get into. That's what life is to them. They can't fucking read. Can't read. Just looking for somebody else's business to get into. I mean, you got, they support idiots like this. The idiot who said that on day one of y'all getting rid of Biden, he was going to fix everything. On day one, he was going to fix everything. As soon as y'all gave him the power and got rid of Biden, he was going to fix everything on day one. But nothing but happened but prices going up because of all of his bullshit, whether it's him trying to put tariffs on other countries because they don't want to bend to his narcissistic will, creating a damn bullshit ass war that's illegal. When he's asked, is he concerned about Americans' financial situation when he's talking about making a deal with Iran to end this bullshit ass war? His response is not even a little bit, because he doesn't think about Americans' financial situation. Yet you got a bunch of broke ass Americans wearing that stupid ass red hat following his cult. And he don't give a fuck about them. He does not give a fuck about these people or their financial situation. They are broke as hell following the cult of him. And he don't give a fuck about them at all. Not even a little bit. See, when you have a brain and you understand who you're dealing with, you realize that a lot of these supporters of that orange man, when you try to talk to them about things like facts, it's like talking to your dog about your 401k. They look at you with a sideways, stupid look because facts is not something that they accept. They only accept what comes out of his mouth and the propaganda that he is steering them to believe. But I sure hope that when he's gone, we as a country heal as fast as his ear did in that fake ass assassination attempt. I told y'all last week when we had the live stream about cult life. Cult leaders fake assassination attempts on their life to make the members of their cult more subservient to them. They make it feel like they're in some type of danger and that the members of their cult need to protect them. His ear healed fucking immediately. You can't even tell that he was so-called shot in the ear like they like to tell people. They like to tell people he was shot in the ear. How come that shit healed back so quickly? There's two types of people we're dealing with in this world. Two types of people in America. People who know that he is guilty and want him held responsible, and then people who know that he's guilty and want to see him get away with it. Those are the two types of people that we're dealing with. Everybody knows he's guilty. Everybody knows he's guilty. Whether you're a supporter of his or not, you know he's guilty. It's just whether or not you're willing to have the courage to say something or whether you're going to be a coward. Because it takes a risk to have courage. Being a coward doesn't take any risk. So there's two different types of people. Oh, man. We got narcissists out there, y'all. We've talked about narcissists, and I couldn't let this one go by without sharing another message about the way that a narcissist will treat you if you allow them. If you don't have the ability to pick out the fact that the person is a narcissist. Shout out to 40 to splatter on that super chat. I'm put it up here in a second. Give me 1 second. Shout out to 40 to splatter on that super chat. He said, look at Evander Holyfield's ear to this day. So to this day, Evander Holyfield's ear is still fucked up. But the orange man's ear healed in a matter of minutes, seconds maybe. I mean, I'm just saying. How does ear heal so fast? Because he knows that people are willing to believe bullshit because they're brainwashed to the cult that he is. The cult that follows him. But we know narcissists aren't sorry that they hurt you. They're sorry they got caught. Them hurting you is the least of their concerns. They're just sorry that they got caught for being who they are and doing what they do. They're sorry that somebody else pointed it out. That's why they get mad about people pointing their stuff out. You know, some people can only talk about me because they lost the privilege to talk to me. Y'all know there's certain people that I have zero desire to talk to because I just really don't feel like there's anything to be gained in a conversation with them. They've expressed their ignorance repeatedly, and I don't enjoy having conversations with ignorant people. So some people can only talk about me because they lost the privilege to talk to me. Talking to me is a privilege. I don't hit any and everybody's link, and I don't allow any and everybody on my link. The link's been pinned, so if anybody has anything to add, you're more than welcome. But I don't hit everybody's link because I don't have a desire to talk to any and everybody. And I don't let any and everybody hit my link because I don't have a desire to have my time wasted by any and everybody. They don't have any value to add on the subject. It's a waste of time talking to them. That's just the way I feel. Other people may feel differently about it. But as we get ready to transition towards the end of our show, I just wanted to play this video real quick for you because it talks about something that is in our thumbnail, right? So in the thumbnail, if you don't know, who we have pictured here are the 4 defendants in the Julio Fulio trial, who all just this week got sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. They avoided the death penalty because the jury saw mercy on them, and they're all going to be serving life without the possibility of parole. They're all in their 20s, and there's no getting out when you have life without parole in the state of Florida. So they will naturally die in prison. But until they die, they will be part of the slave trade population that is in Florida. So let's take a look and see how that impacts things when it comes to the pipeline of people going from, say, schools to the prisons. Take a look.
And based on Mr. Gathwright's age, physical abilities, things like that, do you think that the prison would benefit from him in a work capacity if he were sentenced to life without parole?
I say yes with my experience, not only just in classification, but as former warden and even as a jail administrator. He's someone that's young, he's healthy. In reality, we need that labor, we need that sweat equity, and we will put him out there to work because we do have an aging prison population, jail administration. We have that, so we put these young individuals to work and get some sweat equity out of them since they are young and actually can do the work.
That's Sean. So that person right there testifying is testifying for the defense on behalf of Sean Gathright, the light-skinned guy that's what the defendant. The light-skinned guy in the thumbnail, the light-skinned guy is the defendant. This guy had a privileged-ass life. He's been to more countries than probably most of the people listening to me have. Flew on private planes, all types of stuff. Had people in his life supporting of him. He threw his life away on that bullshit. Let's continue to listen, because this guy here is a guy who's worked for the prisons for years. And he's talking about we need that equity in there. We need these people to be sentenced to life without parole. So we have enough sweat equity to be able to work and do the stuff that we need in the prisons.
Sean Gathright. He's being sentenced for the murder of Julio Fulio, rapper. Check this out. We are past the point of the school to prison pipeline. We are going directly to the school to slavery pipeline. But look at this. 76% of incarcerated individuals, regardless of the crime, say that they were forced to work or face serious consequences within the prison. But look at this. Incarcerated individuals on average produce $2 billion worth of goods and maintain $9 billion worth of products every year. That includes things like cooking, cleaning, laundry work, road work, firefighting, and public maintenance. But did you get this part?
Because we do have an aging prison population, jail administration.
In 1991, people 55 and older made up 3% of the prison population. By 2021, they made up 15%. That's 5 times higher. And among those serving life sentences, 30% were 55 and older. Check this out. Prisoners are counted as part of the population of where they're incarcerated. This inflates the political power and the population of...
Pay attention. Prisoner population is a part of the population of the county where they're housed. So this inflates the representation. That representative gets to say, I got this many black people in my district because they're all locked up over there at the prison. They don't have to say that second part about them being at the prison, but they get to say that they're representing all of these black people who don't even get the right to vote on them.
Of prison towns, while prisoners never reap the benefits. For example, if a town has 500 black inmates, but they have a residential population of 500 people, they can now say that they have a town of 1,000 people. And they can even go further and say that they have a town that's 50% black. So when election time comes and they get the representation that they want, they could say that the black population has jobs, but they don't vote, keeping out the fact that those black people are in prison and that half their population can't vote. In some rural towns, this is exactly how it goes. Prison populations can make up to 50% of the census population. So prison populations can be used as labor, can be used as population, it can even be used for diversity purposes, but not be treated as citizens with power. But that was the plan all along.
The plan all along. The question is, are you participating in that plan, or are you teaching the youth that are in your life how to seek a different plan? How to go a different route, how to not become one of those statistical numbers that doesn't even have the right to vote, but has somebody out there representing them, acting like they are actually representing them in some type of way that's beneficial to them. You lose all of your power whenever you put yourself in these positions. Government knows what they're doing. The prisons know what they're doing. The politicians know what they're doing. They're putting themselves into positions to take advantage of you, indoctrinate you with that whole school stuff, knowing that they're not teaching you how to read, knowing that they're getting rid of teachers that are teaching children how to count and do math and stuff like that. Because the more educated the people are, the more dangerous the people become to the politicians, to the business people. The more educated the people are, the more dangerous we become. Learn how to fucking read. Let's get some vocabulary, y'all. Word of the day. We got multiple words of the day, and it's because of the stuff that has been going on around here lately in the last week or so. We got some very ignorant people that we are dealing with. I don't know whether the ignorance is their fault, whether it's just a lack of education. I don't know what it is. But we got people who don't even know what words mean. They don't know how to say words. Like, Lonnie, I ain't taking no shots specifically at you, but you did a whole live stream talking about Farmer Nancy and how she filed these flags on channels for circumventing or circumvention of YouTube policies. You couldn't say that word to save your fucking life. Lonnie, since people want to Google things and chat GPT things and all of that stuff, just type the fucking word in. It'll say it for you.
Circumvent.
It will say the word for you. If you don't know how to say the word, if you don't know how to speak as white as I do, and like y'all like to say, then fucking go educate yourself. It's right there for you.
Circumvent.
Circumvent. It's not a hard word to say. What does it mean to circumvent? To avoid being stopped. And I clicked the simple definition because this is the definition that a lot of the people who are listening need. It's the simple definition, not the more complex definition, but a simple definition. See, the more complex definition, it gets into transitive verbs and all of that stuff. And I know y'all don't know what the fuck that means. So we're going to go with the simple definition for y'all. To circumvent means to avoid being stopped by something such as a law or rule, to get around something in a clever and sometimes dishonest way. So if somebody is saying that Garrick is circumventing YouTube policy and Biz is circumventing YouTube policy by creating a channel and allowing Garrick to be on it, that means that they're trying to get around something in a dishonest way. It's not a very complex meaning to the word. But you were having all the trouble in the world saying the damn word. Just fucking go to the dictionary.
Circumvent.
It'll tell you how to say it. Another word that these fools don't seem to understand is ban. What does it mean for something to be banned? For someone to be banned? Again, we're going with the simple definition because the other definition is too complex for some of y'all's understanding. But to be banned from something means to forbid people from using it or say that it cannot be used or done. So if YouTube says that Garrick is banned from YouTube, that means they're saying he cannot use their platform. Simple as that. He's banned from going live on YouTube. That means he cannot go live on YouTube. Very simple. Not very complex meaning to it. I don't know what's so hard for people to understand about that. We got one more. This is a word that y'all have been fucking up for years. And y'all fuck this word up because y'all follow a cult and y'all allow one person to say the word fucked up. So then y'all start saying the word fucked up. Because when the hell did begabum ever become a word? When did begabum become a word? I don't see that word anywhere. Begabum. What the fuck is a begabum? But y'all say this word like it is a real word out here when the word you're trying to say is fucking vagabond. The word you're trying to say is
Vagabond.
You want to hear it again?
Vagabond.
Vagabond. This is the word you're trying to say. What does it mean to be a vagabond? Moving from one place to another without a fixed home, of or relating to or characteristics of a wanderer, leading an unsettled, irresponsible, or disreputable life. The word is vagabond. I don't know what the fuck y'all are talking about with this begabum and all of this dumb shit. Y'all listen to a giraffe say dumb shit like begabum, And then y'all go out here and repeat the shit. Because y'all have exactly what AEO is saying in this super chat. Appreciate you on that $9.99. A lack of comprehension. You have a lack of comprehension. When you're repeating the dumbass words that are not words that other people say, but you think because he was a celebrity at some point in time, he knows what the fuck he's talking about, and he keeps repeating the dumbass non-word. So you repeat the word as if it actually has a meaning. The word is vagabond. Hey, Kwame, since you're here, if you would like to hit the link, I would actually like to have a real conversation with you about a subject, not what I'm talking about now, but a subject that I think you and I may agree on. I would just like to get your input on it. But if you don't want to hit the link, that's fine. If you don't want to hit the link, that's fine. But there is a subject that I think we might agree on. I'm not sure because I don't know, what you're thinking when it comes to the subject. Again, totally different subject than what I'm just talking about. But if you would like to hit the link and discuss, then I'm here for the conversation. I'm actually willing to have a conversation with you in this moment. Man, it ain't no gotcha shit. It's about sports, actually. It's about basketball. I would just like your opinion on the subject if you want to share your opinion. But if not, again, I understand and I get it. It is what it is. But beggar bum is not a word. It's just not. I don't know where these people got the idea that it was some real word out there, but it's not a damn word. And the more you use it, the dumber you make yourself look and sound. I mean, just as simple as that. But I'm not going to stop my stream if he's not going to hit the link, because if he does hit the link, we can transition to that conversation. Again, it's a totally different conversation about a situation that happened in basketball. And I would just like to see Kwame's opinion on the subject. Again, I think him and I may actually agree on the subject, but I may be wrong. So let me get the video that I'm actually trying to go to pulled up. I thought I had it pulled up, but I don't. Let me get that video pulled up really quickly. And then we can discuss why I went through pretty much all of the stuff that I went through today. Because, again, whenever I lay these shows out, all of the stuff is leading up to something. It's all leading up to something, right? I don't just do it willy-nilly. I don't do it, with no message to be had, right? It's all leading up to something. So I'm not going to bore y'all with reviewing the parts of this video that I know most of you have already seen from other channels, right? So last week, we saw channels get flagged down. They may be back now, I don't know. But we saw channels get flagged down, and we saw people go around crying about those channels getting flagged down. Kwame, one of them, crying about the channel getting flagged down. So in the process of him crying about the channel getting flagged down, some reason he comes to my chat, like he's been in the chat, right? Say that I'm thinking about him. I'm not in his chat. I don't go to his chat. I'm not even subscribed to his channel. Somebody told me that he was over there talking about me. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about me for? This video was about Biz and them getting their channel flagged. Why is he talking about me? What do I have to do with what he's talking about? But he says, here that I'm thinking about him. Y'all see, this is him. This is his real account. He said, I think about him more than I think about my wife. What makes him think that? I'm live once a week. I've been live for 5 hours, and I just now mentioned him. I've been live for 5 hours, just now mentioned him, and we're only going to be live for so much longer. But he had a live stream crying about them boys getting their channel flagged because they're the idiots that we described all throughout this live stream. And somehow the conversation got to talking about me. What the hell do I have to do with that? What do I have to do with that? Right. He waited 5 hours to say something. He been here listening, waited 5 hours, and was happened to be just right here when I mentioned his name. Imagine that. Been here 5 hours, just waiting. Well, here you go. Here's your chance. I'm going to review your bullshit and crying. But again, if you want to hit the link and have a conversation on a different subject that I would like to discuss with you in reference to a situation that happened in basketball, I'm more than happy to pivot and have that conversation with you. I don't want to have the conversation with you about this stuff I'm about to review, but I'm more than happy to have a conversation with you about that basketball topic just to get your opinion on the subject and see what you think about it. Because again, I think we might actually agree on that subject, but I may be wrong. But without further ado, this is what he's been waiting for. This is what he's been waiting for. So let's hear how the hell I get brought up in his crying. He's been crying on this for about 37 minutes now. So let's see what happens.
No, what's going on? There you go. What's up? Salute, OG.
So as you see, his cousin that's trying to get an invitation back to the family reunion jumped up there to kiss his ass because they kicked his ass out the whip a long time ago. And he made himself look like such a fool that, hold on, y'all. Before we even do that, I got to share something with y'all real quick because this is the only thing that I can think about whenever I see that fool, that clown crying. There's really only one thing I can think about. And it's this right here. Hold on, let me share the screen again. Whenever I think about that clown, after I saw what he did, getting on his knees to beg to the likes of a Biz and a Garrick, he's in this category for me now. So whenever I say the name Tyrese, whenever I hear the name Tyrese, first thing that comes to mind to me is this Negro on there crying boo-hoo tears about his ex. I don't think about no songs. I don't think about no Coca-Cola commercials. I don't think about no movies. None of that. I think about this fool boo-hoo crying on the internet, looking for sympathy from people about the situation between him and his ex. Exactly. Say like, what do you want from me? Y'all all know what I'm talking about. Y'all all know what I'm talking about. All right, hold up. Let me make sure this is actually him. All right, it's him. All right, let me take this down real quick. What's going on?
Yeah, can you hear me with these headphones?
Yeah, I hear you.
Order back up. You can't be in the road. Yeah, but I never said vagabum is a word. I even said where I got vagabum from. I be in the hood, in the trenches in Savannah when I had my restaurant, and a guy from Florida named Bim Lee Walker came up with that. If you ever be in the hood, you're around a bunch of vagabums because they bagging and they bumming right in front of the liquor store. So I don't mean vagabond. I meant vagabum.
Okay. Whatever you say, that's fine. Question for you. And again, you can feel free to give your opinion or not. In reference to just NBA talk, right? And the way that y'all do things as far as basketball players, stuff like that. Did you hear about the Dylan Brooks situation about him sitting courtside at the Lakers whenever they were about to get swept in the playoffs?
Yeah, I heard about it. What happened?
Well, just him sitting courtside as an active player. I just wanted your opinion on that subject. As an active player still in the league, you got knocked out of the playoffs, would you be sitting courtside watching other players just so you can kind of troll? Not necessarily saying you to troll, but would you be sitting courtside at a game after you got knocked out of the playoffs?
Me, no. But I think this guy's brand and visibility is coming off of LeBron. So, I mean, if my brand was to being the villain to LeBron James, then maybe, because that's going to get him, people love him for that. So in his situation, it makes sense. In most people's situation, it don't.
Okay, I mean, I can accept that. I'm not feeling it, you know. I think it's weird as hell for him to be doing. I mean, I understand his whole image and stuff is basically being the LeBron antagonist or whatever, you know, so I understand that part of things, but his team already got their asses swept out the damn playoffs, so it just seems a little weak for him to be sitting there, you know. And again, I saw the Gills Arena clip where they were talking about it. You know, Kenyon, he's pretty much the same generation like me and you. Even Swaggy P agreed with the old Kenyon take on it. Like, nah, that's just kind of weird. Now, Brandon Jennings and Rashad, they was on the other side of it. Rashad, I don't know if he's trolling because that's what he does. And Brandon, he seemed to be with it, you know. But I felt like you would kind of see it. It's, you know, similar to the way I saw it in terms of it not being something that you would really, you know, be caught doing, you know. But so
Nah,
okay.
I definitely wouldn't do it. But that's been his stick. That's how he gets paid. Like, people started calling him the LeBron James stopper. So I just think I think he's capitalizing in the moment. He got people talking about him. as much as they want to say it was weak, I don't think he did it to look strong. I think he did it to troll LeBron. And shit, it clearly worked because everybody talking about the shit.
So doing something to troll somebody, even if it makes you look a negative way, is okay just for whatever benefit you feel like you might get out of it on the other end?
Yeah, in today's world, that's what they do. I mean, that's Charleston White's whole stick. Say things for shock value on one side and then turn around, say things on shock value for the other side. So, I mean, I don't agree with it, but that's the way of the world today.
Okay, I can accept that. I mean, the fact that you're saying you don't agree with it, that's what I'm gonna stick with, you know. I understand what you're saying. That's the way, you know, like these YNs get down and stuff like that. So they think different than the generations past. So if that's cool with them, that's cool with them. But I'm going to take you on the fact that you say it's not something that you would necessarily do or something that you don't necessarily agree with. I thought that's what you would say. I thought that we were be in agreement on that subject, but I just was curious to know your point of view on it. I was going to review the Gills Arena clip where they talked about it, but being able to have the conversation with you, I thought would be more actual, real, and beneficial because I don't have conversations with Kenyon, Rashad, Swaggy P, Brandon, none of them, you know. So I was just wondering your point of view on the subject, but it's enlightening, and you know, it's good to hear you say that it's not something that you would necessarily do or agree with, you know, because again, we are pretty much from the same generation. I'm a few years older than you, but we still grew up in, you know, the 80s, 90s, that type of stuff. So it is a good thing. What's up?
I think I'm froze.
No, I hear you.
I think my shit froze. Okay, there you go. It's back. Go ahead.
Yeah, I hear you. No, I was just saying, I think it's a good thing to hear you say that. We are come from similar generations in terms of growing up in the 80s and 90s, all of that. So I was just curious your opinion on the subject because I figured or felt like you would be, you know, we would be in agreement on the subject in terms of not being something that we would necessarily do, you know, or, you know, want to be seen in that way, but understanding that these young generation they're just different. They cut a little different. They let things slide that we wouldn't necessarily let slide, you know, being from a different generation. So I just wanted your opinion.
Yeah, these dudes don't care, man. They love to push buttons and push the bounds. So when you get mad, they love to rage bait. So I'm surprised that Gilbert Arenas didn't say he would do something like that or Swaggy, because trolling is they shit. I mean, I understand you just lost the playoffs, but them boys love trolling.
Swaggy was against it. Gil wasn't on the show this day, but Swaggy was against it. He was like, nah, that's weird. It's like, they said the only way he said he could see it is like, say, for example, you a player, you ain't never been to the NBA finals, right? And so you may want to go to the finals to see what that's like or something. Because the finals is just a different level than any other playoff game. So he's like, maybe the finals I can see it, but just round 2 or whatever, game such and such on Tuesday, that's kind of weird. That was Swaggy's kind of response to it. So, I was surprised to hear that. But again, it's generational differences. I think Rashad might have been trolling, and Brandon, he seemed to be with it. He dropped down, y'all. He sounds like he might be in a bad reception area or something like that, because he said his thing was freezing up and stuff like that. Maybe he'll come back. But that's really the only thing I wanted to ask him anyways. I just wanted his opinion on it, because I thought that we would actually, be in agreement on that subject. And as you see, we are pretty much in agreement on that subject, that that's not really something that we would do or see as so much reputable, But again, we're a different generation. This younger generation, they do things differently. They see things differently. And that's just normal to them. They grew up, as an internet generation where they could do something from however many miles away on the internet and never have to stand on it. Never have someone right there that can punch you in the face about the situation. So salute to you for hitting the link. I appreciate you having that conversation with me. I was just curious about it after I saw that the Gills Arena, them talking about it. I was curious where you would stand on it, and I felt like you would stand on, nah, that's not something I would really do, Angelo, salute, big dog. Yeah, I felt like that was something you would stand on, not something you would really do, and that's what he said. So salute to you for that. Appreciate you hitting the link. So let's go back to his video now. Get it pulled back up. So again, he was talking about the name of the video. He's talking about reporting channels and flagging them down has to stop. That's what he's talking about on here. About 37 to 38 minutes in, you see Kevlo hits the link. So let's just hear what they got to say.
GKB in the building.
No shit, here you go. What you trying to do now? I'm trying to put me in this bullshit.
Nah, you've been on the sidelines for a long time. All right, tell me, is me looking at this the wrong way? Is the wrong way to look at it, right? I woke up, I was like, dang, that's messed up. But I was happy as a content creator that now we can get support for regular content. I don't like that people like me get more support when it's beefing or reviewing a video of two people going at it. But when I'm going over industry content, which I like, I get less support. I think now we could kind of shift back into that, getting cash outs for push-ups, putting some scuba diving glasses on our head. That when I came here, that's what it was about. A good sense of humor, right?
So basically what it sounds like Kevlo is saying is he wants people to support him and pay him for him getting on here and acting like a clown. Putting goggles on his head and all the dumb stuff that he did when he first came around. He wants people, and he went over to Kwame's channel because he's trying to get Kwame's audience back to supporting him because he's been struggling here lately with getting views, as he said it. When he does content on talking about his car and all of that stuff, ain't nobody over there to watch that because we see him flip-flop from one day to the next. One day he's building a hot dog stand. The next day he's a car maintenance guy. The next day he's back to being the car wash guy. The next day he's this wake up and pray and all that stuff. But after he plays the wake up and pray song, he starts cussing you out. The next day he's the best father in the world with all his kids. The next day, him and his fiance are doing things, but then he gonna have another woman up on the panel talking about her, so he plays too many parts. He's all over the place with his stuff. So that's why people don't really take him serious. And again, whenever I see him, I see this. Because of the way that he went and bowed down on his knees for Garrick and Biz to take strikes off his channel and stuff like that. That's all I see. Anytime I think about him is how he bowed down on his knees for them. And I think about the whole Tyrese situation. Right. For this splatter. He want to say sorry to his cousin so he can try to get some more of his viewers. That's all he's trying to do. He's trying to get an invite back to the family reunion because he can't get people to naturally support the things that he's doing because he be on clown shit. And not everybody is here to watch him and pay him money to be on clown shit. So let's continue to listen.
I done saw it calm down. I watched TJ stop. I stopped. Man, your page was down. I ain't gonna lie. You was on you only had like your main page.
Welcome to Drop. Hey. Welcome to Drop Squad. Yeah. Welcome to Drop Squad. TV of the signal line. Where the edit is too clean and the vision high. Pro 901 on the boards make the timeline glide. Good scene, sharp, cinematic when the friends collide. Deep cut, slice beats, make the baseline bleed. Heavy hands on the mix, give the streets what they need. Flip on Jones, bring the throwback vibe. Old school soul with a new school drive. Old speaks drop gems, every word precise. Talk slick with the truth, cut deep like ice. It is what it is, no cap, no disguise. Real talk only, we don't water down lies. We craft avatars, digital gods with a face. AI cover so cold, got the net in the chase. Thumbnails pop out, make you click, no debate. Every drop, every beat, yeah, we control the weight. From the mud to the screen, now the brand on fire. Urban flow, heavyweight, take the game up higher. We don't follow no trend, we design desire. Every frame got purpose, every line got wire. Drop squad TV, yeah, the movement official. 5 deep, locked in, every player's essential. From edits to beats, we influential. Turn raw and gold, that's the fundamental. Welcome to the squad where the vision stay vivid, where the hustle stay loud and the grind stay rigid. We don't ask for a spot, we take and we pivot. Drop Squad TV, yeah, the future we build.
Yeah. Shout out to the Drop Squad, man. Shout out to Pro 901, Drop Squad in the building. The boys over there doing big things, entertaining. That's a dope beat there, dope little whole everything about that was dope. You know, the beat, the whole setup, the graphics, everything. Shout out to it is what it is. Pro 901, Thick Cut, O Speaks, Flip, all them brothers out there collaborating to put out some just quality stuff, man. Quality stuff. Y'all know Triple S is my favorite editor. It just is what it is. You know, Triple S is my favorite editor, but Drop Squad, they definitely are doing their damn thing over there. I support it, man. I support it. Shout out to all the dope editors in the sector, y'all.
And for about 3 weeks, it was quiet. Out of nowhere, I'm not gonna say those names to respect your channel. Somebody jumped out there and went at TJ because I made a comment because they were sneak dissing TJ. From that day, and only because I said, hey, why you talking about this man? And I was really being 100, like, why are you talking about him if y'all ain't beefing? I asked the question, right? The man responded crazy. After that, the beef got back on. After that happened, Damn D jumped back in. Now we back to
But without going down memory lane or all that stuff, what I'm saying is it don't matter who started what or whatever. And I don't think that that's going to make people watch other people more. I think people watch what they want to watch. I think people like drama. You know, being on Bigo and all that, drama going to sell more than just doing a news report about somebody. If a motherfucker talking that shit and a motherfucker cursing and making people laugh, that's going to sell way more than somebody just doing a good news story. I know that because when I go over my channel, my main channel, when I'm talking something about politics or sports and people are not interested, they're not going to watch. But if I go over there and I'm talking about Gil or something that they want to watch, they're going to watch. Right. So you can't dictate that. The market going to watch what they want to watch. But I'm just saying, I think the flagging don't benefit.
That's great advice, Kwame, that you're giving him. Hopefully he understands it and hears it. And stops trying to chase all that clown shit just to try to get, views and donations. If he wants to do real content about real subjects, then build it up. Build it from the mud. Grab you an audience that actually wants to listen to that type of content. This live stream, I haven't had 100 people in the chat at any point in time so far during this live stream, but I got 90 likes. I've averaged about 20-something people, 25 to 30 people in the chat for this entire live stream, but I got 90 likes. 415 Tiff Salute to you. Appreciate you being here. I got 91 now. You know what I'm saying? So you just have to be consistent doing what you want to do. If you want to do that clown shit and have those people come and watch you, then do that. If you want to do real content about news stories or you're building the car or whatever the hell it is, do that. But you're all over the place. And people don't respect that. 40 to splat. I appreciate you on that super chat. $5 super chat. You said, how did Big Low get that $150 on his face is the new question. Prison / snitch. Yeah, I don't know nothing about that. He got that scar on his face, but I don't know nothing about that. Shout out to the 92 likes. I appreciate you, 40 to splatter. Shout out to everybody who hit that like button. Yeah, I don't know how he got that scar on his face. That may be something you can ask him. He may be willing to have that conversation with you, but I don't know. I have no clue how he got that scar on his face. It looks like it's something that's happened, you know, closer to his adult age because of the size of it, you know, because normally like scars, I have scars on my face, but a lot of them I got when I was a child. Like when I had chickenpox as a child, I had a really bad case. And I guess maybe I scratched some of them and stuff. So some of them turned into scars. Well, I was a kid then, you know, I probably had chickenpox when I was like 8 or 9 years old. So those scars have gotten smaller, you know, as you get older, your scars typically get smaller. But that scar he has on his face is a pretty big one. So I'm not sure where it comes from or anything like that. Shout out to the 94 likes, man. I appreciate y'all. Everybody who forgot that, hit that like button, hitting it now. Y'all are greatly appreciated. It is greatly appreciated. But you said you never had chickenpox, Lovelace? Dang. Shit. Back then, whenever I was growing up, they made our asses get chickenpox. One kid got it. They tried to get it. All the kids get chickenpox at the same damn time. So you could get that shit over and out of the way. So yeah, now you got to worry about shingles because you never had chickenpox. Exactly, Salai. Your sis had a chickenpox party. Damn right. Chickenpox party. Damn, kiss my cheeks. You said you flew off of a 4-wheeler onto cement. Yeah, I fell off my bike too. That's how I got a scar on my chin. I went over the handlebars of the bike, busted my chin open, had to get stitches. Yeah. So, you know, we get scars over the years. But again, if we get them as a child, a lot of times as we get older, the scars tend to get smaller, you know, as you get older. But that scar he has on his face is a pretty big scar. So I'm not sure where that scar came from, 40 to splatter. Like I said, he might be willing to answer that question if you ask him. I'm not sure. He may have talked about it in the past, actually. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Nobody, because they're going to flag based on the fact that they feel like you flag.
Yeah, they is. And the sad part, I don't think nobody from my camp did it. Our day camp.
Because my cheeks, you said you never had chickenpox either. You was mad you had to go to school when the whole neighborhood was home and you tried to get it. Yeah, man. I remember back in the day, man. Yeah, that calamine lotion, that pink shit, it dry up. Yeah. You had to put that pink calamine lotion on and the shit would get all dried up and stuff on there. Chickenpox was a pain in the ass, man. But again, they say once you get it, you don't really have to worry about getting it again. And you should have the immunity in your body to protect you from shingles when you get older, because that shingles be fucking older people up. So, yeah.
Camp did it. I think it's somebody who don't like both of us. Just being honest.
Somebody has to report them in order for them to even worry about Garrett being on YouTube. So somebody is reporting somebody.
Yeah. I don't even know how to even make a flag go that far. But what I did just read on ChatGPT is you can't troll in the comments if your page already been demonetized before.
And so why again, like I tell y'all, everything that we do is leading up to something. So the conversations we had earlier about reading, about citing your sources, about all of that stuff. This clown said that he read on ChatGPT, basically the ChatGPT version of what the YouTube rules and policies are. So he said that ChatGPT told him that if you're banned, you can't be trolling and stuff like that in the chats. And I don't know that that's true. Now, if YouTube said that Garrett cannot go live, he cannot have live streams, create a channel to be going live, stuff like that, and they banned him from doing that, that's one thing. But I don't know that there's any YouTube policy that says you can't troll in the chats. I'm not sure that's real.
What makes that, that would make stuff, I
Let's hear
don't
that
even
again.
know how to even make a flag go that far. But what I did just read on ChatGPT is you can't troll in the comments if your page already been demonetized before. That what makes that, that would make stuff, hot. Let's say you make a comment, somebody reported, or you on live, and they seeing that. So what they saying now is, and I saw this, what they said with people actually reporting it. I saw that. I just ain't gonna say the name on live. People can take them comments and they can take them videos and they can send it to this little place. They got something new going on out there. So
that's what I'm saying. The fact that they doing that, that's too damn much, man. Because then now everybody gonna do that.
So again, if y'all want to listen to that clown who obviously can't read, who uses ChatGPT to tell him what the YouTube policies are when the YouTube policies are right there in black and white for you to read, you can go right now and type in your Google search, YouTube circumvention of ban policy. And then you will actually go to a YouTube website and read the policy, as opposed to the ChatGPT summarized version of it. Because he actually said that if you are demonetized, you can't troll in the chats. That doesn't make any sense. Whether you're monetized or not, don't have anything to do with what you're doing in the chat. Now, if YouTube says you are banned from their platform, that's a different story. But it's not about monetization.
You know what I mean? So now what you're saying is niggas can't have fun in the comments no more. People can't have fun on the live videos no more. So y'all just want to make YouTube a place where only one side can say what they want to say, and then the other side will just flag you down.
Yeah, I mean, and it's sad because, like I said, when I did that last mistake, I hate I did it because I read the chats and the chats was like, hey, they playing your video. And it was an honest mistake because it looked like my same video, but I had the same person on my live that day, just like the next day. So it looked like it was the same thing going on. But I hate that happened because after that happened, now we got, my page got struck down. Then so after that day, I said, I ain't never doing no more flagging again. I saw how that felt. But 2 weeks ago, about 5 in the morning, me and TJ page got hit up. I had about 3 videos got hit up. He had about 3 videos got hit up. Then when we spoke on it, it's just like it vanished and it just went away. So me personally, I'm not upset at what happened, but I feel like we all should know by now, stop the aggressive language. If you ain't using that type of language on here, your page will be good.
Again, if y'all want to listen to this idiot, this clown, and his understanding of YouTube rules through ChatGPT, then feel free. We've said every word that you can think of on this live stream. And YouTube does not care that I'm saying these words. It's called freedom of speech. YouTube does not care that I'm saying certain words. Now, if you use certain words in a threatening manner, that's different. That's communicating threats. You're allowed to use all of the curse words in the book on YouTube. It's not anything that gets your channel banned, struck, demonetized, flagged, anything like that. They may put an age restriction on it, which again does not do anything to hurt your channel. People just need to have verified accounts that they are at least 18 years old or not to watch that video. That's the only thing that does. An age restriction, that's the only thing it does, is makes whoever is signed into YouTube not be on a kid's account, because YouTube has a whole kids section. There's videos made specifically for kids, so your kid can watch whatever the damn, whether it's Blues Clues, Baby Shark, whatever the fuck they watching, they can watch that on YouTube and not see stuff like this with all the curse words in it, because they don't have an account that says they are 18 or older. So you can use all of the curse words, you can use aggressive language and all of that, as long as you're not actively communicating threats to somebody, something like that. You can do all of these things. It's freedom of speech. It ain't got nothing to do with these words. But again, listen to the ChatGPT person who knows everything about what it means to be monetized on YouTube. Clown low.
Well, I don't know what language getting them flagged. I don't know nothing about nothing. All I know is the shit, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Niggas gonna have some backlash behind it. And niggas ain't even gonna know who to flag. They just gonna go to flag.
Yeah. And it really ain't nobody to flag, but man, watch how we talk on here.
They gonna find somebody.
I already know.
That's how that works.
That's the sad part about it.
You got people, what they really doing is hating on each other's success and their own and don't even know it. Because once they flag your channel down, it's a reboot. You got to start over. You flag their channel down, it's a reboot. They got to start over. And even if you got a good excuse, somebody got to stop the shit. It's just gonna keep repeating itself.
Yeah, definitely. We need to leave the flags alone in this sector. Roast, if nobody ain't posting your child, if nobody ain't doing none of that, bro, anything else than roasting gold. Literally, you can't.
Who's telling this fool that he's the person that gets to make the rules for what people do? He's still new, basically, around this sector. He came around when this sector was already a good 2+ years old. Now all of a sudden he want to make the rules of what people can do, what people can say, how they can run their channels and all of that stuff. Chat GPT, y'all.
Ain't get mad if your child ain't posted up. Like literally. KB done had everything posted up on him. He could have struck down so many channels. So it's like y'all need to be able to, y'all gotta chill, bro. Y'all flagging for just because somebody went in on you today, but you went in on them earlier that day. That don't make no sense.
Right. I don't want to be sitting up on YouTube wasting my damn time. YouTube sitting up here flagging people.
Yeah, I thought I had a real flag, though. I thought somebody was screaming my live. My chat came and told me. And I even tried to pay them boys for the little money that they lost. I was trying to clean my face up. So I'm like, okay, I messed up y'all money. Let me fix that. But yeah, Biz ain't never get my money back. So hey, I mean, that's what I'm saying, bro. A lot of people have done so much that people can't feel bad for them. I hate to say if it was somebody else, I think everybody will feel bad. I don't think nobody can feel bad because what's been going on these last 4 weeks.
Yeah, it ain't about a feeling. It's about motherfuckers finna get on the same petty shit, man. That's all I'm saying.
You stuck on that because you know how I go.
I already know. People plotting their revenge right now. They ain't trying to hear none of that shit you talking about.
Boy, I told Cuz as soon as I saw it, boy, clear your whole page. Clear your whole page because they come.
I'm trying to tell you, he was right there getting.
Tanya G, is literally that simple. But as we figured out, a lot of these fools don't know how to read. A lot of them don't know how to read. So it is that simple. It is just that simple as reading the YouTube policies. But a lot of them don't know how to read and they don't want to admit it. They're trying to make themselves look smart. Kind of like Isaiah from the Julio Fulio trial. If y'all watched it, Isaiah Chance, he has learning disabilities. He stutters and things like that. But he was consistently trying to prove to the therapists and the people that were trying to evaluate his mental acuity that he was smart. He's trying to use big words and stuff like that to prove that he was smart. So again, who you listen to and who are their sources? This clown has already said that his source is Chat GPT. So why would you listen to what the hell he's saying when his source is Chat GPT?
Yeah. I thought, but if he do regular videos, he good. All he gotta do is do regular videos right now. That's it. I'll do regular video. All that stuff going on with Big Bank and all that, man. Hey, man, you were supposed to be there.
Well,
man, that Big Bank interview, they just did one with what's his name, Charles White homeboy. Yeah, but he did another one last night.
Well, Dewberry, I just got back. I didn't want to be there. I'm just sitting back laughing. I'm letting the drama unfold. That shit hilarious to me.
Man, the streets got exposed badly, bro.
That shit hilarious to me. The hypocrisy is real. But I've been saying that shit. I didn't need nobody to go on no podcast. Motherfuckers got picks.
Dog, that when I say got exposed, first thing I thought about, like, dang, this what you've been saying these last 3-4 years on here. Then it's like,
listen to this ass kissing. That's what you've been saying the last 3-4 years on here. When the last year and a half, 2 years, you've been fighting with him. But now you gonna tell him what he been saying the last 3-4 years on here. Clown. This boy just goes and gets on his knees to the next person, to the next person. This shit is weird.
Like now it's becoming popular because you got guys that either got caught pretending, because really, Charleston White say F the streets and all that, and 6ix9ine now, but y'all both done went to jail over street stuff. You feel me? So it's like, I guess now, dudes is now being real and coming to the stage saying, like, you know what? It ain't worth it.
People gonna say F the streets because it ain't no credibility in it. Your homeboy get caught doing something that you was just hollering about somebody else was a snitch or was dirty for, and then when they bring it up about your people, then you act like they ain't happy. So that's not real. If it's a code, it's a code when your homeboy do it too.
Hey, let me tell you something, right? You know our cuz that just went in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet. So he get his paperwork. You know, people throwing dirt on his name and all that. But you know, they were jealous of him because he always had more than all them that was in that situation. So they calling the home, throwing dirt on his name. I get his paperwork. I know what's going on. I didn't even heard him talk to his lawyer. Man, why I see one of them niggas that supposed to be big and bad, supposed to be the baddest blood around there, and told on everybody. Now everybody being quiet because the paperwork out there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was shocked about it. I'm like, dang, dog.
Hey, that's them. How Big Bank said, you know what you signed up for? I'm like, damn.
That's new, yeah.
Hey, Big Bank basically said it's a level of snitching that come with it. He said, you know niggas gonna slime me. You know niggas gonna do this. He said, you know what you signed up for. So I don't know how to take that. That's why I didn't sign up. That's why I stayed over here on the sidewalk. That shit sound crazy to me. You say we got a code, you say it's loyalty, then you turn around and say, you know what you signed up for?
For what? To be the one left with the hurt and pain while these niggas out here smiling with their kids growing up.
You know, they gonna be smiling with your baby mama. That's what they gonna be smiling at. They don't do it. They had insult to injury, nigga. They want to see if you want to keep it real. They want your baby mama. They don't just want no regular girl. They want your girl.
Boy, you ain't lying. Told you one don't try to do me like that. For real.
Yeah, you know, Kel gone. You know, I can take care of the high while you gone. You know what I'm talking about?
They go try to call me about 3 months ago. talking about, yeah, man, we got this and that going on, man. You could come in. Man, no, boy, I don't live that life. I said, boy, I bang God, boy. Boy, I don't live that life no more. Hung up and blocked them and took them off my social media. Don't
Damn.
call me about none of it.
Say a lot. That's a fact. The man who does not read has no advantage over the man who cannot read. Because neither one of them are reading. Neither one of them are educating themselves. They're just going off of what people tell them. So that's a fact.
You would not have me locked up with you.
Hey, man. These people are amazing, boy. These people are amazing. They're your people, though, man. They're your friends.
Nah, man, you ain't really got no friend. 'Cause when you trying to do investments and do real life stuff, and you like who I can call to get this information from because I know what I can do with this, and then you can't call none of them niggas who you call your friends. Nah,
Because they ain't there for that. They call them when it's time to throw your life away and slide, nigga. You see that boy crying on that stand?
oh man,
I thought he was a real street nigga.
but they about to tear him up, boy.
Nah, he know karate. He a blue belt.
Oh, I ain't know that.
That's what his sister say. He a blue belt in karate. He one of them light-skinned niggas that trying to keep one of y'all ass on the low.
And that's probably what it was. They probably know he was one of the ones who was fighting. He probably wasn't no shooter, but I guarantee
I don't know specifically who they talking about right here.
he probably was a bully with them hands.
If he's a blue belt in karate and most niggas swing like girls, I believe he whipped the whole school ass as a light-skinned nigga. As a light-skinned pretty boy, he whipping them niggas ass. And then he turned into a shooter because he a military brat. Done been to Paris. He done went all over the world.
No,
So I think, hold on.
I ain't know all that.
Yeah, he had a white, the boy mixed. The boy mama was in the military. His daddy.
So it sounds like he's talking about the people from the Julio Fulio trial, Sean. It sounds like he's talking about the light-skinned dude, Sean, from the Julio Fulio trial, because that a lot of what he's saying applies to him. He's been all over. Like I said, he's been in multiple countries. He had military family, flying on private planes, all types of stuff like that, but he wanted to be a thug. He had all the privilege in the world.
Stepfather was in the military. He done been all over the world. He ain't no street cat. He wanted that lifestyle.
I agree with that. Sean definitely wanted that lifestyle.
He begged to get elected. He went to private school and middle school, and this motherfucker got out of middle school and went down to the South or somewhere and graduated from another. He didn't graduate in Jacksonville. He graduated somewhere else.
Yeah, I think it was Mississippi or Alabama.
Mississippi or something like that.
Yeah.
So you know this light-skinned boy around all them dark niggas trying to get his black card. So he probably became one of the most violent little something. He on that stand faking like a motherfucker. They asked him, did you show remorse when you were throwing up gang signs and drinking after you unalive Julio Fulio? He talking about, I can't remember. Well, you ain't gonna remember when we put this goddamn voltage through your ass then.
Right. And so, damn, I don't know if Kwame's still around, but I think him and I may have been in agreement on this because this past week, y'all haven't seen me in a whole bunch of other chats. I've been over on AV's channel. Shout out to AV to the seventh power, man. Great content creator. She's she has the attorney background, so she can give you breakdowns that you may not get from other people. I got introduced to AV from the lead attorney. Shout out to the lead attorney. They did collabos together back in the day. She has her own platform. She's approaching 100,000 subscribers. Y'all make sure y'all go sub to AV to the seventh power if you're not already subscribed. She does great breakdowns of a lot of the court cases and a lot of the ones that you may know about or may have heard about, and she will go start to finish, breaking it down, listening to it while it's live and, pausing at different points, giving her input, doing little polls in the chat. And I just knew watching this that all four of them boys was going to get the death penalty. And it turned out ain't none of them get the death penalty. That jury was feeling light on them, I guess. Because I'll agree with Kwame. I thought all their asses was about to get the needle. Kwame said they was going to put that voltage through them. I thought all of them was about to get that damn needle.
But they asked him, did you show remorse when you were throwing up gang signs and drinking after you unalive Julio Fulio? He talking about, I can't remember. Well, you ain't gonna remember when we put this goddamn voltage through your ass then. He talking about he can't remember. You just took somebody's son, but you can't remember, huh?
I think they gonna let him slide, man. I don't think they gonna put that needle up in him.
They said they might not. They might give him life, but the boy's stupid. If you taking accountability and you know you did it, why you ain't take the plea deal? My mama wouldn't have sat in no courtroom and fake like his mama and act like her son was innocent. My mama would have been like, look here, you better take that plea so you can come home one day.
And I don't know that they were ever offered a plea. I don't think they were. Because listening to AV, somebody asked her that question where they offered a plea. I don't think the prosecution ever offered them a plea in this situation. Now, they may have tried to throw them something to try to turn on one another, but I don't know that they ever offered them a plea because they had so much evidence that they had them dead to rights. I mean, you see, they got that, they got the first degree murder conviction with the gang conspiracy and all of that stuff. That jury deliberated for about less than 8 hours and came back with guilty on all four of them. They deliberated for about a little less than 2 hours to come back and say life without parole as opposed to the death penalty for all 4 of them.
This the new rule with them pleas, and this how they got Bronzer shook up. Now the white man got smart. The new pleas is you got to plea out and say who did what. Ain't no regular pleas no more like back in the day. Like, yeah, man, I was wrong for what I did. Nah, the new pleas is because I've been reading pleas. Me and Peanut, we both was in the car and we went and did this, that, and that. Yeah,
That means you just plea out to your charge. Don't go with Peanut nowhere.
Yeah, they putting Peanut in there, boy. They putting
Be a gangster by your lonesome. See, Peanut. See, most people ain't no real gangster. They always with Peanut and C-Nut, and Peanut gonna tell them yeah first anyway. You not gonna get that deal. Peanut gonna say, yeah, that was KLO who did that. That wasn't me.
They could have did it. If they would have did it by themselves, they would have made the little money. I'm pretty sure it was money out there allegedly, and they would have got away with it. Yeah, and putting a female in the mix is just dumb as ever.
Because they don't got them. A female gonna always tell. They got kids and shit. A female gonna tell you that. Majority of that. If they got kids and they say them kids finna go, shit, that's your ass, Mr. Postman. But these niggas tell just like a female, so it is what it is.
Yeah, I done seen enough on video, man. I think I should have just said, man, that boy left that in my car. I don't know what it was. Yeah, that him did. I shouldn't even went to jail. What these niggas snitching on nowadays? Hey,
if you would have did that, you'd been a real street nigga.
Man, I shouldn't even went to jail. The only reason I went to jail is that I ain't want to tell what I saw.
Yeah, that's the problem. You know, that's how they gonna get that boy JR.
Yeah,
because they want Jay Prince Jr. They see the boy getting beat up on camera. Why ain't nobody else in jail?
Hey, you know, Jay Prince is the opposite of that light skinned boy though. He gonna be a prime example. Yeah, he gonna be a prime example because they couldn't get that daddy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they gonna hire him.
He's stupid to be playing in the street. As much as his daddy means to the South, they ain't nowhere in here. I wouldn't be nowhere around it.
I think I'm gonna tell you who the only person I see coming home is YMW Melly because how long they had him locked in the county.
That boy ain't going nowhere.
He and they out the scene. It was kind of weird.
Oh, exterior fire went into the car.
These dudes tripping. They getting on them dang what things called them perk and all that. And fire through Baker County, man. You not out this recently too. They blacked the eye.
To get that money on it, that happened to them. If people flagging other people in hopes that that's gonna bring people their way, it might be some truth to that, but that don't mean people gonna 100% fuck with you because the way these people been going, they still won't watch your content. They'll watch it on somebody else's channel. They'll watch watch your content. How many times we done seen that play out? Where motherfuckers be like, don't watch them, watch me watch them. That's the tactic. That shit. I'm like, damn, man. And we all participated in it. I have too. But niggas just can't keep it real. They can't say what they done. I don't do the whole, we all the world and we innocent. No, nigga, we all done did some shit. Stop lying.
Yo, y'all hear me?
My sister T say, stop damn lying.
Hey, I don't sound messed up, do I?
Nah.
All right, phone call. All right, there.
But like I say, man, motherfuckers gotta wake up and smell the coffee, man. Ain't no winning in that shit. Only thing gonna do it ain't no winning. It's starting over from the beginning. That's all I'm gonna say.
Right, all I gotta tell them is, man, don't. But see, this they all do. They run their page how we used to do ours back in the day. They page was hot. Literally, they'll go 7 hours going over somebody else's content, cussing, doing this. Right then you got the outsiders coming up hitting the link, and then they talking crazy. So
yeah, I don't want that spotlight. You get that spotlight, nigga want to take you down. Get somebody that spotlight. Just let me stay on YouTube, shit.
I ain't gonna lie though, man. I got to salute to them for what they put on, boy. I ain't seen nothing like it that fast before, boy.
What?
I ain't gonna lie to take over put on when they came out though, boy. I told him I was like that nigga in the P Pablo video eating that banana. They'll ride by and nigga said, I don't like that shit though. Yeah, that was me.
Man, I salute it because when you have people, because there's room for everybody.
Yeah,
I don't understand it.
Kwame, I don't even know how you take your cousin serious. I don't know how you take him serious at all. Like, it's just another bad association. I know you can't totally disassociate from him because he's family blood and all of that stuff, but this is just another bad association on YouTube, listening to that fool talk nonsense.
Well,
it depends on how you come in, though.
I might not catch your first part of your live, but I'll come and see the replay. But now you can't even see niggas replay. Niggas flagged off.
Man, it is a thing, though, of overdoing it, though. That really what it is. You start too much stuff with too many people, man, they coming.
And I don't know what part of banned from YouTube and Garrick is not comprehending. Garrick is a banned person on YouTube. If you create a channel and you continue to allow him on your channel as a banned person on YouTube, it is putting your channel in jeopardy. Why you think you don't see Garrick on Kwame's panel? Kwame's smart enough to realize having Garrick on my panel is not a good idea because Garrick is banned on YouTube. Same way he wouldn't let Tommy Sotomayor on his channel or anybody else like that he knows is a banned person on YouTube. He is that smart. But The fact that they are saying all of this other stuff and not talking about the fact that Biz and Garrick were doing circumvention of YouTube policies is the part that I don't understand. You're talking about this person flagged this person did this person did that. Garrick is a banned person on YouTube. It's easy for YouTube to use its algorithms and network of systems to figure out who he is and to see that Biz is allowing this person every day to come on his channel, talk about how it's our channel or it's my channel, and Garrick talk all his craziness. The same stuff that got him banned on YouTube is the same stuff he does on that channel. What makes you think that channel's not going to see the same type of results?
For real, and I thought they was good. They had DVR. They was editing the video, so I really don't think. No, I don't know how they got. They was editing the.
And again, this is more that dumbass Chat GPT thought of how YouTube works. DVR don't stop nothing. Garrick being on the channel, period, end of discussion, is the issue. DVR is not an issue. None putting the video on private and trying to hide it is not an issue, because YouTube, it's their platform. They can see these videos. Even if you put them on private, YouTube can still see it. If you delete it, it's still in a database somewhere. So you can't hide from the very company that is making it a possibility for you to go live.
The language and everything out.
They saying this because of Garrett, but like I said, there's a lot of other people that lost channels on here.
Should have the whole YouTube. For real, for real.
So what's the stop?
And has everybody that's lost a channel been banned from YouTube? Like, we've seen multiple people have their channel taken down by YouTube, right? But have all of them gotten an email telling them from YouTube that they are banned and can no longer create channels to go live on YouTube? That's a whole different category. Again, we know Tommy to be there. We know Garrick to be there. I don't know who else is there. We've seen a whole bunch of other people lose channels, but has YouTube actually sent them an email telling them they are banned from going live, banned from creating any additional channels, anything like that? I don't know that that's been the case.
I never report no other people.
Garrett be in them comments, man. That's what I was reading. That's what it's basically saying about being in them. If they make a page and he don't be on no comments and arguing with people and stuff like that, he would have been all right.
Wrong.
And them saying the same thing every day with the word, that just make your page super hot. At one time,
wrong.
I couldn't keep a page on here. Why? Your content is only about, I guess we can call it roasting. This ain't the app for that. Like, you can't do that on here. You got to go to Bigo or something to be able to do that 7 days a week. For real.
I think motherfuckers done harassed and bullied this channel out, boy. They need to stop that shit, man.
Man, them ladies, man, you can't make them females mad on here. Oh, they coming. OG talk, you say stop the excuses. Everyone is doing it. No, everyone.
Thick cut. Salute to you, brother. Appreciate you being here. We did the Drop Squad drop earlier. Y'all know Thick Cut coming through with them bass lines and them dope beats. Shout out to Thick Cut.
Don't have more. They live have way more crazier language, bro. You let Biz get mad one time, it's over with. It's over with. So I mean, I'm not singling him out, and I'm not disrespecting him. I'm only saying from what I see as somebody who watches everybody's platform. Like, it's hard. You keep saying the N-word, 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 and somebody hitting that flag button, or then you got Garrick up there roasting, and then you got 3 more people. That sitting on that panel stuff is dangerous, man. Trust me.
But that's an excuse, because Rodney said the N-word just as much as Biz and Garrick, and he don't get no flags.
Exactly, because it ain't about saying the N-word. It's about Garrick being a banned user, not allowed on YouTube, and Biz creating a channel to circumvent YouTube policy. We defined circumvent earlier. It's about Biz creating a channel to circumvent YouTube policy to allow Garrick to go live. There's periods of time on some of those takeover live streams where Biz ain't even on the link because he's working or something, and Garrick is up there basically hosting the panel and talking all his shit and saying the stuff he's saying. Somebody that YouTube has already said is not allowed to go live on the channel anymore. DJ Cleveland, salute.
Look at his content. Rodney not You gotta read that. You gotta, excuse me, put that in ChatGPT, and you gotta really read that. It's about repetitive. Rodney might have 2 times, probably 1 time a week, somebody hit his stuff and just crash out.
You got to stop getting your information from Chat GPT. That is not a reputable source that you can cite. If you were to turn in a bibliography to a teacher and you said Chat GPT was your source, they're going to fail you on that shit because that's not a credible source. That's like going to Wikipedia as a source. You can't go to Wikipedia as your credible source. You may start there, and then you take that information that you've learned from there to further research and find credible sources to corroborate that information. But you don't take Chat GPT as your source and then come like you're speaking the gospel.
Take your page and ban you think.
Yeah, Cliff Notes. That's like saying Cliff Notes is your source that you're citing. Y'all remember Cliff Notes back in the day? You thought you could read a whole book in 20 pages. That book is 300 pages long. Moby Dick or The Great Gatsby or some shit like that. It's 300 pages long, and you think this little 20-page Cliff Notes is going to tell you everything you need? You can't cite that shit and expect credit.
Oh, that again, you can come back. I read this. You can come back, but it depends on what you're doing in your content to trigger the system. I read it online. Anybody can make a page. Your page is still illegal, but if your page keep getting them hits on it and they can actually click and see you doing what these people say you doing, what they say you doing, your page go come down. That's it. That's all. And then you got 3 pages and they all got the same content. Come on, bro. Y'all should be able to use y'all head, bro. That's like trapping, and you got 3 of the same houses on the same block. You walking in and out each door. The feds gonna go in each one of them houses. Them niggas don't need a voice for that hate content. Yeah, I hate. Listen,
that could be true, but that ain't how they gonna take it. That's all.
That ain't how they gonna take it. It's just like the streets. Hey, old boy told him, old boy ain't need to tell on you, man. You just don't like that man.
Yeah, they damn sure finna start the blame game of who told on me. The who shot the game is going on right now.
Man, y'all just take this one under the chin. Matter of fact, I'm about to beg again. Please leave us out of it. Everybody, not just me. We ain't do it this time.
Oh, they know I ain't do it, but they damn sure finna come at y'all.
We know TJ ain't do it. We know that for sure. He ain't do it. And I'm being so real. I ain't do it, bro. I ain't do it. So what I'm thinking is it's somebody that don't like all 3 of us. That's how I feel about it.
I don't know who did what.
And so at this point, I don't even understand why Kev Low is up there. He's talking about us, all 3 of us. He's putting himself in the category with the Biz Takeover channel situation, but his channel is not flagged off of YouTube. He's getting age restrictions because YouTube periodically, whether somebody actually flags your channel or not, YouTube periodically scans the content that we're putting out on the platform. And they go through it and they decide that if you're cursing or different things, you're covering certain content that does not need to be available to kids, they will age restrict the video. That's not a strike. That's not anything to harm your channel. It just means that people have to be on an account that is verified in some way, shape, or form that the person is over 18 in order to view the content. That's all the age restriction does. It does not stop your video from being seen, does not put any strikes or anything on your channel. So when you get those age restrictions, that's all it is YouTube scanning and saying, this video got a little bit too much cursing in it for kids to be watching. This video covers subject matter that kids don't need to be watching without parental supervision. So we're going to age restrict the video so a kid can't just click on it and start watching. Exactly, Letitia. She says she just got an age restriction for a year-old video. I see them happen all the time. On videos that I posted however long ago. It'll get age restricted a year or 2 years later. That's YouTube scanning, doing what they do, and seeing that this may have a little bit too much cursing. This may be subject matter not appropriate for children because YouTube has an entire kids platform. There's a whole bunch of videos on there for kids that do all they singing and dancing and all of the stuff that they do. So it ain't about this nonsense that Kev Low is saying.
All I know is, boy, look here. That shit's stupid, man. Niggas was going good, boy. I was enjoying the content. Laughing and shit, saying how the grandma calling came and gave their 2 cents. Niggas was getting content again. Niggas was doing.
And that's a fact, Leticia. It's an AI that's going through and doing this stuff. Some of the things that they're age restricting don't even need to be age restricted. So you can file appeals and get the age restriction removed because once you do that, an actual human will go and review the content and determine, as opposed to leaving it up to the AI. But the AI is constantly scanning. Just like he went to Chat GPT to get his information, they have their own AI that's doing scans of the content constantly. And if it sees something that is in their triggers of a red flag, it's going to age restrict your video. Does no harm to your channel. It just means that people who don't have a verified account can't see the video.
All right. And then here come the fucker.
Yeah, it definitely was some content. I ain't even gonna lie, I ain't even have to do no craziness. I just sit back and went over the craziness. For real. Shoot, I was pulling the damn D. I was the milkman. Power.
Shout out to everybody who hit that like button. It's greatly appreciated. We're almost at 100.
They said, here we go, the lives will continue. Man, nobody know who did. We know, listen, this is all we know to the comments. We know YouTube did it. All right, bet. But people not going to take it. It can say, and YouTube can send them an email and say, hey, we did it. They go say, you know what? I think Kevlo did it. I think TJ did it. I think Sis did it. Nobody's going to be real and be like, you know what? My language, what's been like the stuff I've been doing haven't been repetitive. No. And see, if you look at my page, Backyard Bills TV, you might see me working on my car. You might see me riding around going to work. Boy, when them people with AI running through your channel and all they see is you going off, drinking, cursing, slurring, swearing, what you think AI gonna do? The same thing your school principal do. Now let me get them up out of here. They might spare a channel that's okay, yeah, they might be doing a little roasting, but we might see them painting a house, or we might see them cutting grass, or we might see, different stuff. They cammed up, they having regular conversation. It's nobody's fault.
And to your point on that one, that's why I started doing them little post videos, just doing uploads where you ain't on there a long time, you ain't doing a lot of cursing, you just reacting to a video and you get your ass up off of there. So the longer you sit on here, it gives them more things to try to flag.
That is 100. Y'all, we listen, and I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Of course, both sides been going at it. That's not the issue right now. We all know that. That's not the issue, right?
That's a fact, Leticia. She said, let me find her comment. She said YouTube is under scrutiny for allowing children to watch inappropriate content. So that means that they're going to beef up their measures to prevent children from being able to access this inappropriate content. What does that mean? The AI getting out there in the algorithms and finding out what videos may not be appropriate for children and putting them under age restriction. She said Meta is undergoing changes due to a recent lawsuit where they're going to have to verify our age at some point. Exactly. Meta, that's who's behind Facebook and Instagram. So these companies realize that it is a liability for them to just let anything be said and done on their platform, and then children get access to this. And then we see like these young boys because they all again in their 20s, these young boys who are now doing life without parole for this Julio Fulio killing, they're trying to blame the reason why their brains were so fucked up to do that killing on their upbringing and, the things that they experienced in life. It's only so long before more and more people are blaming the stuff that they saw on algorithms from YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, whatever platform that a kid is on, and seeing things that they don't have any business seeing at their age without supervision. There's nothing wrong with a kid seeing certain things if they have the proper supervision. Somebody who can explain to them, what does this mean? Or the kid can ask, what does that mean? You can have a whole conversation after it. We talked about it earlier when we were talking about the parents and the communicating with the kids, even at the young ages, explaining things to them, not just because I said so, not whooping their ass and expecting them to know why they got their ass whooped. No, you have to actually have a conversation with them. Make sure they understand, can maybe recite some of the stuff back to you that y'all were talking about, so you can understand that they comprehend what it is that they did wrong in that situation and why you as the parent are not going to tolerate that continuing on. The consequences may get more and more harsh. It may not start as an ass whooping. It may start like the young man that had his son doing squats. Because his son was running around in the barbershop. He told the son to sit down. The barber had to say something to the son. So when he got home, I ain't gonna whoop your ass. I'm gonna have you over there doing squats. The baby crying like a motherfucker. And then what did he do? He had a conversation with them. Told him, I'm not mad at you. I love you, but you can't be acting like that. We're not gonna have that. It's having the conversation, the communication.
The issue is they got caught. It don't matter. In the city, everybody, you got people on both sides of the town hustling. If this side of the town get busted, they get busted. whoever get busted, they might go tell on the other side of town, and now they get caught. It just happens, bro. So ain't nobody trying to say, hey, Kev Lowe innocent, TJ innocent.
Yeah,
Biz innocent.
I definitely ain't saying that. Whoever that is, they must say wasn't here earlier. Because I just said both sides done some bullshit. Ain't nobody innocent. And to go back and try to point out who did what individually, it's just gonna circle the wagon again, but it ain't gonna prove shit. People feel how they feel. They done took it how they done took it. And at this point, it is what it is. But the shit got to stop at some point. You can start it up again by pointing the finger all you want to, but at some point, somebody got to say, "Look, man, this shit ain't getting us nowhere. I'm done with this bullshit.
Yeah.
Let's call the truce. Let's roast each other, or let's leave each other the fuck alone." It's simple.
Best thing I can tell y'all, find one of y'all cousins or homeboy. Hey man, look, let me get you a little YouTube, whatever. Woo, woo. Make sure it's on a brand new phone, brand new AdSense, brand new email. So I mean, that's just how y'all gotta rock out. You can go read it. It'll tell you what to do. But y'all got 3 pages, same email, same VPN off your phone. It just don't make no sense.
It don't work like that, Kevlo. Garrett can show up on any channel he wants, under any name he wants, all of that. If he's live on channels, going live like he's the host, I don't give a damn whose name it's under. He's just going to get that person banned from YouTube. That's all it's going to do. It don't work like that.
Like literally. So, unless y'all think I snap YouTube, we already established that it's wrong on both sides. Yeah, everybody know what's wrong. I mean, everybody shouldn't even came this far for one. I think everybody had their rodeo. Everybody done had their separate beef. Everybody done got pages and lost these pages. You feel me? So, I'm gonna use Kwame word. New money. Niggas got that new money. And, they turned up. Hey, when I got that new money, I had my trial. I said this all last week. But just take me as an example. So, hey, I lost one of my main pages I had since middle school. All my music gone.
Yeah, I don't care about who number one and who first. I just want to be on this motherfucker. Because shit, worrying about who number one and all that, they can have that shit. Them motherfuckers want to flag you down every 2 seconds, man. Just let me make my content. I don't got to be number one. Hell, you don't even got to come watch. Don't leave me out the conversation. But just leave me on YouTube, man. Damn. I got shit to say. I don't always just talk about motherfuckers and roasting them. It's a midterm election coming up, and motherfuckers just want to flag people. Like, I ain't with all that monkey shit.
Yeah. Definitely got to put that important news.
Got to make these people take responsibility and accountability for their actions, though, Kwame. Got to take responsibility and accountability for the actions. Biz created a channel trying to circumvent YouTube policy to have Garrett on there. So he has to be held accountable for his actions. Yeah, Leticia, I caught that too. He is saying how much he needs YouTube. I did catch that. Biz has to be held responsible for his actions. And, you saying just don't flag somebody in general, blah, 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 whatever. Again, it may not even be about him getting flagged. Maybe somebody did report him. Maybe somebody didn't report him. But it was YouTube's decision ultimately to say, this person is not supposed to be on our platform. You are creating a space for this person to be on our platform to circumvent the policy. Therefore, we're going to take out the consequences on you.
Out there, man. For real. We all know Grandma calling, hey, man, put that light on y'all turn now, Nacho. Oh. But y'all run y'all right. That one thing I can say, Grandma's calling, you ain't about to sit on.
After I just said I wasn't going to do that.
Man, them but hey, big, man, just gone. But if you a soldier and you a warrior and you one channel, man. One thing about Biz, advice on her pages. I bet you that.
Trying to move forward because eventually they start talking about me for whatever reason. They're over an hour into this video, hour and 12 minutes into this video right now, and they're talking about, again, the takeover channel being flagged down and all of that. How this gets to be about me, I have no clue.
Watch these same people that laughing with you gonna be laughing at you.
They're going to be laughing at you. They waiting on you to say something.
Yeah.
Because now they feel like they got all the ammo. They just don't say what I said and what somebody will say to me is what you said.
Yep. Well,
that's just how life works. But these motherfuckers ain't got no life. This motherfuckers on here talking about kids with no kids. These people just making up shit to make content, man.
Who he talking about, y'all? Who is he talking about? And people on here talking about kids with no kids. Who is he talking about? Like Thaddeus said earlier, whether that person has kids or not, what does that have to do with right and wrong?
Mother's Day talking about another man, bro. That not.
But these motherfuckers ain't got no life. This motherfuckers on here talking about kids with no kids. These people just making up shit to make content, man.
Mother's Day talking about another man, bro. That tripped me out for real. Supposed to be man of integrity is on Mother's Day, still talking about me and you. Like, I'm just looking at this.
So because I don't put any value into their pagan holidays, now I'm supposed to treat that day as some special day and not do my Sunday show that I do every Sunday at 8:30. I'm being consistent. YouTube actually rewards consistency. YouTube knows to look for my channel going live at 8:30 on Sunday mornings. They reward consistency. So, because it's some day that y'all want to celebrate mothers one specific day in May, I celebrated mothers again this morning. I'll celebrate mothers again next week. Celebrated good fathers too. It ain't Father's Day.
It's not like my
He's a clown. But when you don't participate in real regular holidays and you don't have no kids to take away your time from this type of stuff, you know you don't want to be around your wife all day. As loving as a motherfucking wife is, you don't want to be around them all day, nor do they want to be around you all motherfucking day. So you know this.
So because I go live one day a week, that means I don't want to be around my wife and my wife don't want to be around me. So what am I doing the other 6 days of the week when I'm not live? Because these two people who are on this panel on the same Sunday talking about me, these two people have baby mamas or mothers of their children that they could be showering with gifts on this Mother's Day. Kevlo still has his mom in his life that he could be around if he wants to, but they're talking about me and what I'm talking about on the Sunday that I do my show. And that means something about the relationship between me and my wife because I'm being consistent and doing my show. So what they don't understand, again, is that one thing a woman who is building with a man looks for is consistency. She looks for that man to show consistency in his actions. So me being live on a Sunday morning is what I'm supposed to do because that's the time that I've set myself to go live. I've been live on Sunday mornings for a couple months now. But what makes that Sunday in May any different than any other Sunday? Because people want to charge more for flowers and chocolates and all the damn restaurants are overly packed and stuff like that. Being consistent is more important. And that's what a woman looks for in a man, is him being consistent. Not him deciding that this one specific day he's going to shower her and then every other day he talks all types of crazy about her. No.
Boy, lonely.
He don't even want to take the lady to church.
Time from this type of stuff, you know you don't want to be around your wife all day. As loving as a motherfucking wife is, you don't want to be around them all day, nor do they want to be around you all motherfucking day. So you know this boy lonely.
He don't even want to take.
So I don't want to be around my wife all day and she don't want to be around me all day. So that means I'm lonely. I don't know how you figure that. Again, I'm live once a week. These two are live multiple times a day, pretty much every day of the week. But how does that make me lonely? I'm spending most of the week doing things with my wife. We are building together. How does that make me lonely in any way? This clown gonna say something about taking her to church and what?
He is to take away your time from this type of stuff. You know you don't want to be around your wife all day. As loving as a motherfucking wife is, you don't want to be around them all day, nor do they want to be around you all motherfucking day. So you know this boy lonely.
He don't even want to take the lady to church. Every Sunday you sitting at a computer, bro. Like, and I told him that, man, that's crazy, dog. That every Sunday you get up there and you set your live a week ahead, and you know on every Sunday you come to talk about KB.
He ain't connected to nothing. He just want to talk.
Larry Wade III, salute. So because I'm consistent and I'm talking about somebody that's talking about me, again, I don't even watch him. People tell me when he talks about me. So then I go get the clip, and if it's something I feel like reviewing, I do, just like everybody else in this sector who does reviews. If he's going to talk about me on his channel, then I can review what he's saying. That's what I'm doing. He's mad. The clown, I'm saying, is mad because he can't get anybody to go watch that nonsense that he's doing because he flip-flops. He worried about me taking my wife to church, but he's on here doing all of the things of who he, the church person, would see of a sinner. He plays the song Wake Up and Pray and then gets on there and starts cussing people out. He flip-flops every other day. 1 minute he's a church guy going to church and all that. The next minute he a thug and would do this and that to somebody. I don't play that with y'all. I don't sit here and act like I'm this righteous, holier than thou person. What did I tell y'all about these books? That they're missing stories, that they're written by a white man's translation to indoctrinate you to believe certain things. Just because you continue to believe the indoctrination, clown, doesn't mean that I should. So I don't need to go listen to some person that calls themselves a pastor standing on a pulpit preaching down to me about their interpretation of these words. I can read the words myself and interpret them myself. I'm not going to put that person above me and feel like they need to teach me what these words mean. I have very good comprehension skills. So I can read these words and comprehend them myself. I can also comprehend the fact that that church is an indoctrination camp to make you give money to them to go spend on whatever they want to spend it on. To teach you this same white man translation that's missing chapters, but you think I'm wrong for not wanting to go behind that, to follow that. Did Christians go to church yesterday? I don't know, Leticia. I don't know what these people are doing. They want to call themselves all these things, put all these labels on themselves, but they're living a totally different life. But want to criticize me for keeping it real. No, I'm not spending my time going in a church. No, I'm not spending my money going in a church. That doesn't mean I don't listen to messages from churches. That just means I'm not spending my time and money going in there because I don't need to hear it from them. I don't like their credentials. I don't like their mentors and their sources. So therefore, I can find another mentor and source to get these words from.
About KD for monetary gain.
For 30 people to come in his chat too at that. I ain't never seen that.
He got such a great life. He don't even talk about what he do no more. He just talk about me and what I do wrong.
Really? So I spent the better part of 5 hours of this stream. We're approaching 6.5 hours now. I spent the better part of 5 hours talking about all types of things, celebrating people, talking about just laughing and jokes, talking about relationships, not only relationships of parents with children, but also relationships of two people that are adults. I spent the better part of 5 hours talking about all that stuff. But the only thing they see is this when I decide to give them a few minutes of my time.
I don't even say nothing about this clown. I respond to him, hey, how you doing volume of 1 through 1,000 on one person? And you're supposed to be such a good guy. Why you worry about?
So it's obvious that my lessons of busted life history have had an impact on him. But again, if you want to respond to me, how about you do this? We can either do it on you can do it on your platform, or we can do it over here together. We can review the lessons of busted life history volumes that I put out. And I would like for you to tell me where I'm lying. Tell me where I'm lying. I'm sharing information for people. Either they can take it or they don't. Some people like being a part of a cult because they feel the need to belong in a group. That's fine. But there's other people who are hearing what I'm saying, maybe didn't know that information, and now that information makes them see things in a different light. But it's obvious that those episodes had an impact because there's a truth in them.
What I'm saying. I'm not worried about what you're saying. I'm asking you a question. Can you respond? You want to talk about me, but then when I come talk to you, you're a coward?
Right. Man.
Okay, and I've explained. I had him up earlier, and again, I appreciate him coming up and us having that conversation about the Dylan Brooks situation. But I've also explained that I have no desire to talk to him on other subjects because there's a lot of subjects that he knows nothing about. He's not educated on, but he wants to have a whole conversation with me about those subjects. I don't have time for that. I don't have time to sit here and debate with a narcissist that wants to just try to prove that they're right over and over and over again when they're dead wrong about subjects. That's not the way I feel like spending my life.
and of integrity supposed to be? And I mean, he loved calling you narcissistic. So wouldn't that mean he narcissistic?
This boy just dumb. He obviously don't know the definition of the word. We've defined it before. We don't need to do it again. Pick up a dictionary. Don't go to ChatGPT. Pick up a dictionary. Learn what the word means.
I'm just saying.
I just like to see his face every time I hit the panel. He's so scary. Every time I hit his panel, type in his chat, his whole demeanor changes. He don't think I can see it.
Really? So he likes to see my face when he's in my chat. That sounds kind of weird. That sounds kind of weird. But what changed about my demeanor? I'm not in any way intimidated by you, anything like that. What would change about my demeanor because you showed up in the chat? Draco the big homie, salute. Like, what? You like to see my demeanor change when you come in the chat? That doesn't make any sense. My demeanor doesn't change. I say, I see you or what's up or whatever, just like I do with pretty much anybody else. I watch my chat. When people come into the chat, I speak to them. But I don't give you any more attention than anybody else.
He be all shaky and shifty. Like a little dork supposed to be.
Oh man.
I don't even like talking to him because I don't want nobody to think I'm picking on him.
But
he don't like talking to me because he doesn't want anybody to think he's picking on me. Really? Yeah, kiss my cheeks. That sounds like very yaggish. Very yaggish to say I like to see his face whenever I go into his chat. That is weird. And picking on me, you can't pick on me. I've told you multiple times. I have more control over things than you do in this world. Number one, self-control. But number two, when we're talking about controlling resources and assets, I control more than you do. You can't pick on me. I put myself in a higher category than you. You can't pick on me.
See, you got to understand in school, it was different type of dorks. I think he was that little dork, that little weasel that played tough a little bit, but to tell the principal on you.
This motherfucker talking about, he talking about he a nerd. Motherfucker, the motherfucker who built Google is a nerd. Elon Musk is a nerd. What the fuck kind of Yeah, Elon Musk is a nerd. That motherfucker, he showed me he a nerd with the money and the shit he made. He giving out internet to people. What kind of nerd?
So nerds are only people with money. That's his definition. Nerds are only people. He just called me a dork, which is a synonym of nerd, but yet nerds are only people with money. Let's go back and hear him call me a dork.
Every time I hit the panel, he's so scary. Every time I hit his panel, type in his chat, his whole demeanor changes. He don't think I can see it. He be all shaky and shifty. Like a little dork supposed to be.
Oh man.
So he calls me a dork, a synonym of nerd. But now nerds are only people who got a whole bunch of money.
I don't even like talking to him because I don't want nobody to think I'm picking on him.
But see, you got to understand in school, it was different type of dorks. I think he was that little dork, that little weasel that played tough a little bit, but to tell the principal on you.
This motherfucker talking about, he talking about he a nerd. Motherfucker, the motherfucker who built Google is a nerd. Elon Musk is a nerd. What the fuck kind of Yeah, Elon Musk is a nerd. That motherfucker, he showed me he a nerd with the money and the shit he made. He giving out internet to people. What kind of nerd are you? You ain't did shit special. You ain't cured no cancer. What the fuck you done, boy? Nothing. But get on YouTube and run your goddamn mouth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, I like I said, I know his type.
See, the difference that, again, they don't understand. They're on YouTube every single day. I'm on YouTube. I go live once a week. They're on YouTube every single day trying to prove to their audience or somebody in the world something about themselves and something about their lives. I'm not trying to prove anything to anybody on YouTube. I'm not trying to prove anything. I'll show people things. I'll educate some people on some things. I may open people's eyes to some things, but I'm not trying to prove anything to anybody. So I don't have to prove to anybody what I'm building, what my wife and I are building together. I don't have to prove that to anybody on YouTube. You'll see the fruits of those results when we decide to show it to you, if we decide to show it to you. But again, I don't live my life on YouTube. So an opinion of somebody from YouTube doesn't hold value for me. I'm not on here looking for friends. I'm not on here looking for people to be on my side or go along with what I'm saying. None of that.
They make that little funny voice and to try to make themselves mean more intelligent than they actually are.
All I'm saying is, if you're intelligent, go do something intelligent. Sitting on YouTube talk about people that you think is dumb. How is that intelligent? There's nothing about that sounds intelligent.
So again, I don't expect you to understand what I'm doing. What I'm doing is telling the people who sit there and listen to the unintelligent things that you and your clown cousins say to question you on the people who are mentoring you, question you on your sources. Question, can you cite your sources? Your clown cousin is citing ChatGPT as his source. That's just dumb and foolish. That wouldn't pass anybody's bibliography. That wouldn't pass anybody's references page. What are your sources? Who are the people that are mentoring and pouring into you? If you can't say it, then again, that's something for people to question. Do you want to continue to listen to somebody who can't even tell you who they're getting their information from? Who can't tell you who they're being mentored by? Who can't tell you who the people are that are smarter than them in different subjects that are pouring into your brain? If you can't share that information with your people, then your people may want to question, do they want to listen to you? That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking to the people who decide to listen to you with a cult-minded mentality. Just blindly listening to the things you say, blindly repeating the things you say, when you have shown proof that you don't even know what you're talking about. That's who I'm talking to. So the message is not for you. It's for the people who blindly listen to the stupid things you say.
At all.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over here and talk to these dumb people because I got such superiority over them. You know, just gonna go talk about their life. I'll be here on Sunday, honey. Really?
Make sure the cornbread done.
Yeah. Ain't no kids. Ain't no fucking kids.
Don't wash your feet. We're going out there to run around in the field a little later.
Yeah, you want the black community to be like you. Part of having a community is having a legacy, which you don't have.
So he thinks that making children is what makes your legacy. Right now, the legacy that we know of Kwame Brown is a failed basketball player and someone who failed with the money that he acquired from playing basketball. That's the legacy that we know of him. We know that he has strained relationships with his children who are of age to understand real life. That's the legacy that he is leading and leaving for people. Meanwhile, he doesn't know how many different young people's lives I pour into and what kind of legacy I'm creating. Because the legacy is about how people talk about you when you're gone and what you're leaving for them when you're gone. Lou Jenkins, what up, though? Appreciate you listening. The legacy is about how people talk about you when you're gone, what you leave for them to eat off of when you're gone. Thus far, it sounds like his children, I mean, I don't know all of them, obviously. I just know the ones that I don't know any of them. I know the interactions that he has shown us because he lives his life on YouTube with his son that he had doing crazy stuff, so he went back to live with his mama, with his daughter, who he was ready to leave at a restaurant because she dared to be videoing. This is the legacy that he's leaving. It's not about how many seeds you spread with how many different women. That's not leaving a legacy. Because hell, you could be leaving a legacy of a deadbeat dad if that's the case. There's a whole bunch of people that got a whole bunch of babies with a whole bunch of different people. And they're leaving a legacy of deadbeat out there too. So it ain't about how many kids you spread seed to different people on. It has nothing to do with your legacy. You don't understand the terms. That's what I'm trying to express to you and the people who listen to you say this dumb stuff and are afraid to check you because they're in a cult.
Oh, he's smiling now. You done said his name on this live?
I ain't said his name. A person got to jump out there and say he talking about me in order for them to goddamn say I'm talking about them. I'm just describing the dumb shit that they do. I ain't gonna say that punk name. He ain't even worth my time.
Not worth my time, yet you come over here and listen to me every week. You type in my chat every week, but I'm not worth your time. But you come to hear what I have to say, but I'm not worth your time. Tell that to your audience. Explain to your audience why you're in my chat every week, but I'm not worth your time. Make that make sense to your audience. If they don't want to say anything about it, then that's them being in a cult. More power to them. Stay in your cult. Be happy in your cult. But the ones who would dare actually have the courage to say something to you about it and not be cowards, how is you typing in my chat every week, you not being worried about what I say? I don't go to your chat. I'm not even subscribed to your channel. Again, people tell me that you're talking about me, so I get clips of the video.
I came and tried to talk to you like a man on several occasions, and all you do is bitch up and make it about why you want to talk to me. That's whole shit.
With fake beef at that.
Right. I don't got no beef.
Fake beef? Who the hell said anything about beef? I never said I had beef. I never said I had beef. I just state my opinion and support it with facts. That's not beef.
Why do so many strangers have beef with another stranger? Like you don't know this person. Like how your life that fucked up that you trying to go out of your way. You that mad, but you a cool person, but you that mad that you got to get this person. You got to fuck them up.
Why aren't you asking that question to Biz, to Garrett, to TJ, to Damn D whenever he was going crazy on Sister T and Regina? Why aren't you asking that question to all of those people who you surround yourself with and associate yourself with, who have channels and make content doing the very same thing, reviewing content? They talk all types of crazy about the people. They call them all kinds of, every name you can think of in the book. They call these people that stuff. You don't have a problem with it. But me, I dare to have an opinion supported by facts about you and the way that you're moving, and now all of a sudden it's an issue. The projection is real in you, sir. You might want to look in the mirror.
You got to fuck up their channel. Why you that mad?
Uh-oh, somebody says a nerd. I'm offended. Man, there's different types of nerds, bro.
Man, that man ain't no damn nerd is what I'm saying. I ain't call him no nerd. He's a fucking goofy. That nigga ain't no nerd. If you was a nerd, you supposed to do something smart. Smart nerds do smart shit. What did he do that was smart?
I'm making money off of YouTube with a monetized channel by reviewing content, by putting information out to people. That's what's smart. I go live once a week and I get support, and I salute all the people who support the channel. Shout out to everybody who hit the like button, everybody who's given a donation, everybody who has a membership. That's what I do. That's what's smart about what I do. I maintain a monetized channel on YouTube talking about what I feel like talking about. Again, over 5 hours talking about a whole bunch of other stuff before we even got into reviewing this video. That's what I do that's smart. I spend 1 day a week making content that's enough to support my channel and keep my channel monetized.
Facts. He'll say,
I ain't
well,
never
they
seen
didn't have
nerds
no
in
kids.
spaces and telling everybody how smart they is either. I don't see nerds do that.
And a nerd would have wanted to create them another little intelligent young man, young lady. They ain't go just,
So you said a nerd would appropriate it.
Yeah, they know that's the land of the law, man. I mean, law.
I don't know where these fools get their education. I don't know where they get their education. I really don't. The only thing that apparently in their view, in their eyes, makes them a man is spreading seed. That's the only thing that seems that they are leaning on about their manhood. Because everything they say always comes back to the fact that my wife and I chose not to have children. We exercised the proper self-control, put the proper things in place so we would not have children. A decision we made prior to us getting married. So because we have the proper self-control, can put the proper things in place to not create children, that makes me in some way less of a man. I'm telling you, man, it's just dumb.
Yeah.
But what happened with him?
It don't work. You know, some dudes, he might listen. The boy might want something else. I think you got something hot and warm in there. You can't put nothing in that oven.
I just don't like that these boys always talking about sex and who somebody got it.
What in the fuck? Who is the people that's always talking about sex and what somebody got? They just turned the whole conversation into talking about what the hell I'm doing with my penis, whether or not it works, whether or not I'm procreating. Leticia, yeah, I saw that video. Yeah, I saw that video. Let me go get it actually, so we can, because I didn't go through the whole thing, but he's saying he's tired of people just always talking about sex and stuff like that. What? Every conversation you have transitions to y'all talking about something to do with my penis. Why? But you tired of people talking about sex all the time. Make it make sense.
As if, like, nigga, you live the married life. Ain't nobody, nigga, that's disrespectful. You gonna invite things into your marriage that you shouldn't. You talking about single people's sex life. You think they ain't gonna talk about your sex life?
Mm-hmm.
And then you gonna.
I'm talking about single people's sex life. So me saying that having self-control, not going around spreading seed all over the place just for the sake of doing it because you think that's what makes you a man, is me talking about people's sex life. Okay, if you want to reach there and go with that, fine. If your audience believes it and they like it, I love it.
Don't try to think that it's offensive because y'all married. Well, if you married, you got to protect your household by watching your goddamn mouth and not bringing up shit that don't got nothing to do with you.
And the real wife at least drag you to.
What the hell do you know about being married? How the hell are you going to comment about being married? You've never even attempted it. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Church once a month, something.
Why do I need to go to church once a month? So I can get indoctrinated? No. I choose not to be indoctrinated. I pass on that. I pass on the indoctrination rituals. Absolutely 100% of the time I pass. No. I don't need to go to church to be indoctrinated like you. That's why you're dealing with some of the dumb shit you're dealing with now. You can't decide who you want to be from one day to the next. Because one day you a preacher, the next day you a ladies' man, the next day you a damn husband. No, I will big time pass on that, for sure.
Yeah, atheist. You don't believe in that. You don't got to go to church.
Yeah, he might don't. Yeah, he might be one of them. Yeah.
The way he sound, that boy atheist.
You might be right.
So now I sound like an atheist. Do you know the definition of an atheist? Because that would suggest I don't believe in, much of anything. Do you understand the definitions of the words you're saying? Or are you just saying shit? So because I said that I can actually read a Bible, I can read a Quran, I can read a whole bunch of other books, that means that I'm an atheist because I don't take myself to the specific place that y'all like to go to? Because I don't want to go to a church specifically? Now that makes me something negative? Makes me an atheist? I'm telling you, man, they play themselves with the dumb things they say.
Right.
He don't sound like he connected to nothing. The way he talk is stupid. I would not be up here putting a spotlight on my woman if I think my relationship is important. I'm not going to put no spotlight on her by fucking with other people.
Who's putting the spotlight on my woman? Me or you? Who's putting the spotlight on my woman? Me or you? Because I talk about my wife in loving ways. If whatever I'm talking about, I can weave her into the content, talking about the positive things that she is to me and in my life, I'll do that. But what does that have to do with anything that you're talking about? At all.
Because I know how the game go. You start that shit with somebody, ain't no such thing as no, oh man, that's my girl. Nigga ain't finna hear that after that.
Boy, because I was so, boy, that nigga TJ was on my top. Boy. I don't care what y'all say. If you want good content,
people ain't finna play with you after you bring up their situation and you go.
That motherfucker came with the balls on my ass. Hey, who that motherfucker TJ Playboy? Then he came with that girl on my ass. Boy, I said, hey, I had to respect her, man. Y'all get out the way. Some other people can bring real smoke, man. Get out the way. For real. Everybody else you be on
man.
Oh, man. See, y'all got to be able to sit back and just laugh at some of this stuff and you know what I'm saying? Move along. Figure out something, man. Else, man.
Well, You got to be mentally equipped for this shit. You got to be able to tell a joke, receive a joke, and that's on both sides. That's everybody. You got to be able to tell a joke, receive a joke without taking it too far.
Yeah.
That's a skill. Not everybody can do that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I ain't gonna lie. That's why in school I stayed to myself, bro. I'm at my homeboys know, but I ain't man. Listen, I ain't with all that joning, bro. Going on, bro.
Yeah.
For real. He ain't about to pick on my shoes and all that, and I know I ain't got no other shoes to wear. Leave me alone, bro.
This nigga taking it to heart.
He ain't gonna pick on my shoes to ask for my chips later. For real.
Hell no. What is this in my car? Damn, I gotta clean up my truck.
Man, you fired the best detail in Atlanta, man. They told me you
Man,
was
shut up,
hiring.
man. You fired your goddamn self.
Man, they said you hiring, man. You know, you're not old.
No, I'm hiring all Mexicans, man. I'm like the Democratic Party. I'm only with the Mexicans now.
No, come on back to your roots, man. We can sit back, kick your feet up. Come on back. You know, and we'll get you back in rotation.
He quiet on that.
What you said? I hear what you said.
I said we all about Mexicans over here, baby.
Yeah, man. Hey, Trump done stopped all that now.
Hey, man, we need some more people to hit the link, man. We want to see if we can end this shit once and for all.
So now he needs people to hit his link in order for him to have content. Now he needs people to hit his link in order to have content. So Leticia, this video that you shared with me, it's a little over an hour long. And I have not reviewed the entire thing, so I don't know if there's a good timestamp for me to to start at. But I know I definitely don't want to go through another whole hour-long video if I don't have to. But I would definitely be interested in, reviewing some of it. So I think they're done talking about me. I've heard enough of them talk about me, at least. They've gotten enough attention on my channel for a day. Let's see this video that Leticia shared with me. And we'll get into the beginning of it. We'll see how long we go with it. Hold up. Pause, young. Pause. Pause. All right. So let's share this tab and see what she's talking about. So the name of the video is Why You Don't Have Kids. Happy Big Mama Day. So share this tab. All right, let's see what they're talking about. Let's see what this young lady's talking about here.
I'm actually talking into a microphone.
Oh, yeah, hold on, y'all. I'm tripping. I got super chats coming in. Shout out to the super chats, man. Shout out to shout out to 40 display that again. Appreciate you. He said, but Matt Barnes can't tap a dude on his knee. Jokes, huh? Take him or can't. Right. And he got all bent out of shape about Matt Barnes tapping Steven Jackson on the knee, talking about there was one person in that trade or something to that effect, right? He couldn't take the joke. He got all bent out of shape about it. But now everybody else is supposed to just let the stuff he says slide. Shout out to Halima, the beautiful, wonderful Halima in the building. I appreciate you always being supportive. Like I said early in the stream, and I'll continue to say it, if you're not subscribed to Halima, you're missing out on great knowledge. Halima's always dropping wisdom and knowledge on her channel. None of the nonsense. Just wisdom and knowledge. And why wouldn't you want that in your algorithm? I say the same thing for Leticia. I say the same thing for Tracepectives. I say the same thing for Deja Vu. They're dropping knowledge and wisdom. Why would you not want that type of stuff in your algorithm unless you are afraid of education? You know? But yeah, let's take a look at this video and see what she's talking about.
I am not even on my laptop. This is streaming live from my phone. You know why? Because when I tried to log in to StreamYard on my computer, it told me that they were experiencing a whole bunch of traffic. And so, yeah, we can't load you up. Now, to me, that's disrespectful because if you have StreamYard, you already know.
All right, let's see.
You
here.
are paying a
1 hour, 42-minute mark.
monthly.
Oh, this video is only an hour long. So this video here that I'm looking at that you tagged me in is only an hour long. So I don't know if I got the wrong video or not, but this video is only an hour long. So there's no 1 hour and 42-minute mark. 1 minute and 42 seconds. Okay, gotcha.
I decided to talk about this because with today being Mother's Day, aka Big Mama Day for me, a lot of people often question, Danica, why don't you have any kids? Why don't you and your husband have any kids? Where y'all kids at? You know what I'm saying? And if you are an A1, day one crownhead, then you know a little bit about the prior history when it came to certain things in our lives. But long story short, we ain't tried to do shit since then because we like freedom, right? We like money. We don't like the state of the country right now. There's a lot that goes into why people such as myself don't have any children. But enough about me. The real question that I feel that we need to be asking each other is, why do you have children? And the reason why I am wanting to flip that question back is because oftentimes, see, a lot of people know how to mind their business. So we're not talking about you, sis. We ain't talking about you, big bro. Y'all know how to mind your business. Y'all too busy focused on y'all damn selves, your own penis and your own vagina and wombs, that you don't care. Like, let people live their life type shit.
Yeah, she dropping bombs already. Shout out to Brian Turner. Salute, I see you. Shout out to everybody who hit that like button. It's greatly appreciated. She dropping bombs already.
Because you're living yours. But oftentimes, I am receiving these kind of questions from people who, no shade, no tea, but they are in not the best situations and circumstances. Okay. They are struggling with the children that they have. They are on very shaky foundations and grounds within their relationships or unions. They don't have no money, so the real question, and it's no shade, the real question that I would like to propose to these individuals, and y'all laugh, but I'm so serious, somebody with the laughing emojis on the side, but it's oftentimes those individuals who have the most questions. And y'all know what I'm starting to realize? What I'm starting to realize is that the reason why people that are in shambles that have kids want you to have kids is because they want you to be in shambles just like how they are in shambles.
Well, damn. Is that the reason that Kevlar and Kwame want me to have kids? Because neither one of them are with any of the mothers of their children. Kwame has come on here multiple times, Kevlar as well, and talked about some of the drama or whatever that they were dealing with the mother of their children at different times for whatever reasons. So is that what it is? They want me to experience the shambles and the drama and the nonsense that they're dealing with because they have to go through it because they decided to spread their seed all over the place to a whole bunch of different women. So now they have a whole bunch of different women that are creating maybe drama in their life, or they're creating drama in those women's lives. Is that what it is? It makes a lot of damn sense.
It's really a lot of hate and jealousy from what I have been able to.
I appreciate you, Leticia. This is definitely great. I have not heard this, and this is definitely great. Coming from a woman's point of view.
And see. And like I told you all, a lot of you all are aware of, those years ago when me and my husband tried to do a little wham bam and the ancestors blocked that shit like, no, bitch, we got other shit to do. You gonna thank me later for blocking this motherfucker? As time has progressed and went on, we have been able to observe and see how much further ahead in life we were able to be by us not having children and so on and so forth. I don't think, or I don't know if, thank you, Urel. Thank you for being you. I appreciate you. I don't try to like your stuff. Shout out to you. I appreciate you. Thank you for the $2, okay? But like I'm saying though, URL, I see what you did there. URL, genius. But anyway, back to my point at hand, okay? I'm going somewhere with this. As I have sat down and observed some things, I'm very fortunate and I'm very grateful that I am in the position that I am in now, because who knows where me and my husband would be had the ancestors let them damn babies through those years ago? You know, would we be able to have opened up our businesses? Would we be?
He's speaking nothing but facts right now. The things that my wife and I are experiencing today in our lives, the relationships that we're developing, the businesses that we are working with, the endeavors that we are chasing, we likely would not have been able to do if we had kids. We likely may not have had the freedom to do it, whatever, because one thing that I know about us is we learned a long time ago about the indoctrination that the school system is. Therefore, we probably would not have wanted our kids to go to just a regular public school. Now, whether we sent them to a private school or whether we decided to maybe homeschool them with one of us being a stay-at-home parent, would that have afforded us the same opportunities that we have today with both of us having great jobs, both of us having great salaries, and both of us having entrepreneurial minds that we are together working on creating business endeavors in multiple different, expanding our portfolio in multiple different ways? Having kids would have changed things about that. Hell, had we had kids, I don't know if we would have still been married today, because I don't know what stress that would have brought into our relationship, what drama that may have created in our relationship that we may or may not have been able to work through. We dealt with enough as it is without having kids. But had we had kids and brought that extra into our relationship, we may not have made it through some of those years that we actually did make it through, leaning on one another. Our mindsets would have been different because we would have had those kids to think about. We couldn't have been able to just go 100% all in our endeavors, risking, maybe some financial savings or something like that, putting it on the line with the chance of it failing, because we may have needed to put that money aside to send that kid to that private school or put aside for a college education fund, something to that effect. Shout out to this system, man.
able to have luxury and the freedom of living life on our own terms? Or does a child completely alter your entire universe to where everything revolves around them and what they need? I don't know, and also with time going on and us again being able to live and see and witness all of the bullshit that is going on around us, it's just not the best environment to raise a family.
And that's another point that my wife and I had actual conversation about. Because while we went into our marriage with no thoughts or desires of having children, there was a point in time during our marriage that it was a slight consideration, right? We discussed it, we had a conversation about it, but we also looked at the state of the world. And we decided we did not want to bring children into this fucked up world that we're living in. We did not want to do that. We can instead spend our time mentoring the children that already are in this world, pouring back into them and giving them the information that they need to know so they don't have to maybe go through the same mistakes, go through the same struggles, deal with the same bullshit that we dealt with coming up. Like I said, I got enough nieces and nephews to damn support generations, right? And I'm proud of each and every one of them. I had a niece that just graduated from college this past weekend. I watched her online graduating. Shout out to her. I was able to bless her pockets with something. But we consciously made the decision that we didn't want to bring children into this world. That's a decision that we made. And then we took the actions necessary to make sure or make that, happen that way. We exercise self-control. Things that a lot of these people don't seem to have the ability to do.
Now, if you all are doing that, shout out to you all. My hat goes off to you all. It takes a lot of strength. It takes a lot of discipline. It takes a lot of perseverance right? So I'm not knocking you all. Those of you all who are doing the damn thing, salute to y'all. Okay, salute to y'all. This is not to knock y'all. I ain't talking about y'all. I'm talking about these motherfuckers out here who clearly shouldn't even have the children that they have, trying to force you and make you hurry up and do some shit that they clearly shouldn't have done themselves. But
exactly. And again, as we said earlier, salute to all of the people out there who are co-parenting, whether y'all live under the same roof or not. If you and the person who you had a child with are co-parenting, coexisting, both raising that child, both supporting one another's decisions with that child, supporting the discipline that the other instills in that child. Shout out to each and every one of y'all. I salute y'all. For those of you who just have a whole bunch of kids out here and you can't stand the mother of your child and y'all always dealing with drama and she had to put you on child support just to get anything out of your ass and all of that, yeah, you're not a good example of what it means to be a father. So therefore, why would I want to put myself in that same miserable situation that you're in?
nevertheless, though, as I'm looking around you all, like, it's just such a beautiful thing to be able to do what you need to do for yourself first as a man or a woman. I know it's so many men out there as well who don't have any children. And you all are like, yeah, I'm more at peace. I have more freedom. I don't have to worry about paying for this or having my paycheck, divvied up that way. So I know I'm speaking on behalf of both the childless on purpose. Okay, let's make that abundantly clear. Because I know some of you all who do want children, you have been trying for a very long time and it has not worked out for you. My heart goes out to you all. Okay, so this ain't for y'all either. This is more so for the
shout out to Ears. He said most people didn't want kids when they had them or with who they had them with, but they had to go forward. That's a fact. And shout out again to the people who are going forward, co-parenting and raising a child to be a productive member of society. Whether you wanted to have that child with that person, whether you wanted to have that child at that time and at that age or not, the fact that you were able to put your feelings about that person that obviously you had enough of a feeling with the spread seed inside of at some point in time, the fact that you're able to put any animosity aside and co-parent and raise that child together, I salute you. Shout out to everybody who planned their children out. And like Thaddeus said, he wanted his daughter. Shout out to everybody who planned to have their children. Shout out to everybody who is being a productive person in their child's life and supporting the other parent who is also a productive person in that child's life. If you're a deadbeat, fuck you. If you're a deadbeat, fuck you. Ear said he don't want no more because of this fucked up world. Thaddeus said he wanted his daughter, and 10 years later, he's still with her mother. It's decisions they made. You got other people out here who got a problem with me not having children, but they're not with any of the mothers of their children. How is that a positive thing?
child is on purpose, people, and how we have a lot of people in our business, in our balls, in our urethras and shit. They all up in our uterus. Right. They all in our birth canal and shit. Like, why you ain't got no kids? That's more for us. Like, we're
right. I mean, that's the question that comes to mind to me. I'm glad she said that. Whenever the giraffe and his clown cousin sitting over there on the panel and they talking about me not having children and then want to say that means something about my penis don't work. What? Why are you in my balls? Whether my penis works or not should be of no care to you. What's going on with my wife's uterus should be of no interest to you. But y'all feel the need to comment on that.
All is on purpose. Thank you, Chris. It says, Anika, I just found your channel yesterday and I appreciate your communication style and the way you word things. I F with you. Keep up the great work. Just period. Shout out to us, you all. We did hit 221,000 subscribers yesterday. Y'all are dope as hell. I was not expecting for us to grow so rapidly. Like, we had just hit 220,000. So 2 days later, hitting another milestone was just dope. So salute to us for continuing to evolve and grow and expand and be dope as fuck, okay? And thank you, Chris, for joining the family. All right, and again, y'all hope this don't fall. I'm waiting on my husband to get home. We're supposed to be leaving at like 1:30. So I said I'm gonna go live real quick because this is a question I always get. Like, why ain't I got no kids? And you know, like I said, it's a lot of people, you all, that are in our vaginas, in our balls, in our penises, you know, just questioning every damn thing. Like, why ain't got this? Why ain't got? Well, again, those of us who are childless on purpose, not only do we want the best for ourselves, right? And we don't want to struggle like y'all, but we also want the best for our children. You know what I'm saying? And as we look around and observe the climate. Oh my God, give me 1 second. This microphone is not even plugged up. I'm just giving off illusions. Give me 1 second, y'all. Hope y'all don't fall.
I was wondering why she was holding that microphone like that. All that remains salute.
If y'all fall, that's gonna be so bad. One moment, y'all.
I was wondering why she was holding that microphone like that.
That we need to have when we are starting family. We want the best for our children. We want the best for ourselves. We know that it takes not only money, because money is a big thing that we need to have when we are starting families, but we also want to have time for our children and for ourselves, because it's very important that you are also taking care of yourself as well. And a lot of you all who do have children, I oftentimes hear the complaint of, I never have me time. Let me get my microphone back. I never have me time. I'm always centering my whole entire life around my children, what they have going on, and so on and so forth. So it's just a lot that goes into it. And on top of that, you all, let's not get into the endless amounts of work and time that you all have to put in order to make ends meet for yourself and your children. You know?
But that only applies to the ones who are actually active in their children's lives. The ones who are running around the world retired, so to speak, claim to have all these resources and money, but still not in their children's life. Yeah, that don't apply to you.
But I'm saying, like, who wants to work 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 jobs just to get by? Because you didn't plan effectively for your family. Who wants that? Nobody wants that, ma'am. Okay, nobody wants that, sir. Brothers, y'all help me out. Put a 8 in the chat, fellas, for the men only. Put an 8 in the chat, fellas. If you yourself is a child-free by choice man, it's often questioned, when you gonna bring me some grandkids, and why you ain't got no baby mamas, and why you ain't got no kids yet? I'm pretty sure we're gonna be flooded with 8s, because this is just not a female thing. Men go through this too, especially as you are getting older and stuff like that. I see the 8s, and it can be very annoying. It's like, damn, can we not be responsible adults? And what if we just don't want them damn kids? What if it's a matter of...
What the fuck did I say? Can we not just be responsible? Can we not have some self-control? What if you just don't want them kids? What if you have no desire to have children? It may be a decision, a choice that some of these people who got 4 and 5 different mothers of their children maybe should have made. Maybe you shouldn't have had that kid, because you're not going to be able to be there for it, because this mother ain't going to be able to get along with this mother, yet you got kids with both these women. Now they got to try to coexist. This mother don't want this kid around this kid because she don't like her and all of that nonsense and bullshit. That's what you're going through. That's the type of stuff you have to be concerned with happening. Some people just don't want them damn kids. We don't want them damn kids. So we made the responsible decision and choice to not have kids.
Fuck them kids. Why is that not acceptable? What if we just don't want them motherfuckers? Not to call the kids motherfuckers, I'm just being silly. Like I said, y'all, we the Crown Head crew. Y'all just said that y'all like my style of communication, so let's not do too much. We're going to talk. We're going to talk for real. What if we don't want the damn kids? Because I'm going to be real with y'all. It was one point in my life, in my early 20s, mid-20s, I really wanted some kids, like, so bad. And y'all know I'm a little bit psychic, right? So I'm going to tell y'all this is we family. Every time I would try to have them kids, I would get that loud-ass voice, the spirit, ancestors, God, whoever y'all want to refer to that voice as, I would get that voice said, Danica. That voice always say, Danica. No. No. And I would block it. I would ignore. I ain't never shared this with nobody. So y'all the first ones to hear this. I would get that voice like, no. I'm like, no, I am. You know what I'm saying? Like me and my husband, we had the wham, bam, thank you, man going on.
Leticia, Third Eye POV, suggested this video, 40 to Splatter. She had tagged me in it. She shared it and tagged me in it about a week ago. But I didn't get the chance to actually review the video. I saw where she had tagged me, but I didn't get the chance to actually review the video. But this is a great video.
And every time, that loud ass was like, no. We got other stuff for y'all to do. But what we do, try to bypass that shit. No, I'm going to have my kids. And looking back, y'all, and I'll never forget this. I'm going to tell y'all this. I ain't never told nobody this. I was taking a bath one day after trying to manifest my babies and stuff, right? Because, you know, we a witch and shit, right? Whatever y'all want to say. And I was like, I was taking one of my spiritual baths, right? One day, connecting with my inner self and all of that. Trying to manifest my baby. So again, part of the window had just passed and everything. I'm like, okay, I'm pregnant now, right? I got that voice in my head, y'all. At this time, I lived in the hood. Shout out to my hood people. Ain't no shade towards y'all, but get out the hood, y'all. You deserve better than that, and your babies do too. I was taking one of my spiritual baths after trying to manifest my baby after my viral window. Me and my husband got done doing a wham bam vacuum man. We families, we could talk like this. And I was, speaking positive affirmations over my womb and stuff like that. And I remember that loud ass voice came back. Like, bitch, you think we playing? That loud ass voice came back and said, Danica, I'll never forget this. It said, Danica, you have bougie kids. Y'all can think I'm lying. The voice said, Danica, you have bougie kids. They don't want to be here in the hood. Your kids don't want to be in this raggedy ass apartment. I said, okay, I'm gonna ignore that. I went back to focusing on my candles, my bubble baths, my incense, all of that. Cause what? Spirit said again, God, whatever y'all want to say. Answers whoever. Danica, no. You got other things to focus on and work on first. Your kids, I'll never get this. You have bougie kids. Your kids don't want to be in the hood in this raggedy apartment. That's it. And then it went on to say, you and Eric are supposed to be leading by example, so we can't have you all bring children into this world right now. You having children right now.
Imagine that. Imagine that. Leading by example, so you don't really need to be bringing children into this world right now. So again, the giraffe likes to say that I don't have kids, as if that means anything about how many young people I am having influence in the lives of. Leading by example. I have nieces and nephews. They see me leading by example. They've seen me go in the military. They've seen me hold down job for, extended period of time. They've seen me reach 6-figure salaries. They've seen me get degrees. All of these things. I just told you one of my nieces just got her degree yesterday. Not saying that she's following my example specifically because she has her own parents' example that she can follow. But she may have seen something of mine and it may have just planted a seed in her brain that, hey, I can do this too. Right? I have nephews that are in the military. They've seen the example. I was in the military well before them, obviously. One of my nephews following his father's footsteps joined the Marine Corps. Another nephew, not saying he followed in my footsteps or my wife's footsteps, but he joined the Air Force. And we don't have a lot of Air Force in my family outside of me and my wife, so where was that seed planted? He talks to us all the time about his Air Force career. Where was that seed planted? You don't know how many young people I am leading, guiding, and directing. Whether or not I'm their biological parent or not is not, it doesn't have anything to do with anything. Because the people who like to criticize me about not having children are not even actively in their children's lives on a regular, everyday basis. And half of them claim to be entrepreneur, businessmen, and other ones claim to be retired and all of this stuff. So that means you have all of the opportunity to have your kid there with you. If you're retired and got all this money and influence and stuff, why aren't you raising your kids? Why aren't you the stay-at-home dad? If you got all of this business sense and stuff like that, why aren't you teaching your kid how to actually run their own business as opposed to continuing to say that they need to be indoctrinated into the school system and church and all of this other bullshit that didn't get you anywhere? You see how dumb that sounds? but they want to criticize what I am doing.
I would set you all backwards, and you all would not be able to lead by example, because y'all would be in a worse off position and situation than the people that you are supposed to be inspiring and motivating and helping. Did I listen? Again, no. I said that's the enemy. Somebody's trying to do black magic on me. Somebody's trying to do spell work on me. I rebuke it. But yeah. After a while of hearing the same damn voice over and over again, and then getting confirmation after confirmation, like, no, bitch, that was us talking to you. I said, okay, I'm gonna stop trying. Let me just do my work. Let me just do my work. And boy, oh boy, when I just focus on, doing the work that I need to do, I started bossing the fuck up. I started bossing the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Stop trying, because again, we got other shit to do. After a while, you start to really put everything into perspective and ask yourself, what is my real reason for even wanting to have children in the first place? Is it because I feel like a child is going to fulfill me? Because it shouldn't. Like, you should be fulfilled on your own. Is it so that you can show off said child, or so that you can feel like you are meeting society's pressures of social norms? Like, what is your real reason? And by me being blocked by spirit, the ancestors, God, whatever, by me being blocked, it made me sit with myself, focus on myself, work on myself, and really get in tune with the whys. The whys are so important. You have
See, one thing that the giraffe, the people who listen to and follow him, don't understand is that our life is about a purpose. What that purpose is different for every person. So like Leticia said, everyone's purpose is their own. Each one of us has a purpose in our life. Having kids is not anybody's purpose. If it happens, that's one thing, but that's not your purpose in life, is to have a kid. Procreation is not your purpose. Your purpose is way more expansive and extensive than just creating a life. Raising that child to go become an adult and have their own purpose. It goes way beyond that. But as they said in the video when I was reviewing Kwame and his cousin, they feel like legacy is determined by having children. They feel like legacy has something to do with having children, and it doesn't. It has zero to do with having children. Legacy is how you are talked about when you are gone and what you leave to the people when you leave here. So if I go, and my purpose is to go create an entire community, purchase real estate, develop that real estate, put people into those homes, and develop an entire community, not that it does anything to report to me. I may be making some financial benefit off of it, but if my purpose is to provide, let's say, housing for people who don't have good housing, if my purpose is to provide water for people who don't have clean water, food for people who don't know how to grow their own food, if those things are my purpose, what does a kid have to do with any of that? And if I accomplish that purpose and I go out here and feed hundreds, thousands, maybe millions of people, or go out here and house hundreds of people, or go out here and provide water for hundreds, thousands, or millions of people, what is my legacy going to be? Am I going to have a good legacy? Am I going to have no legacy just because I didn't have children? They don't even understand the words that they're saying, and they try to use them as insults. Again, you don't like me using the word nerd to describe myself, I don't care. You call me a dork. Again, they're synonyms. Revenge of the nerds, revenge of the dorks, you can call it whatever you want. You're saying the same thing. But basically someone that has put focus and time into actually learning and educating themselves on what their purpose is, and then taking the actual actionable steps towards achieving that purpose. See, I'm in touch with myself. I'm in touch with some of these spirits that she's talking about. I'm in touch with the ancestors. And I understand that my purpose has nothing to do with creating children. and has everything to do with creating opportunity, space, food, those types of things. Fats TV, Capo in the building. Salute to you. Happy birthday again, bro.
To do that with everything. I don't care what it is. I need whatever it is that you feel like you really want or you really desire. Sit with yourself and ask yourself, why do you want this? Why do you need that? And if you come up with very superficial reasons, you may not want to do that shit. And so by me having to sit with myself and ask myself the uncomfortable questions, I came to see that I really didn't have the best reasons for wanting to have a child. I thought it was just something cute to do. I thought I was supposed to do it. I just felt like it would make me happy, which it probably still will. You know what I'm saying? But it never was going back to that child and what that child would need from me, what that child would deserve from me. It was all about what that child could give to me. And that's not what parenthood is. Parenthood is not. And this is how I know that when I do become a mother, if I become a mother, if I feel like that shit. Like I said, y'all, I'm so glad that I was divinely protected from my damn self, because it really made me have to sit and put everything into perspective. And now I'm at a point in my life, you all, so where I don't know if I want children. Will I be a great mother if that day comes? If me and my husband decide to go ahead and have kids.
So for this splatter, this comment here, I'm gonna read it because it makes sense. Kwame Brown's kids did not make him a better player. He still cheated and had random babies. Did not make him a better person. Did not make him more focused on his mission. So if I had one question for Kwame, and he can answer this in a reaction or whatever, what is it that you think I'm going to gain by having kids? What do you think it is that I'm missing by not having kids? Since you like to comment on that so frequently, what do you think it is that I'm going to gain by having children? What do you think it is that I'm missing by not having children? Because legacy, we've debunked that. It has nothing to do with legacy. You don't understand what legacy actually is. Right now, your legacy looks very bad. You look like a failed athlete, someone who allowed their money to be taken from them, and someone who does not have very positive relationships with their children. That's your legacy thus far from what you've shown us on YouTube. So what is it that you think I'm going to gain by having children, or that I'm missing by not having children? Since it's so important to you that I don't have children, and that means so much to you about who I am as a person and what my purpose and mission is in this life. Leticia said, having 7 baby mamas is not a flex. Facts. Having multiple baby mamas is not a flex. Hell, having 1 baby mama is not a flex. Having a child is not a flex.
My husband, okay, I ain't gonna tell his business. I'm just gonna keep it on me. All right. But I had told my husband a few weeks ago, I was like, I don't think I want kids. You know what I mean? I said, I don't think I want that. I feel like there's too much work. And I felt like my life would no longer be about me, because I know how I love. I love very hard. I love very deeply. And with me bringing children into this world, my whole focus would go to that child. It would no longer be about me at all. Type shit.
So what I'm hearing her say in that is she knows who she is and how she is as a person. And had she had children, it would have knocked her off course of her actual mission in life. It would have knocked her off course of her actual purpose in life. Because she would have steered all of her focus and energy away from chasing her purpose to putting it all into that child. But her only purpose in life is not to be here and be a mother to a child. She has a bigger purpose. Her and her husband have a bigger purpose in life. So they're staying focused on that and achieving it. You see, she has YouTube plaques in the background. She says she has over 220 something thousand subscribers. And this is just this one thing. I know nothing about this lady. This is my first time, coming across her. Thank you again to Leticia for sharing with me. I'm definitely subscribing to the channel. But this is my first time coming across her, so I don't know anything about any other business endeavors that she has going on in her life, her and her husband. But she's actively willing and here to admitting that had she had children in her 20s, it probably would have knocked her off of the course of chasing her purpose in life.
But after talking with my husband, now I'm back on the fence about it. Like now I'm back on, I don't know. Okay. But I have reached several conclusions of I don't want them damn kids. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, after talking with my husband, I'm like, okay, maybe. You know what I'm saying? We're still both working on things though. So my whole point of bringing that up though is to emphasize the point that when I do become a mother, if I ever, decide to become a mother, so on and so forth.
Okay, you said her husband had his own channel as well? Okay. You said you were watching her before you started YouTube Ears? That's what's up. Yeah, this is my first time coming across her. Let me make sure I go ahead and subscribe now and give this a like. I don't know if she has her husband's channel in the description or anywhere, if there's any links to it. But Danica Marie Dope Discussions. That's the name of her channel. I'm not sure what her husband's channel is. It looks like she has a Patreon, Instagram, all that stuff. So you see she's making, putting her information out there on multiple platforms.
I'll be a great mother due to me having that time to reflect and sit down with myself and ask myself the uncomfortable questions, and really thoroughly plan things out and really understand that parenthood is about the child and not you. It's not about you hitting milestones. It's not about you feeling complete. It's not about you receiving love from said child. Like, no, we really can't control how our children feel about us. We can do the best that we can for that child, but at the end of the day, we don't know how our children are going to turn out. And that's something else that's kind of freaky to me. You don't know what kind of child you're going to give birth to. That's kind of weird to me. Like, it's kind of scary when you think about it, like, because you don't have control over that. I don't have control over how my baby will look, how my baby will act, what the personality is going to be like, shit like that. And
we see that with those fools again. Going back to the thumbnail, we see that with those fools. Sean Gateswright had all of the trappings of life, basically. He had been in multiple countries. He had he had two parents in his life. They gave him all of the basic, he was enabled, he was entitled. Yet he still turned around to be the trigger man killing Julio Fulio because he wanted to belong in the hood.
Kind of scary, Something I've also been able to really sit down with myself and ask, would you be okay with having to take care of your child for the rest of that child's life? What if your baby has a defect? Would you be mentally and physically able to dedicate everything, your every move to that child? And that's something that I have sat with, and I would do it because I would have to.
Appreciate that, Leticia. I found him. Eric Bell. I found him.
If I was a mother and that happened. But with me having the choice now, because it hasn't happened, right? We haven't tried for anything yet. So with me sitting down and now it's fair game. Would you want that? I don't. I don't want that. But again, I say all that to say this. I've had time to sit with myself. I've had time to reflect. I have had time to really put things in the proper perspective. I've had time to mature, evolve, grow as a woman, as a wife, right? As even a mother, right? And so now I feel like I'm in a better place in my life.
That ain't gonna work.
To where if that were to happen, I would be good. I'm so glad the ancestors blocked my dumb ass. Cause baby, when they said my kids was bougie and they don't want to be in the hood in this raggedy apartment, I said, that's the enemy. Somebody doing black magic. Cause Spirit would never be that damn brutally honest with me. Spirit would never tell me that. That was so disrespectful. That was so disrespectful, y'all. It said, Danica, no. I'll never get that. I ain't never shared that with nobody. Y'all are the first people I shared that with. I'm like, yes, my baby is in my womb, developing. I'm taking my little bag. I got my incense going. I got my candles going. I got my salt, my bubbles. You know what I'm saying? I'm just in my bubble bath like, yes. That loud ass voice said, Danica, no. your babies are bougie. They don't want to be in the hood in this raggedy ass apartment. Excuse me? Anyway, back to the topic at hand. That just really triggered me. I couldn't believe that shit. But anyway. By me having time to sit down with my husband, with myself, you know, things just didn't. I'm so grateful, okay, because things would not have went as smoothly as they went, in my opinion. Okay, I don't believe so. However, I am a strong believer in the fact that we all have our own life paths and journeys, right? So those of you all who did have your children and the ancestors did not block you, maybe for some divine reason you were supposed to have those kids in that raggedy apartment. It's just in my divine path, they was like, no. They can have their kids in their raggedy apartment in the hood because that's a part of their life purpose and path, but that's not a part of yours.
And that's what I need the giraffe, his cousin, and anybody else who has any ignorant things to say on this subject to understand. I don't have a problem with you having your kids. I wish you would be more involved in their lives, maybe spend more time with them, but I don't have a problem with you having kids. Why do you have a problem with me not having kids?
You know, so this is not no shade at nobody who did have their kids in a raggedy apartment, because you probably were able to evolve more, grow more. It probably gave you more motivation, inspiration to get up out the fucking hood. But that just wasn't my ministry. Clearly, the voice was loud as fuck. Like, nigga, no, you got other shit to do. You know, and again, by me being blocked, I was able to really focus. I was really able to do what I need to do. And look at me now. You know what I'm saying? Like, baby Danica was kind of dumb. Was she smart? Yes, but she was kind of dumb, and like she didn't know what she didn't know. So we're gonna give baby Danica grace. But baby Danica would be so proud of me. Baby Danica is so proud of me. It's like, yeah, girl. Sometimes rejection is the divine's protection. Like, no, that's not your ministry. You don't have kids in the hood. You don't have kids in raggedy apartments. Okay? So, yeah, why don't I have children is the question I always get. Because first things first, when I tried to have them, way back then, okay, I was blocked by the ancestors, by the spirit, you know, because I wasn't supposed to. It wasn't a part of my divine path. It would have knocked me out course. So I was blocked. Because something I always speak over myself, you all, and maybe you all should try this too, because it really does help me. I say I am divinely protected and divinely, what did I say? I'm divinely protected, and it's another one. Maybe that's all you need to know. Spirit blocking me right now. I don't want me to tell you the other one. I don't want me to tell you the other one. So just say I'm divinely protected. Okay. But that's helped me. It's protecting me from things that I thought I wanted, but no, you don't. You don't need that. So just speak that over your life. I'm divinely protected. Oh, I say I'm divinely guided. Okay, they say, go ahead, go say it. Okay, so I always say I'm divinely guided and divinely protected. That is my daily affirmation. One of them. I have several. Okay. But yeah, why don't I have children? Because first things first, I was divinely protected. And me and my husband, we're just focused on becoming more financially free, more financially stable, secure, and free with our time. Okay, because my husband has expressed to you all on one of our dope discussions, our live shows, that, you know, something that he wants as far as fatherhood is to be available for his children. And right now, with my husband having the schedule that he has, he would not. I would be a single mother. That's another reason why I'm not a mother right now.
Facts. See, this is the type of stuff that they don't even take the time to think about, comprehend, or understand. You spreading your seed in that woman, but not ever being there to actually really help her take care of that child. You made her a single mother. I don't give a fuck how much child support you're paying or anything like that. You made her a single mother. So now she has to figure all of this stuff out because you're gone, whether you had him while you was in the league and you're on the road doing that stuff, sleeping with all these other different women, or in your current situation now where you are quote unquote retired, but you're still not taking care of the children full time. She's still over there being a single mother. Again, I and my wife were more focused on our relationship. Because if we had children, we probably would want to homeschool them. We probably would want my wife to be able to stay home and make all of their meals to ensure that they're getting the right things, to teach them about stuff out in the garden, and, you know, me teaching them trades and different stuff like that that I'm interested in. Like I learned from my dad how to work on cars. All these things are stuff that people who have self-control, people who have a conscious state of mind, think about before they go make the children. They don't go make the children and then have to figure all of that shit out. Now you got both parents going to work and sending the child to daycare and school to be indoctrinated with that bullshit as opposed to you teaching them. These are the types of things that some people don't seem to understand, yet they want to criticize those of us who were smart enough and educated enough to think about these things prior to. See, it's easy for somebody to go lay down with somebody, spread your seed in them, create a child, and now you got to figure all this shit out. It's much more disciplined to think all of the shit out, and then if you decide to have the child. Much more discipline.
That's another reason I don't have any children. I'm not trying to be a single baby mama. Please. Do you, wait. Do you really think, and my sister-in-law, she had said this too, she said you would be a single mom, because he said, because Eric always working, and is, as a man, it should be. But yeah, do y'all think that I work so hard to find me a good man, a good husband, good father figure for a child? No, y'all think I did all of that? Not getting pregnant by Pookies and Ray Rays, not being outside, being somebody's wife in my 20s. Y'all think I went through all of that to be a single baby mama? Bitch, please.
Exactly. Leticia says homeschooling and working is not easy at all. Been doing it for 4 years. I can imagine it's damn near impossible to homeschool and to work. You know, even if you work from home, I can imagine it's damn near impossible because you need to give the focus to them kids. When you send kids to school, they in school for what, 6-7 hours a day or whatever. They have teachers and administrators and all those people paying attention to them while you get to focus on the other stuff. But if you're doing both, I can imagine how hard that shit is. All right, so the link is pinned. I'm getting out of here at the 8-hour mark, maybe even before. We're at 7:42. So if anybody wants to come up, now would be the time. I'm going to continue through this video a little bit more. And I see, as soon as I went to her husband's channel, one of the first videos that he has up there from 6 years ago is a subject I've been talking on a lot here recently. I haven't been talking to y'all about it so much, but I have been talking about it in my real life to people.
No, I will not be out here with a baby by myself, married, please. But luckily, I have a man, a husband, that wants to be involved, that wants to also be there for not only me, but for the children. I don't have a selfish ass nigga. That's another reason why I don't have any children. A lot of y'all are dealing with selfish ass niggas who know he don't give a fuck about you or them kids. So yeah, bitch, I'll pump you full of babies. Yeah, bitch. Now, luckily for me and my husband, we are divinely protected, right? So even, if he do that, it's like, nah, we're gonna block that shit until you reach this, then you go ahead. Okay. But some of y'all ain't really divinely guided and protected like that. So y'all fucking around with niggas who don't give a fuck about you or them kids, right? So yeah, he don't mind shooting the club up, shoot the club up, shoot the club up, shoot the club up. He don't mind shooting the club up, bitch. Cause he ain't gonna be there any fucking way.
Dropping fucking bombs. I feel like she's talking directly to the giraffe. I feel like she's talking directly to him. Because you can shoot up as many clubs as you want. He sits here and brags talking about he can have a different woman every night and all that. Good for you. I don't want a different woman every night. I want my one woman constantly, consistently. Because we're building stuff together. All these different women that you can have every other night, they not trying to build shit with you because they know you ain't about shit. You got however many mothers of your children already. They may or may not be looking to be the next in line. But can you keep a woman in your life? Can you actually build something and develop something with a woman, whether or not you have a child with that woman or not at this point, because you got plenty of children? I'm not asking you to have any more children. I don't give a fuck what you do as far as in the bedroom when it comes to that. I just wonder why you're so concerned about what I do. Let's take a look at this video really quickly. Shout out to, I believe this is her husband, Eric Bell. This is the channel that Leticia told me that's his channel. In the first video he has up there, stop drinking milk now. Why you should not drink cow's milk. I've been talking about this very regularly with people in my life lately. I have not had milk like, you know, regular cow's milk. Can't tell you the last time. I try to avoid ice creams. I try to avoid the cheeses that have cow's milk, all of that stuff. There's healthier options out there. Let's see what he has to say, though. This is only a 2-minute video.
Peace. There is no rhyme or reason for any
little buffer time.
You want to be out here drinking cow's milk. There's too much evidence and information out here that is demonstrating why we do not need to drink cow's milk. It just doesn't make any sense. It's not even logical. Like, we are the only species that feels as if we have to drink another species' milk to survive. It is just a fallacy. It is false. It is deceptive. It is a lie that drinking cow's milk will increase your bone strength.
He posted this video 6 years ago, y'all. Meanwhile, you got the current administration trying to make it damn near mandatory that kids have milk in their school lunches and breakfasts and shit like that.
That is a lie. You will not get strong bones from drinking cow's milk. But the contrary is true. It will actually weaken your bones. And why is that? See, when you drink cow's milk or eat animal protein for that matter, when it is broken down, it becomes acidic. When it becomes acidic, your body has to neutralize the toxins. What mineral is a great neutralizer? Calcium. So when you drink the cow's milk, the calcium that you are supposed to be receiving from the cow's milk is actually being utilized to neutralize the toxins produced by the cow's milk. And along with that, your body has to supply some of its own calcium in order to neutralize the toxins produced by the cow's milk. So not only are you not getting the calcium from the cow's milk, but your body has to release and give up some of its own calcium in order to neutralize the toxins produced by the cow's milk. So that is why and how drinking cow's milk will produce weak bones. So it is a myth, it is deception, and it is a lie. You do not need to drink cow's milk. Stop doing it today. It is unnecessary. It is harmful. Peace.
And he's not wrong.
Is milk good for you?
He's not wrong at all. He is not wrong. It is deceptive. It's what's being told to you by administration, by government, by all of these people who could care less about you. But they're trying to force it on you because they know enough people are indoctrinated through the same system, the school system. So now they're trying to, again, tell the young kids that drinking a glass of milk a day is supposed to be some kind of healthy thing, when really it's just a poisonous and toxic thing for them to do. It is poisonous and toxic to your body for you to continue to drink cow's milk thinking that you're getting all these great benefits out of it. It's going to cause issues in your life later on down the road that you have to deal with. And you could avoid it all by just not drinking it. Again, when we're babies, where do we get our milk from? You get it from your mother's tit. Just like every other animal out there, they get it from the mother's tit. Put the link to the video in the chat. Which one? The one that she's talking about or the one that her husband's talking about? Which video you referencing? Because I'll definitely do that. But I need to know which video you're referencing. I can probably do both of them actually. Let me get the links for you. But it is up to you to decide what you believe. And again, when I say to things like, who are your sources? You know, check the resources of the people who are giving you information. Who are their sources? If you are able to question the people who are pouring the information into you on who their sources are and they give the sources to you, then you might want to question, is that person a good source of information for you? So that's the video link to the one on why. Lovelace posted the video to Danika's video, or the link to Danika's video, the lady that's on the screen right now, and I just posted the link to the video on why you should not drink cow's milk from her husband, Eric Bell. Make sure y'all subscribe to both their channels. Make sure y'all give those videos thumbs up, likes. Like I said, Eric's video was over 6 years ago. It only has 2,000 views on it, but he's speaking nothing but facts. I'm gonna share his video actually on my page too, because this is stuff that people need to know. And you're being fooled by the system telling you that these things are healthy for you when really they're toxic for you. I shared the meme earlier when we talk about the current administration, right? And that orange fool that's in there. He does not give a fuck about the American people at all. He doesn't even think about the American people. He's supposed to be dealing with negotiations to stop this bullshit war that he's trying to create over there. He doesn't even think about the American people's financial situation. He's not thinking about the health of the American people. He's going to be out of here in so many years. He's up in age. He only has so many years left on this planet. But he has a whole cult of people following the bullshit that he spreads. So you choose who you want to believe. You choose who you allow to give you information and whether or not you trust them as a reputable source of information. It's him and his administration that is trying to force cow's milk back into schools. So the kids are in there drinking that bullshit and it's fucking up their brains. It's causing health issues for them, causing a bunch of mucus buildup and a bunch of other nonsense because it's stuff that we shouldn't be consuming. Shared the video last week. Humans, the only species that will spray poison on their vegetable gardens to try to keep other animals and insects from eating it, yet turn around and eat the stuff after you sprayed poison on it to keep another animal from eating it. If another animal doesn't want to eat that shit, what makes you think it's good for you? If the insects won't touch it, what makes you think it's good for you? I understand we use natural remedies like neem and things like that to keep insects away from our plants. But if you're spraying poison all over the leaves of it and then you turn around and eat it when another insect wouldn't touch it, what is that doing to your body? Let's listen to a little more of her and I'm about to get up out of here, y'all.
But see, I have a husband that cares about me and my well-being, that cares about himself and his well-being, that cares about his children that are not even here.
I don't know specifically what you're referring to, Leticia, in reference to what Maxine Waters said. I don't know specifically what you're referencing.
Yet, bitch, and their well-being. So it's like, no, I'm not gonna do that.
So, Lou Jenkins, the only question that I would ask you is, what is powdered milk? What is it made of? What is the substance of it? Because there's a whole bunch of other things that you can use that are regular, like cinnamon, for example, like baking soda, like regular things. But what is powdered milk actually? How is powdered milk made? That's what I want to know. How is powdered milk made?
and this may be TMI, but we family, and you better not tell Eric. It's been plenty of times to where I know he wanted to shoot the motherfucking club up, and he was like, no, bitch, no. So that's also why I ain't got no kids. I have a man who cares about himself and me. Because he gonna be here. So no, bitch, I'm not getting ready to do, I'm not gonna give you a whoopsie because I ain't got caught up. Because I was balls deep. No, I'm not gonna give you no whoopsie. Because someone was slapping a little bit too much. But y'all be with niggas, he don't give a fuck. Don't even love you enough to marry you first. The fuck? Ain't nobody gonna get me pregnant and they ain't maybe they wife? Is you dumb? Please, I'm getting ready to risk my whole entire body. Do y'all see this body him, bitches? This is not by accident. This is hard work and sacrifice at my husband's gym. You get me ready to fuck my body up. My life up. Risk my life, bitch, for a man who didn't even honor me and respect me and love me enough to wife me up. I know you fucking lying.
Shout out to all the sisters that got this attitude. Shout out to all the sisters that have this attitude, because I mean, I'm with her. You're risking your life whenever you get pregnant, because giving birth to a child is it's an intense process. Carrying a child is an intense process. Some women get all types of shit fucked up when they're pregnant. Whether they're, end up getting bedridden for different reasons, just all types of stuff. It changes their body and changes their life forever. And you got women out here willing to do that with somebody just because he wanted to shoot up the club, because he thinks that proves him in some kind of way a man and gives him some kind of legacy. Fuck out of here.
Let me calm down before my buns fall off. But just got me so fucked up. And and like they said, kids is high as hell. Hold on, I can't do that because then I might fall off the damn table. Let me calm down. Hold on. Thank you, Raheem. It says, I get questioned often, Danica, especially being tall and attractive. Women push it, but I'm not sweating it. Bringing souls here can be a curse for real. Oh, let me get into it, Raheem. This is how I know, like I always speak of myself, I am divinely guided and divinely protected. The spirit be speaking to me, through y'all. Something else, y'all, that has been heavy on my spirit. Right? Hold on, because I think I saw somebody else. If I missed y'all super chat, I apologize, y'all. Matter of fact, let me see, can I pull it on my laptop? But something else that I got downloaded to my spirit was, not only was my kid, let me put it like this, first things first. Energy is fluid, right? So it can change. Let me get on my witch shit, okay? Let me get on my witch shit. Energy is fluid. It can change depending on you and your choices, right? So we have free will, right? Fan funding. Yeah, I got everybody. I believe so. Yeah, I got y'all. Thank y'all for y'all donations, though. But we have free will. So you can have in your mind that, for example, right here, you want to have children. And since you want to have children, things will be orchestrated around that to make that possible. But let's say that you change your mind, right? Let's say you change your mind and you don't want to have any children. Well, things can be orchestrated around that to, again, assist you in that being your new reality. And I wanted to say this. With me wanting children at a certain time in my life, and me being divinely guided and protected, the ancestors, spirit, God, whatever y'all want to call it, my higher self, whatever you want to call it, was orchestrating things to make that possible in the best way possible. So yes, we're going to give you children, but it won't be in the hood in a raggedy ass apartment. I'm so fucking sorry. Your kids are bougie. You have a purpose. You have an assignment, bitch. That's not a part of it. So let's get you here, and then we can do this. But let's say as time went on and progressed forward, things started to shift to where, I don't really fuck with that no more. Well, now.
So shout out to what's her name? Danica Marie, dope discussion. Shout out to her. I'm gonna let y'all finish that up over there. I'm gonna finish it up myself. May end up back at this video reviewing this again because it's great information. She just posted it here pretty recently, May 10th, 2026. She has 221,000 subscribers. Shout out to her, man. Y'all make sure y'all go over there, subscribe. I'm going to be checking out more of the content she has on her channel as well as her husband's channel. And really quickly, before we get out of here, I want to see this Maxine Waters that Leticia just showed me. She just tagged me in it. Let's see what this Maxine Waters thing is talking about. It's only a few minutes long, and then we getting up out of here, y'all.
Congresswoman, Jacob with TMZ, how are you?
I'm fine.
Good to see you. I have a question. I want to ask you something as a whiny Gen Zer myself. Some people in my generation look at our leaders and think, you know what, some of these people are too old. But as a spry 87-year-old, I just saw you talk at the Working Families press conference. What do you say to people in my generation who think, okay, some of these leaders are too old and we need to do something about it?
I usually don't do press conferences as I'm walking, but let me just say that the way that people should think about elected officials is, what do they do? What can you document? What can you give them credit for? What can you criticize them for? If you do what it takes to evaluate, then you can decide.
Understood. So we shouldn't judge people based off their age, but rather what they do for the people.
And effectiveness.
Got it. So someone like President Trump, who's about to turn 80 years old, I mean, that's the president, kind of different than maybe someone serving in Congress.
Don't ask me about Trump, you know what I think about it.
Is that considered a little too old, though, an 80-year-old president? I mean, a lot of people had issues with Biden's age. What do you think?
The President of the United States is destroying our democracy. He's made promises unkept. He's enriching himself and his family with cryptocurrency. He has lied to us, and even now, when he was talking about Iran, he said he didn't have time to think about what is going on with financing and financial services in the United States of America. And so this is a president who is absolutely committed to empowering himself and using the power of the executive, the highest executive of the land, the President of the United States of America. And the people are beginning to understand that. I think some people are having buyer's remorse, and we see it in the polls. In the final analysis, it is the people who will finally determine that this president is dangerous and divisive, and we've got to do everything that we can to make sure we overcome much of what he's trying to do. We've got to fight, fight, fight.
Should there be an age limit to be president?
Let me just say this. People should be evaluated, and they should be thought of in terms of what they do. If you have effective leaders, if you have fighters, if you have those who have demonstrated, if you have those who are documenting what they care about, that's the only thing that counts.
So if you have an 100-year-old fighter, they should still be in office, hypothetically.
The people should evaluate who should be in office with their vote, and that's it.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Congresswoman.
Hey, I can support that. People need to evaluate. They need to evaluate, is this person that you have chosen to be your quote unquote leader in whatever capacity, whether it's a congressperson, a senator, a president, whatever, are they effective in what they're doing? Or are they just kind of there in enriching themselves, enriching their family, and not giving a damn about you? You need to do your own evaluation and determine that. Shout out to Lou Jenkins. Share what Lou was talking about really quickly. He, I gotta read it. So Lou, update for the art gallery, the Black Moon Art Gallery. The dates of submission, May 31st. The final date, June 3rd, 2026. The official last day for submissions. He gave you the email address. You can go over there on Lou Jenkins' page and find the on the post on his community wall. Art submissions are 1 to 6 per person. Sizes, you send him an email JPEG and he has the sizes in there for the JPEG or the PNG. Music submissions are 1 to 2 per person, songs under 4 minutes. He has some rules up here as far as no sector imagery, no offending other races, cultures, nationalities, no copyrighted work. Nudity is allowed as long as it's tasteful. AI is welcome. It's not a competition. If you have a business tied to a submission, advertisement is free. Put the information in your email if you want the business advertised. Send quality images and videos. All images are screened before accepted as a submission. If you want to remain anonymous, you can. All credit will go to the artist if, you know, the artist wants to be credited. And he has different forms of art up here. So you have drawing, painting, sculpting, photography, songs, raps, poetry, instrumentals, playing instruments, culinary arts, trades such as carpentry, plumbing, electric, HVAC, that type of stuff, before and after type of things, detailing, crafts. And he appreciates everybody who participates and shows up. It's the first art show of many and agree of great success because there's so many talented and skilled people in the sector. He's looking forward to seeing the talents and skills of people he communicates with, love, peace, and respect. So shout out to Lou for trying to do something, working on something that is outside the box. And we have a lot of talented people over here in this sector who have many talents as far as art is concerned. And shout out to that brother. We know Lou, we see him doing his art. Fat T, salute. We see him doing his work, you know, doing his artwork and stuff. He does it on his live streams and things like that he shares with us. And the brother is going forward into trying to turn that into something because we have many talented people. I mean, like we said, we got the Drop Squad. All of them brothers are talented. Leticia, she does drops. Triple S does drops. There's a whole bunch of people. I'm gonna be missing people. Capo, shout out to the Capo brothers. They make drops and different things like that. Shout out to all of the talented people out there, whatever the talent is that you have. Lou is trying to bring together a community event right here coming up in a couple of weeks at the end of the month that, you know, will showcase people's artwork. You can put it all together in one place. Everyone is welcome, as he's saying in the chat right now. All the artwork can come together in one place and people can see what other people are doing. And then this may form some future collaborations of people wanting to work together because, as you see, again, he's bringing in all the different forms of artistry. So maybe some of the drawers or painters or sculptors or photographers will want to work with some of the song makers or the instrumentalists, you know? Maybe some of the tradespeople are in the same area and they can pull together themselves to maybe put together some things, you know? So shout out to everybody who is going to participate in it. And I'm not necessarily an artist myself, but I will definitely support that. I would definitely support that. I appreciate that, Leticia. Shout out to everybody who came through rocking out with your boy, man. We are definitely about to get up out of here. We've been here just over 8 hours. Long live stream for your boy, but I had the time today. I had the time, so, you know, and I had a lot that I felt like talking about. So as Lovelace says, remember to protect your peace at all times, good people. Make sure you do something good for yourself and then do something good for somebody else. That energy, man, like the young lady said, the energy is fluid. The energy is constantly moving and the energy that you spread is going to come back around. You said, I got you through another chore day. I appreciate that. I appreciate everybody that was rocking out with me, whether you were doing chores, whether you were working, or whether you were just chilling. Moni Mo said she was on the porch drinking her coffee. You know, I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all are the ones who make this worthwhile. I appreciate everybody who reached out to me, sent me videos. Thank you, Leticia, for sharing that video with me. I've now found 2 additional people who I'm subscribed to on these YouTube streets that I see are dropping quality content, so I appreciate you for that. Appreciate everybody who sends me other videos, because again, I would not even know about the giraffe talking about me and people like that talking about me, certain ones, if people didn't share it with me, because I'm definitely not there most of the time whenever they are doing these things. So again, I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for rocking out with me. Shout out to everybody who left, whether it's a super chat, Cash App membership. We had Roll Rich, Selah, Leticia got a membership. 40 the Splatter left a couple of super chats. Ayo Splitter left a super chat. Halima left a super chat. I appreciate all of y'all. All the support is greatly appreciated. Make sure I didn't miss anything. All right, yeah, we good. All the support is greatly appreciated. I mean, real talk. I appreciate y'all just for being here. Salute, salute, salute to all of y'all. Hopefully you hit the like button. If you're catching it on a replay, I appreciate you as well. And until next time, good people, we're going to get up out of here. Y'all make sure y'all have a wonderful rest of your day. Again, like I said, do something good for yourself. Do something good for somebody else. That good energy you're spreading out there in the world will come back to you and bless you in the ways that you least expected. So take care of yourselves. And until next time, good people, I'm going to get up out here. This is Iceberg. Salute.
Now, as they say in your country, let us be out.